just tryna make it. Too many people, they don't let me down. But I keep it real, no time for eating. I'm always on that PC tryna shape my sound. See, I'm just tryna make it. I've got some people I cannot let it down. Aiming for the top of the mountain. Not there yet, but I've left the ground. Oh, I've left the ground. I'm just tryna make it, yeah, make it, yeah, yeah. Make it, yeah, make it, yeah, yeah. Oh, I've left the ground. I'm just tryna make it, yeah, make it, yeah, yeah. Make it, yeah, make it, yeah, yeah.
Don't tell me about me. Stop telling 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 me about me. I don't need you to tell me about me.
All right. Let's try this again. 3. Hit, man. Oh, Lord. Hey, man, once again, y'all coming in, hit like, subscribe, share, turn notice on, all that in the bag of chips, man. We're going to get back into the conversation that we were just having in the previous video and try to see if we can get this correct. I got Miss Jackson, the culprit of the night, the goddamn culprit, with an echo.
What's good, fam, man? I don't know what happened, man. My bad, bro. I was trying to, stream it equivalent to the live stream on my channel. So
hey,
that
Jack, KK, you gonna have to. I don't know if you got headphones. Can you put some headphones on? Cause you got an echo.
Nah, remember I told you my phone it don't have that Apple.
Yeah, but you didn't have an echo last time. You got an echo real bad. Trying to see how you could possibly fix that. Let's see if that did anything. See if that did anything. Yeah, you're gonna have to do you got YouTube open in another window or something?
Okay, let me check. Hold on, let me check. Hold on for a minute.
See, we got Domino King in the building. Said Funky Town, Texas. Yeah, we about to talk about Funky Town, Texas. trying to get Miss Jackson audio right. But for y'all that's coming in right now, revamp from the last video we just tried to do. We're talking about the Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony situation. They were in the midst of having the Fox News people get on here and fake cry with the mother and the other son talking. Still echo. Still got an echo. Check your audio settings on in StreamYard. But
All right.
we're gonna get back into it, y'all. Will Kane was trying to act like he was so concerned about the situation, but y'all, if y'all don't know, the situation was there was a stabbing that happened at a track meet. The news was reporting on it, and we're kind of going through it. There was some interesting things that were said earlier, but I'm not gonna run through it because it's only 3 minutes, so y'all can go back and watch the other video and get yourself up on what happened. And Domino King said, keep your hands to yourself. I 100% agree with that. I 100% agree with that. Everybody should keep their hands to themselves. If you put your hands on somebody, you put your hands on somebody's things or somebody's family or some things like that, don't be surprised with the result that you get. I will say that. But I said this from the get-go in the last video, and I'll make sure I say it right now. My prayers go out and condolences go out to the Metcalf family. It goes out to them. And also, my prayers and hope go out to the Anthony family. Because I know a lot of people are trying to use this to further their own agenda on this or that. And yeah, that shit don't ride around here. Just put it like that. That shit don't ride around here. But let me see. Jackson, see, not bad as an echo. Say something.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just hear a little bit of, it's like a click. I can deal with that. Tell the people where to find you at.
Kenny Jackson at YouTube. School for Justice. You come over there, like, share, subscribe with me, and enjoy the open discussion.
Yeah, you gotta have that shit playing again. Like, do you got another window open on your phone? Because I know you got
know of.
Yeah, because I can hear the music from the show playing. Like, pull up all the windows you got open. If you got YouTube still open, turn it off.
Okay, you want me to just drop off and drop back on? Maybe I can kill it like that.
Yeah, but you still gonna have YouTube still up.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just like, open up all the apps you got open. Like, you know how we can do it on Android. Y'all iPhone people, I don't know how y'all do y'all shit. But you know how you pull up all your shit and just swipe away YouTube. Because it's echoing through.
Okay, I got you.
All right. Well, here y'all. Real quick. We're gonna go ahead and jump back into the video. We're gonna jump back into it, see what the news people were covering it at, and we're gonna keep the show rolling. Hopefully we can get this fixed real quick, but either way though, check it out. Here we go.
Meanwhile, Metcalf's mother and twin brother spoke on Fox News this afternoon.
I put my hand on there, trying to make it stop, and I grabbed
The thing about that, Fox News was ready to jump on and try to interview this family. Keep going. I'm sorry.
and I was in his eyes. I just saw his soul leave, and it took my soul too.
I'm so sorry. Hunter Metcalf described his twin brother.
Bitch, not one tear came out your fucking face. I'm sorry.
Austin's final moments as he lay dying in his brother's arms. On Wednesday, Memorial High School junior Austin Metcalf was stabbed to death while attending a UIL District 11-5A track meet in Frisco, and many questions remain unanswered. Police say 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, who attends Centennial High School, stabbed Metcalf in the chest in the stands. Metcalf's father believes the fight started over a seating dispute.
I pray that, maybe.
Another part that I wanted to address in the last video, when the news reporter said that the police said some form of fight erupted before the stabbing. What did they just say again?
Metcalf in the chest in the stands. Metcalf's father remained unanswered. Police say 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, who attends Centennial High School, stabbed Metcalf in the chest in the stands. Metcalf's father believes the fight started over a seating dispute.
A fight. A fight. Remember that, because I've watched a lot of these, and Marcus was talking about it a little bit earlier. These race baiters that are coming in and trying to make it seem like this kid was just innocent. And I'm on, look, I'm objective. But clearly there was an altercation. And the way that they tried to frame it was, this kid just walked up and said, "Hey, can you just get out of this spot?" And they're going to get into it. But once again, twice now. I know y'all got to go back and watch the other video. But the first news report was, the police said there was some form of a fight, some sort of fight. The father of the son who got stabbed, that is no longer here, said he thinks this kind of erupted after this fight. But the narrative that people are pushing on the internet is, this kid just asked somebody to move, and he got stabbed for it. Let's keep going.
I pray that, maybe there's changes made as far as security or things like that. And maybe we can learn from this and try to turn a tragedy into something positive to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else's child. I don't want parents to feel like I feel today.
Shortly after the deadly encounter, a district spokesperson said that the stadium was immediately secured and students were released and sent back to their home campus on Frisco ISD buses.
Crime doesn't discriminate age, and that unfortunately victimization can happen at any time, at any moment, even when we think that we are safe.
Dr. Alex Del Carmen is a criminologist. Neither the district nor the Frisco Police Department have said what security measures were in place at the stadium on the day of the fatal stabbing. Del Carmen says no doubt the district and police will be looking closely at this.
And what likely will happen is,
Now think about what they're talking about right now, y'all. They're talking about security measures at a track meet. At a track meet. But why are they saying something about security measures? It ain't like somebody just randomly walked up there and started shooting people, or randomly walked up there and started stabbing somebody. There was an altercation. There was a fight. And somebody got stabbed. Are you talking about to prevent people from bringing in weapons? I hope that's what they're hinting at, whether it's students or spectators. I'm hoping that's what they're hinting at, but I'm catching a different drift from what they're saying right now.
they're going to look into the suspect's background and find out whether or not there's been signs that perhaps were missed by the family, by the school, and by law enforcement. I think that what really this does invite is a bigger discussion, which is, how much are we willing to give up in terms of our freedoms, in terms of the things that we take for granted for the sake of protection.
And the track meet, of course, was suspended yesterday. Frisco ISD tells us that it has been rescheduled for next week, but did not release further details to us. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Anthony remains in jail on a $1 million bond charged with murder.
A teenager accused of stabbing another student athlete.
$1 million bond for the kid. 17 years old. Both of them were 17. I understand there was a situation that popped off and one kid got stabbed. $1 million bond. That's more bond than they get for a cop that shoot a black man running away in the back. That's if the cop even get a bond. Like if they even get charged. But Miss Jackson, I'm gonna get you up in here. Let me see what your audio sound like.
Okay, what's good, fam? That's any better?
Yeah, as long as I'm not talking, you good. I'ma just not talk when you talk.
All right, I tried to close out all windows and shut everything down. But yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It's more on the self-defense end, because they stated out their own mouth that the two young fellas had a physical altercation that they had in fight. And evidently there was, a history, a pattern of this going on. And so Anthony Carmelo felt the need to be prepared to defend himself. Maybe they made threats or provoked him to where they was gonna gang up on him. He had a twin brother. The other guy had a twin brother, and maybe his little friends or whatever, and act like they was gonna gang jump him or whatever during practice or at school, or while they was doing sports.
No. I gotta stop you, because we gotta stay on. Like, they didn't go to the same school. They didn't know each other. This incident happened at a track meet where it was raining. It was multiple schools there. It was raining, and Carmelo went underneath a tent. It wasn't his team's tent. and they came up on them. That's how this situation happened. It ain't that they were bullying each other in school and shit. It wasn't none of that. They didn't go to the same school. But keep going.
Okay, I got you. So what for whatever odd reason, Anthony felt the need to, he just had something on him in his backpack or whatever the case may be, and used it when he felt was necessary. Okay, then you said like it was cold-blooded deletion or the M word that they got him on a $1 million bond. Now, on the flip side, a lot of people would say, well, why did he have a weapon? Why did he even feel the need to go to a sport event or practice, on the team that he was on or whatnot, a school activity with sports and practice with a weapon? You know what I'm saying? And some people would consider that premeditation or plotting to do harm to somebody. So it's kind of from all angles and different aspects. You know what I'm saying? But as we can hear in the mainstream story, that the other young fellow was the aggressor. And when he came or ran up on Anthony defended himself.
But we ain't heard that yet. And everything I'm showing right now is local. I don't want to show the mainstream. Hopefully, it's not no mainstream media in this, because I specifically picked this video for it not to be mainstream. But it's just local Texas reporting, and I just want to keep it clear for what's transpired from what we heard so far.
Got you, but I mentioned that just from having an overall idea of the story.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Right now, they said there was a fight. The father said it was a fight. The cops reported to the news, and the news reported it that there was a fight, some sort of fight, and this young man got stabbed. But here, let's go into the next news report, because they were talking about this, man. This got blown up real bad, and I'm gonna show I got a real issue with the way this situation is being handled and the way this situation is being talked about. And y'all will see why when we get towards the end. But either way, though, let's keep going.
That a track meet told officers as he was being taken into custody that he did it in self-defense.
Austin Metcalf was killed this week at that Frisco track meet. New documents detail what happened before and after 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony allegedly pulled a knife from his backpack and stabbed him. Fox 4's Alex Boyer joining us now live with the latest. Alex.
Hey guys, and in that 7-page arrest warrant affidavit, several witnesses, including Metcalf's twin brother, describe how that deadly encounter went down. The suspect then reportedly admitted to a Frisco police officer who detained him that he had stabbed Metcalf.
My son is gone, and I don't really have words. I've tried to figure out
where the tears at. And Will Kane, stop pretending like you care.
What I was gonna say, but he's just going to be so missed.
The pain is still raw for the Metcalf family after 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was killed on Wednesday morning at a UIL District 11-5A track meet in Frisco.
I think he was extremely smart, always in the box. He just came to him real easy. Just him playing football as well just made him just a great person overall.
Here's what happened according to witnesses and the police report. Metcalf got into an argument with the suspect, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, over a seating dispute in the bleachers. Metcalf told Anthony he needed to move from under the team's tent.
He always was one to step up and be the person that would do the right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is because they have personal items there.
Anthony opened his bag and...
Now you hear how the mother and they're trying to shape it now, because I'm giving y'all chronological how these news reports started coming out. In the very beginning, we heard the first two. The news said that the police reported to the news that there was some sort of fight. Even the father, when they interviewed him, he said some fight sparked off and then this happened. Now, they're trying to say an argument. Track how this shit is changing, how the narrative is slowly changing. And the mother's over here talking about her son was always trying to do the right thing. Whether they told you or not, and hopefully they tell you later in this, it was a track meet and it was pouring down raining. It just started pouring down raining. So Carmelo ran underneath the tent. These young men, her sons, came from another tent and told him he needed to move. That's how this shit sparked off. Now remember, they already said twice it was a fight. Now they're saying it was an argument. But let's continue. Let's not get lost in the sauce about what transpired in this. Miss Jackson, did you have anything before I kept going?
Well, no, go ahead. But from what I'm speculating from the mother, she was saying because there was personal items inside the tent, and that her son Austin was pretty much a leader, always standing up for doing the right thing. And so, as if she's to insinuate that each team member was supposed to stay in a certain location or a certain tent, whatever team that they are assigned to, but if that's not showing as specified. So yeah, I'm following to what narrative is really going.
It sounds like she's trying to justify her son and running up on that dude and telling him to get up out of there. Because people have personal belongings around here. We don't know who you are. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like she's trying to justify her son saying something to somebody. And either way, though,
right.
Let's keep going.
Reached inside and said to Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens."
Okay, hold up. Let's go back.
Items there.
Anthony opened his bag and reached inside and said to Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens." Metcalf reportedly grabbed Anthony and told him to move.
He knew he wasn't supposed to be there. He was just a tragedy what happened.
That's when Anthony pulled out a black knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest once before running away. When Anthony was taken into custody by a Frisco police officer, Anthony reportedly confessed to the crime, saying, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to," adding that, "I was protecting myself," and then asked the police officer, "Is he going to be okay?" Metcalf died in his...
Now think about that. When Carmelo, the kid that actually stabbed him, the black kid, he admitted to what he did. He told why he did what he did. And he asked if the guy was okay. Now, I don't know if y'all seen, but I know I've seen. They've called this boy a thug. They called him everything but a child of God. With a criminal scattered in the soul, admit to doing a crime? Would a criminal check on the person that they harmed? Every criminal would justify why they did what they did, but this boy did two things you don't expect from the average criminal. But people are calling him a thug, a criminal, all these things, everything. You come from a fucked up family and all these people coming out the woodwork saying shit about him because they're triggered. They feel some type of way because of the racial dynamic of it. The kid said why he did what he did. And even if he would have said, "I feared for my life," that still wouldn't have been good enough for these same people. He put his hands on them. We don't know in what form does he mean by that. It sounds like somebody approached somebody and put their hands on somebody and somebody defended themselves. Now, if it was the other way around, and people need to really be honest with themselves in America right now. If it was the other way around and some black dude approached some white dude, put his hands on him and tried to make him move somewhere, and that white dude stabbed him, how many of y'all that think Carmelo's wrong would be agreeing that that white kid would have been wrong? It's probably fucking zero. Y'all flip the whole script. Say, nah, they shouldn't have put their hands on him. I'm like, let's listen to what they're actually saying. Miss Jackson, go ahead and get up here and give me your thoughts real quick.
Yeah, man, it's a tragic situation, and what the media or the news or the press is not reporting is that Austin was the aggressor, that he ran up on Carmelo and put his hands on him first. Now, what they're probably looking at is, why did Carmelo feel the need to have a weapon with him or, be strapped up to just go to practice? You know what I'm saying? For his games.
Yeah, it's a track meet, but look, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that argument right now. We're gonna deal with that at the end. Let other people bring that argument. Yeah,
I'm just looking at it from all angles and all perspectives. Just how they build a case against Carmelo at 17 years old and charging him as an adult. So I'm looking at it from all aspects, and the system is and the police is trying to consider that premeditated due to the fact that he, had a weapon on hand.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just let it get there, though. Like, I want everybody to get walked through it. I don't want to tell them where we are now, because we already know. Me and you been watching. We know where they are now. But let's let it get through till we get to that point, because we gonna get to it. I promise you, we're gonna get to it.
Right, but again, what the media and the press is not stressing is that Austin was the aggressor, that he approached Carmelo and he physically assaulted him first. So this is how the whole case got started.
All right, let's keep rocking, y'all.
His brother's arms.
I'm not at that point to forgive and forget, but eventually I will. But I pray for his family. I pray that they understand what we're going through as well.
This whole community has really wrapped their arms around us, and if I could say anything to the nation, I would say to make sure that you just hug your babies tight, because you don't know when the last time you get to do it.
And in a statement released by the Metcalf family this afternoon, they say their focus is now on laying Austin to rest. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Anthony remains in the Collin County Jail with a $1 million bond. Back to you.
All right, Alex Boyer in Dallas tonight. Alex, thank you.
Well, Jeff, I just take me through as far as you know.
Hey, look, I do want to say this, y'all, about this man right here on camera. This is the father of the young man who got stabbed, the young man who lost his life. I have respect for this father. I have a lot of respect for this father. Despite other things that people will be transpiring on, like giving their opinion on, I have respect for this father for the way he's handling this situation. He's handling like an adult. And I'm just saying that ahead of time.
The events of this morning. What happened? How did you get the call? How did you figure out what happened to your son?
Well, it started with a call from his football coach who was not at the track meet and said, I think Austin has been stabbed. And I said, where at? And he said, Kuykendall Stadium. I said, I'm on my way. So I drove up there, went through a load of police officers, and was able to see my son on the gurney with a huge hole and blood all over him, and they were pumping him. He wasn't breathing. His eyes were rolled back in his head. So I had to find his brother. They're twins. And so I found Hunter and tried to get him under control as best we could. And then I loaded him up in my car and we drove to the hospital as quickly as possible. And we waited. And when the doctors came in and said that he didn't make it, it was tough. My son took it extremely hard. I'm still in shock, to be honest. I mean, I'm numb. So it really hasn't hit me. And I don't believe any parent should ever have to bury their child. And I pray that, maybe there's changes made as far as security or things like that. And maybe we can learn from this and try to turn a tragedy into something positive to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else's child. I don't want parents to feel like I feel today. So I've already forgiven the person who stabbed him. God's going to take care of everything. God's taking care of my son. I kissed him. When I kissed him goodbye for the last time, I told him it's not goodbye. It's see you later. So I just have to trust in God and my faith to pull us through. I don't understand his plan. We're all subject to trial and tribulations. God didn't say life was going to be fair or wasn't going to be hard, but he said he'll always be beside you and never leave your side. So we're going to lean deep into our faith. There's a vigil tonight at our church at 7 o'clock. I will be attending also. The outpouring of students and coaches and friends and family that showed up at the hospital immediately. It was just shows the way my son touched people's lives. He was voted team MVP of the football team this year. He carried a 4.0. He was National Honor Society. He's ranked in the top 50 of the state in his position. He's having D1 colleges contact him. He had a great life ahead of him. And to be taken away, it's such a tragedy. I mean, I can't even tell you how I feel because I don't know how I feel. I feel numb at the moment. Yeah. I just hope that this doesn't happen to any other parent and their child. But I do hope for justice. Because this is unacceptable.
And the fact that, someone was immediately taken into custody, they know who did this, they are charging him with murder. I mean, how does that make you feel that police immediately got this person?
First of all, I feel sorry for that individual because he's now made a mistake that's going to cost him the rest of his life. The hard part that cost me is I lost my son, and his brother was holding him, trying to hold the blood in, and he passed. My son watched his brother die in his arms. I need a break. So concerned about my son. They were twins.
And I'll tell y'all this, man, that's some real emotion compared to what I saw from the mother earlier. Those are real tears. And you can tell that he's holding back a lot that he actually wants to say because he just lost his son. regardless of what the situation is, that's a father that lost his son. People need to really understand that emotion. Like, whether your kid is right in the right or in the wrong in this situation, that's a parent losing a kid. He said it earlier in his conversation, his interview. No parent should have to bury their kids. I agree with that statement. But there are a lot of circumstances in this life that might take your kids away from you, whether it's your kid's fault or whether it's somebody else's fault. That's the question that we're going to be deliberating tonight. But Miss Jackson, anything on this before I keep playing?
Okay, I had to unmute myself. Yeah, no, man, it's just the father is just real sincere and genuine, about how much of a tragedy it is, and of course how it personally affected him. That was his child, that was his son, and expressing his emotions about it. And he does have his other son, Hunter, left, who's his twin. And basically, he just kept it a buck and said that he believes in God and he putting his faith in God and the judicial system, that he's saying the young fella Carmelo will have to pay for this mistake that he's made for the rest of his life. So he just, like you said, is genuine, sincere emotions. He's not attacking anybody. He's not judging anybody. He's not talking about who was right or who was wrong. He's just talking about how it was an unnecessary, tragic mistake and how it's affected everybody.
I agree. Let's keep rocking.
Identical. They had each other's back. They were fine.
Yeah, that only twins.
Yeah. Just tell me, I can't make it. I can't make it without him. I said, we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to. He would want us to be strong.
Can you tell me a little bit more about Austin, about his personality?
Austin was a leader. He led the football team. He was voted team MVP by his players and coaches. He played linebacker. Him and his brother both play linebacker. He played inside. His brother plays outside. We were so fortunate this past weekend that me, Hunter, and Austin, we grew up hunting together, and we had as a matter of fact, the ranch we own, the lease was not renewed, so we could never hunt there again. And we went there for the last weekend. And he said, Dad, I've never shot a pig before. I want to get a pig this weekend. I said, okay. Lord and behold, it's a heck of a story, but he shot his first pig this weekend. And we all talked, me, him, and Hunter both. We all talked about these are memories that you take forever. After I'm gone, you can tell your kids about, well, your grandfather and I, we were hunting and we stalked and it took 2 hours, but we got this. I got my first pig, and he was so excited. And I'm so fortunate to be able to spend that weekend, not knowing it was the last weekend I'll ever spend with him.
And he also was on the track and field team.
And I want y'all to understand something, because the Anthony family got attacked for him coming from a single family household. When he just said he was lucky that he got to spend that weekend, he has visitation with his sons, because his kids came from a single parent household. Him and that wife ain't together. Y'all notice that it was 2 different press conferences? Well, 2 different interviews. If they were married and together, they would have been there together doing the interview. It's 2 different interviews. They're interviewing the father now. They interviewed the mother and the son. He doesn't even have his kids with him. But that was one of the negatives they tried to throw on Carmelo. Pay attention to people projecting their own insecurities on the other people. You come from a single family household. No, you do. All the problems that they say come from that shit. I just want people to make sure look, just pay attention. Just pay fucking attention. Because I know a lot of people think like, oh, he came from this good family and they're all together, a loving mother, a loving father, they're a happy family and all that. That's not the case. His father's he just slipped when he said that. They come from two different households. The mother has the kids. He gets to visit his sons. And he was lucky that he had that weekend with his son. I'm letting him keep going though, my bad.
Austin was, football was his pride and joy. He was working on track to increase his speed. Matter of fact, he's already dropped this 40 times. He was telling me about how he's dropped it. He's going to drop it some more. And he was an amazing, dedicated athlete. And by the outpouring of his friends and family that showed up immediately at the hospital, it goes to show how he impacted other people's lives.
What did that mean to you to know that your son did that?
Well, for me, I was diagnosed with cancer 9 years ago, and I was not supposed to live. And God blessed me because He knew I needed to be a father for these 2 boys. My 2 boys is what my life lived. I lived my life for my children. That was my why to keep fighting, and I'm cancer free. So God had a plan for me. So I was able to watch and be blessed so much. To having both my sons are amazing. My other son is just crushed, and I feel for him now, and he'll never be the same. None of us will. Grief, we all go through it, but the thing about grief is you don't get over it. You just learn to live with it. So, I don't have a choice other than to carry on. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure Austin's never forgotten. I'm sure he won't be. He's touched a lot of people's lives. He was a great individual, a leader, an athlete, very smart, 4.0. I couldn't ask for a better son. 2 of them. I couldn't ask. They were my whole life. And for it to be taken away so senselessly, when this guy was just sitting in Ron's spot and they asked him to move, and he winds up stabbing my son in the heart and killing him. It's unfortunate, but he's gonna have to answer for those consequences. And
Yeah.
I hope justice is served.
Yeah. Is that, and I know Hunter probably, everything happened so quickly. I mean, is that what he kind of told you what happened? Did you know Austin to have any enemies? Did Austin know this person?
No, they have no contact with this person ever before. I can tell you what happened. I know firsthand. I wasn't there, but I talked to my son, and I know exactly how it all transpired. It was multi-Frisco High School track meet. Many high schools were there. It started to rain, and they have their own little tent for Memorial, and they were sitting there, and someone was behind them mouthing off, and he turned around and said, "Who are you?" And he said, "I'm Mello." He said, "Well, you don't belong here. You don't go to Memorial." He had a Centennial tracksuit on. And he said, "You need to leave. This ain't your spot." And some words were discussed. I'm not going to say on camera but he asked him to leave and basically said, "Make me." And then he wound up stabbing him in the heart and killing him. All over someone sitting in the wrong spot at a track meet.
I believe the father that's the story that he got from his son. I believe him. I truly believe him. Because why would anybody tell you the fucked up shit that they did that caused the situation to happen? Because y'all heard what he said, and y'all are gonna hear the news reports. He said his son told him they were sitting in the tent, and they looked behind him and happened to see that Carmelo just happened to be there, and they noticed that he wasn't from the school, and they told him he needed to leave. That's what his son, the one that's still living, told him. Not one news report has ever reported that. Not one police report has reported that. But that's what his son told him. So if you're starting off the lie from the get-go, it's making me really, truly wonder what the true story actually is. Miss Jackson, what you got on this? And I see Miss Clicks and Views up in here. She said no self-control. Get your ass up on the panel, girl.
Yeah, I think you be having to mute me.
Yeah, I do, because it be echoing.
Right. But well, I noticed one thing he pointed out and said that Hunter told him, his other son that's still here, that Carmelo, when it started raining, everybody ran up under their tent, and Carmelo just ran up in their tent, and so when Austin asked him to leave and go to his own tent, said Carmelo just started talking trash. She just started talking shit. So I peeped that, that's what Hunter told him. Like you said, what his son told him that happened, And so you just trying to say that, Carmelo just started talking shit to the dude out the blue, and they got into it, got to arguing, and some words were exchanged, like he said that he was not going to say on camera, and it led up to this physical altercation or violent deletion. So I mean, it's just something is off, and it don't make sense, because why would Carmelo run up in there just talking shit to the dude like that, just talking trash to him, and then all of a sudden Austin comes out the blue and just asks him to leave? So I'm like you. That's just what his son, he believed in what his son Hunter told him,
I agree.
When he say went down.
Yeah, that's what he said. Red said, got Red Illusion, and he said, should have been a high school tussle. Should have been a high school tussle. I got you. Yeah, it should have just been a fight. It shouldn't have been no stabbing going on. I think we all can agree on that. And that's why I said what I said, man. Prayers to this man's family. Over this small situation, the kid shouldn't have lost his life. I can say that sitting here standing all day and not feel no type of way about it. But I also have to understand in society that people need to have the right to defend themselves. In the way that he just said his son portrayed the incident to him was that it was just some words said and this kid just upped and stabbed him. But the police report says there was some sort of fight. And even the father, the first time when he gave his opinion on this about what happened, he said it was a fight. But now he's saying that it was just an argument. Look, it's a fucked up situation. It's a fucked up situation. Clicks of views said that doesn't matter. What triggered in Carmelo to push him to such a violent act. Okay. I got you. I see which side click on. But either way though,
I want to say, we need to bring the full circle legally, whether it was a verbal altercation or a physical altercation, whether they just got to arguing, you know what I'm saying, or whether it was a fist fight, that it was a physical altercation. That plays a big difference in the court of law, whether they will determine is, self-defense or premeditated.
Yeah, and Red said fight can be verbal, body language, confrontation. No, Red, when they say fight on the news, that means it's a physical altercation. I understand that you want to try to pull up the definition of shit, but that doesn't that's not applying to the situation. Even Carmelo said that he put his hands on him. Nobody disagrees with that. It wasn't just no verbal shit and he just stabbed the kid. And that's why I was saying something about what the father just said. That's not the case. That's one thing that you can X off the board of possibly happening. That didn't happen. It wasn't just no talking and he stabbed him. We know that for a fact right now. But either way though, let's keep going.
Now, I don't blame his parents. I don't blame him. But they all will suffer too. I feel for their family because now their son will probably wind up in prison and learn that he killed someone, and he devastated and took my son that I can never get back. It's unfortunate for everyone involved, and I just hope it doesn't happen to anyone else. This world, there need to be changes, and it starts at home. So I don't know. I'm not judging. I'm just having to say that try to be kind in this world, and if you can't be kind, find someone who is.
Oh my gosh, Jeff. I mean, is there anything else that you want people to know about Austin? If you want people to know how he'll be remembered, is there anything else that you haven't shared?
I mean, it's hard right now. My thoughts are all over the place, to be honest. I mean, there's so many great things about him. I could probably sit here for 3 hours and go on and on and on. But he was a great friend. He was a leader. He was well respected in school by his teammates, by his coaches, by his friends. His girlfriend came up to me and said, "You know what? He talks about you a lot, and he loved you, and he treated me with great respect." And he goes, "You taught him that. He was going to turn out to be a great individual and impact this world with positivity." So he was on the right track. He was doing everything right. I was so proud to have two sons, not just him, but two sons that do the exact same thing. My other son Hunter's like, "Dad, I can't go on because Austin always had my back." I said, "I know." And when I kissed his forehead today, as his body was cold, I ran my fingers through his hair. I told him, "It's not goodbye. It's see you later. I'll join you at some point too, son. You just beat me to this place. So you keep an eye on me up there. Put in a good word for me. We'll meet again." Yep. It's the only thing that's keeping me together. Otherwise, I'd be in a rubber room right now. So all I can do is pray. I don't understand it, but I have to live through it, and I have to still be here for my other son. So my journey's not done. It just took a really bad detour today that I'll probably never get over. I'll live with it the rest of my life. And I sure as hell don't want any other parent to feel the way that I feel today. Because when I got the call, I was scared, but I was hoping like he's stabbed in the stomach. It's not gonna be that big a deal, surgery, as long as he's okay. When I saw him, I knew it wasn't good. And then when his brother told me, "Dad, I tried to hold the wound to the blood, but there was too much. And he died in my arms. It's tragic. I don't know what else to really say.
How can the community best help you right now? Help you and your family right now? Is it thoughts and prayers? Is there a GoFundMe? How can they help you?
I hadn't even thought about that. That's a good idea. GoFundMe. I'll probably have someone set that up, and prayers. I believe I'm heavy in faith, and we just pray that this doesn't happen again to someone else. Unfortunately, I get to be the example, but we have to try to turn negatives into positives. And he was a great kid, and he impacted a lot of lives. I'll never forget him, and neither will a lot of other people. So, community-wise, talk to your kids, teach your kids. It all starts at home. I know this world has changed. I'm old school. It's a different world. It's unfortunate, but we all have to evolve. And if we all don't come together, black, white, yellow, brown, I don't care. It's all about human beings. We gotta care about each other. We gotta be kind to each other. You need to show compassion, show empathy, not anger, not rage. Teach your kids the right from wrong. And pray to God this doesn't happen to yours.
No. Do you have any questions for Jeff? No. Jeff, anything else you'd like to share?
No, I just pray for my family right now in this time. It's a very tough time. I'm not sure how we will get through it, but I know God will get us through it.
All right, and that's the father. That's the father of the young man who got stabbed, who's no longer here. Miss Jackson, man, go ahead and give me your thoughts real quick, on the final things that he said before we go to the next video.
It's a different world than where we come from. Hey, I know back in my generation and the generation before me, if people, bumped heads, I had a disagreement, or if things got heated, we just fought that shit out and let the best man win. Nowadays, these new generation, they picking up weapons and shit, especially the guys. Females are more apt to fight, I will say that. But, man, these dudes just shooting each other up and shooting each other down. And then what makes it so bad is black on black crime. We already have other obstacles against us as African Americans. Then we send back deleting each other, hurting each other, hate crimes against each other. And until we can first learn how to stand in unity and empower amongst ourselves, then we can't even consider worrying about a different race or others to respect us and treat us with equality and we all stand in unity. So yeah, at the end of the day, it's sad, but it's true. And unfortunately, the truth hurts. Reality is ugly. And until we learn to face that reality, there will be no change. There will be no transition. We have to learn to accept, face reality, admit that there's a problem, and then learn to address that problem in order to solve it or have that change or transition that we need. So unfortunately, it's just a different world than where we come from, man. And the father just kept it real. He spoke from his heart. And, again, he didn't attack anyone. He didn't judge anyone or put the blame on anyone. He spoke as a parent. And, at the end of the day, he's just going to let the law do their job.
I agree with that. I saw that Red, you left this comment. You said father is clearly at risk of psychotic break, handling it well. I agree with that. Any father that loses their son, I wouldn't be surprised if they went out and did something crazy, and I wouldn't put too much on them about it, to be honest with you. Like, if somebody took your child away and you went and took that person out or took out somebody in the process of trying to take them out, I would have a little bit more leniency on you than I would on somebody that just went out and just did something to somebody because, they just a criminal, right? But I can see how he could, dude, that's hard to bear. And I feel that man pain. I really feel that man pain the way he talking, because that is his son. Regardless of whether his son was in the right or in the wrong, I feel his pain. Now, I have my opinion about which side of that right and wrong his son was on, but I feel his pain because no parent wants to bury their child. he already probably wasn't even getting enough time to spend with him. He was probably just getting weekend visitation. So yeah, he probably cared a lot about his son. And then he said didn't even think about a GoFundMe. Interesting. Supposedly he didn't think about a GoFundMe, but he did say he'll find somebody to set it up for him. I know what that was. I know what that was, but I'm not even gonna jump into that one. I know what that was. But I want to show you why I have respect for this father, because there are a lot of people in society that want to keep playing that race game and making everything a race thing. And the sad part is it's the same people that tell other people they're race baiting. They tell everybody else when they speak out about racial issues in society that they're the race baiters, but these are actually the true race baiters. And his father had some nice, kind words for one of y'all race baiters. And this guy knows who he is. But I know there's a lot of people like him. And I want you to listen to the words of his father and take it to heart. Because this little game that y'all want to play, because y'all just straight up racist, y'all need to listen to what this father said. Because he actually lost somebody. Y'all motherfuckers ain't lost shit and you already running off at the mouth. I want y'all to hear this shit. They had a protect white lives or some shit type rally where like 18 people showed up or some shit. And this guy don't even know the man. He doesn't know the child. He doesn't know anybody. And he decided to hold this rally where nobody showed up. He's gonna have a conversation with the father, and I want y'all to hear him. This black guy's gonna facilitate the call for him. Check it out. Check it out real quick, like.
So Jeff, do you huh?
This is not a good faith discussion.
Okay, hold on. Here's Jeff. Hold on. So Jeff, go ahead. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey Jeff,
This is the father. Jeff is the father that's on the phone.
Jake Lang here. Jeff, first of all, my entire heart rests in your hands. I would be in my position, not even somebody even knew your son, but somebody that shares the same understanding. I grew up as a 17-year-old young white man too, and I grew up in fear of my life around black people because they were killing and robbing people around me all the time. And I don't understand, as I was a father, you could sit idly by and not condemn the culture that killed your son. There is an epidemic problem in this country, and your voice could be one of the loudest voices in this country, but you've chosen to recoil out of fear and continue the suppression. Why will you not stand with me and with the rest of the people? We're not calling for racial divide. We're not calling for hatred. We're saying 350,000 attacks on white people by black people a year in this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say with that? Maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point? God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today.
Hey, y'all heard what this man said. This father just lost his kid. And he came in here and just said that bullshit. Ms. Jackson, give me your thoughts on what this guy just said. Because you about to hear the words of the father. You got to unmute yourself again. But you're going to have to, this man just lost his son. And you come in here with this race baiting shit. Give me your thoughts.
Now, is he supposed to be, what is his position? Is he an attorney or?
No. He's a January 6th rioter.
Okay. Well, that goes to show you all he gives a damn about. You know, is Donald Trump in office and all he give a damn about is green, $1. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's ridiculous, man. I mean, first of all, can't nobody imagine what this man is going through. If you're not a parent and you have not lost a child, you don't know. We can't feel his pain. We don't know what he's going through. We can say our heart goes out to him. I can only imagine. But you know that you have no clue what this man is going through. So he's just talking out the side of his neck. And anybody else, as far as that goes, you know, it's a tragic case at the end of the day. And it's very senseless because what could have been so serious for, you know, even Carmelo to feel the need to pull out a weapon at the end of the day? Man, let the best man win in reality. That's the reason that reverts back to my last speech to say it's a different world than where I come from. Our generation, you know, we just, you know what I'm saying? We just squash that out and let the best man win. But, you know, people are so easy and insensitive to life to just easily, you know, want to take life. And you don't have that right of possession. You didn't give life. You don't have a right to take it. So he ain't talking about nothing. He's just trying to be seen, you know, and blow up the hype. That's how I feel about it.
I agree. I think this guy right here is the people that they need to call race baiters. I think this guy's a piece of fucking shit. Maybe he should have been on the other end of that knife. Just saying. But I want y'all to hear what Austin's father had to say back to him after he said that shit. Because he told this man he was being weak about not jumping on this racial argument. And shout out to Shicey. She said, seen her up in here. She said, lady, you can't go around insulting people, then tell them how to respond. I agree with that. I think we agree with that. It said like what? I guess you talking to you. I don't fucking know. But yeah, I agree with that statement. You can't go around putting your hands on people and then getting mad about how they respond to you putting their hands on you. I'm a firm believer in that. I'm a firm believer in that. But listen to what the father said back to him.
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, my turn to speak. You are part of the fucking problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking...
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk.
I gave you your time. You take my son's face off your website. I'm not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. You are creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
Here, you are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak. Condemn your...
Hold on. Dude, what the fuck did that motherfucker... Hold up. Let me go back a second.
Creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. You are creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
Here, you are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak.
Black man here. Black man here.
You need to leave. That is disgusting.
Get the fuck out the conversation, bitch. Fuck you talking about black man here.
Hey, I see what's going on. So he trying to say he weak because he's not holding hate in his heart. But if you know anything about, that man said he has faith, strong, firm faith in God. And you will know that you don't defeat hate with hate. You don't fight fire with fire. You overcome evil with good. So all he trying to do is boost him up to stoop to Carmelo's level, if that's how he feel that, Carmelo did a dirty deed by taking his life, if that's how he views the situation, and hold hate in his heart. Well, that ain't gonna bring your boy back. It still ain't gonna bring your son back when you get through. So, I mean, it's just, he on some racism shit. I mean, he gotta be if he stand up for Donald Trump.
Shit crazy, man. I'm gonna let him keep going, though. That black dude need to shut the fuck up.
Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
Hey, Jeff. That's
the problem. You've been submitted.
Hold on, Jeff.
You've been submitted.
I'll handle it from here.
You've been submitted, sir.
You're not gonna make
If
us
we
back
were all,
down.
if we were all of your nature,
Guys, listen.
You're
Let
not
me say
gonna
this.
say
Do you know who you're talking to? You don't, do you?
He told this father he has been submitted. Submitted to what? That's my question. They always say that when an incident happens where a cop shoots a black kid or some shit like, Ahmaud Arbery, all them black folks come out saying it's racial stuff. They're making it racist. What the fuck is this? A white kid life got taken by a black kid. What's the first? This motherfucker held a rally, put this man's son on his website, and then talked down to the father because the father didn't want to make it a racial issue. The father had to tell him, you take my son's face off your website. This is a dude that stormed the Capitol, beat police. I really wish I could show y'all this picture of this guy. This dude came out there with a shield, a helmet, and a bat. One of them little girl bats.
But hey, I was hoping
ahead.
you would finish showing the clip because I was trying to see what the black dude was talking about.
I ain't finna cover him. They just started. He started trying to argue with him and started getting racist with him. I wasn't even finna show that part.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's besides the point of what I'm trying to get to tonight. But yeah, if y'all want to, I'll drop the link of that video down below, and y'all can go watch that shit later if you want to. But Sexy said, "Where has forgiving and forgetting got you niggas?" Protesting, marching why your people are lying dead in the streets. Shiesty getting crunk with it.
It's nice to
Getting
come on
crunk
up on
with
the
it.
panel and express your opinion or your facts. Come on up on the channel and say why your point is a fact, and that's the correct way to handle nonsense, to stoop to their dumbass level. So that's what I challenge you to do.
Shiesty ain't gonna come up there.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Shiesty just gonna keep talking in the chat. But look, I feel her point of view. Oh, she was talking to you earlier. She said that's a comment for you. She said you're weak-minded. I'll let you get a response to her real quick. Like, before I go to the next thing.
Keep on going, Jay. Keep on going. I don't entertain nonsense.
All right. I want people to understand something. Like this situation is an issue. It's an issue, and it shouldn't have happened, man. It shouldn't have happened. It would have been good if you know, the situation never even transpired, man. Like, honestly, if you put it like that, like, there should be no life lost in this situation. But
correct. I mean, it's really sad. You know, these are children. 17 years old, they little children. They had a whole future ahead of them. And all this is because they got into it about who knows. The truth is, he say, she say, you know, who knows what the real issue was about. But whatever it wasn't that serious. Again, I'm speaking from all aspects because, you know, people have different point of views. And legally, we have to get down to the bottom of, was there a physical altercation? And if it was a fight, Carmelo said they got the fist fighting. Well, we need more proof in the pudding. We need more receipts to show that there was a physical fist fight, number one. Or was it just a verbal altercation? Now, let's just start step by step. Oh, girl, that's common sense. Let's start step by step. Was it physical, a physical fight? Or was it a verbal altercation? Verbal means words, okay? Now, that's just the basics. Now, even if it got physical, legally, Carmelo said that on his statement, but legally that hasn't been, you know, valid, proven that that's what took place. But either way it go, again, I'm a stay firm because I'm a leader and I'm very strong-minded. And a strong man stand alone. I don't need no amen, no cheerleaders or none of that shit. The truth will prevail. At the end of the day, I say it's a different world than where I come from. I don't know where the hell you come from, but let the strong man win. Let the best man win. Fight that shit out and be through with it. But guess what? Everybody gonna live to go home. They're gonna go home to their family. They're gonna wake up to see another day. So you tell me how that make it make sense. You tell me how that make it make sense, girl. Whoever you is throwing in your 2 cents. But I'm just telling you that it was nothing that serious. I don't care what Austin brother Hunter says happened, and I don't care what Carmelo says that happened. It was nothing that serious for someone to lose their life as a child. They are children, and no parent should have to bury their child. Period. Point blank. Period. So at the end of the day, you know, the case is going is being investigated, and the trial is going, you know, pop off here soon, and we'll see what the end going to be, what the results is going to be. But it's just very unfortunate.
I'm gonna let you get that last one off real quick. Like she said, you weren't there, sweetheart. I'm gonna let you get that one. Let me reread comment too. And I want you to unmute yourself after because I was getting an echo. He said every day feels more and more like an episode of Boondocks. And then Shiesty came back in. 2 twins attacked me, and they're getting packed. Okay. Go ahead. Unmute yourself. Matter of fact, I can hit it. Go ahead.
Okay, so where's the receipts to show that 2 twins attacked him? That's my point. Let's look at it from a logical perspective. Where's the proof to show that them 2 boys physically jumped him? Now you come up on the panel and show it to us. I'll be glad to see it. And then you wasn't there either, sweetheart. So that's the point. Use your common sense. We don't know what happened. Okay, because nothing has been set in stone. We know a little bit of Carmelo's statement, and that's basically all that, you know, the press done pretty much put out there at this point. So let's just learn the facts first before you judge an opinion.
Look, I think where she's leaning right now is that it's very possible that them two twins actually tried to jump him, and that's why he stabbed him. I think y'all both just switch sides on y'all arguments like this real quick. I don't know how the fuck that happened.
Well, you remember I was saying earlier, Jay, that I've heard all different kind of things, different stories, and I originally heard that it was some past, drama and back and forth and beef going on between them.
Yeah, that's not true.
And that's the reason why he felt the need to go to practice strapped up. You see what I'm saying? It's all kind of shit been said. You go say or whatever. But again, receipts is the only thing that's going to stand. We got to wait and find out the facts. That's just the point I'm stressing.
I be wondering where the hell y'all be hearing that shit from?
Man, people gonna talk.
On TikTok, like, God damn.
People gonna run their mouth and make up shit, and she's saying by the time it get down back to us, it's a whole different story.
I ain't gonna hold you on it. Look, just real quick, Red, don't feel bad. She came around to the right side. I think. I don't know if she did or not. Came to Shiesty, but from what we know right now, man, there was an altercation. Something happened. From what the police told us, it was a fight, and a young man lost his life. I feel for the father once again. I feel his pain. I feel his pain. I know how it is to see somebody that you care about not be here no more. Especially, it's on a whole nother level when it's your child. So I can't fault him for that. And I'm glad that they didn't cover a lot of the mother's interview, because the mother just pretty much just tried to put the blame on everybody else. The father was actually being reasonable about the situation, because honestly, he don't fucking know. He said all he knows is what his other son told him. And if his son went in there, both of them went in there trying to start some shit, that ain't something they gonna tell their father. Yeah, we went over here and tried to fuck this black kid up, and he ended up stabbing my brother and he died. He ain't finna tell you that shit. That's not something he gonna tell you. But throughout the investigation, because there were a lot of children there, even though it was raining, there were children underneath that tent. We're gonna get the actual true story of it. And it's crazy to see that you don't have any video of it. And I'm just gonna say this. I already saw that there were already some little threats put on the internet that if any of those kids out there released the video of what actually transpired, because supposedly there is video, they said they were gonna ruin their families' lives. So we're gonna see how this trial plays out. Anthony family, he posted bond. There was a GoFundMe out there. Well, Give Sing Go. That's the one that everybody likes to use now. And they raised enough money. He got out on bond. He had $1 million bond, so he had to post $100,000. Got to get that 10%. But he's out. He's like, he got an ankle monitor and shit like that. And we're gonna have this trial, y'all. We're gonna have this trial. And we're gonna find out what happened. But I will say this to the people that are so quick to tell everybody else what they should and shouldn't do. A lot of folks, every time there was a shooting with cops and a black person happened to be the victim of it, you could tell the black community, don't be quick to judge. I'll turn that right back around to the white community, because y'all were the ones who were saying it. How about y'all fucking take your own goddamn advice? Because this kid has been called everything but a child of God. His family has been thrown through the mud. They're saying that they're buying houses and cars and all this shit. Anything negative to say. But when we call out a cop, when we actually see a video of them shooting somebody in the back, you tell us to wait for more evidence. But you don't even know what the fuck happened in this situation from what we have in the reports. And you're ready to condemn somebody. I want y'all to slow your roll. I understand that y'all got a little hate in your heart because you don't know your history and you think everybody just picking on you, even though you don't know your own people run this shit. Slow down. Hold your horses. Hold your horses real quick, because there's a lot of things that actually you probably don't know happened. And you might be surprised when trial comes out. But actually, to that point, though, and let me read Shicey's comment real quick. Like she said, I seen Carmelo dad's friend in TikTok telling the story. Okay, I got you, girl. I got you, girl. There's been a lot of people talking about actually what transpired that day, eyewitnesses on different social media shit. The question is, do we know if that's truly them or not? But we've heard stories. But for all the people that have all these, and I'm gonna say this really, really, really quickly, for all these white folks that have all this outrage, like how dare this? This is the black community and all this shit. I want y'all to watch this real quick. Because this Carmelo Anthony situation happened in Texas. Carmelo stabbed another student. Black kid stabbed a white kid. All this outrage. I just got one question. What was the outrage for this?
Well, we want to bring you some breaking news. Right now, a jury has just returned a verdict in the trial of Cason Allison.
Yes, we just found out that Allison is guilty of a criminally negligent homicide in the stabbing death of his Belton High School classmate, Joe Ramirez, back in 2022. We want to send this straight over to 6 News reporter Sydney Walker. Sydney, we know you've been following this from the very beginning. First question I want to ask is, emotions in the courtroom, how were those?
Yeah, emotions were very high. That can be expected. It's been a long couple of days. Yesterday, we were here over 10 hours. 12 hours, probably the whole day from 9 a.m. if you're including that. So people are tired. They were ready for a verdict. People ran into the courtroom as soon as we heard there was a verdict. People were running to the front to grab tissues. There was shaking. There was crying on both sides, just out of anticipation. And once that verdict was read, there were sighs of relief, audible sighs of relief from Allison's side, and tears and shaking from the side of Joe Ramirez. There's a lot of high emotions all around. So absolutely a very emotional case. I know some people, this was not the verdict they were hoping for. Others, they're just happy to have some sort of something against Allison. There's a lot of emotions in this case.
Okay, thank you, Sydney. Now, we do know, this verdict is kind of coming to us late. We have been waiting for almost, 2 days now. Do you have any idea what took so long?
Right. Well, so in this case, they had to first consider murder or self-defense, or neither of those, then continue to go down into manslaughter or self-defense, or neither of those. And then the last one was what he was charged with, criminally negligent homicide, or not guilty on that. So there were a lot of layers to this. And in my opinion, I think that is what ended up taking them so long, because they had to go through each charge, which takes time. They had to review all of the evidence, make sure that they were considering everything. They had the opportunity to review testimony from the court reporter. There was a lot that had to be discussed. And, we got back today. They might have just wanted to sleep on it last night. We got back today, and then we had a verdict by 10:45 a.m., not too long after we got here, about 2 hours-ish after we got here. So most of the discussions were occurring yesterday, but yeah, they had to go through quite a few charges to get to where we were today.
All right, thank you so much, Sydney. I want to point this out real quick while we still have our viewers. I know that a manslaughter charge carried up to a 2 to 20-year sentence. You mentioned how Ramirez's side was crying. Meanwhile, Allison's side was doing a sigh of relief, because we know that the charge that he was charged with is a lesser charge. It means that carelessness led to an act of death, which could mean up to 10 years in prison or no prison time at all. So that's kind of why you're getting those reactions. I do want to ask, however, did you get to see Cason Allison's face, and what was his face looking like whenever that verdict was read?
Well, in typical fashion, Allison was pretty quiet. He was standing up. The defense was standing up while they received the news from the jury. We didn't really hear or a peep from him, really get a reaction from him. It's kind of been that way throughout this whole case. He's been pretty stone-faced, pretty quiet, as well as his family side has been pretty quiet. But today we heard a rare sound from his side, sighs of relief, after they heard their son would not be going to jail for life in prison, at least. But, we still don't know. That sentencing is not going to be until July. So we have some time until we figure that out.
And just another question for you, Sydney. The jury, talk about their emotions. Were you able to read any of their expressions on their face, or how were they during the trial and today?
I'm gonna skip ahead real quick, because they need to tell exactly what happened.
Paid a trial, and I know people.
Attorney is going to
room now. As you can see, emotions very.
All right, here you go. We gonna come back full screen real quick, for a second, because yeah, they just. I need y'all to just tell them what the hell happened. This don't even make no sense. So I'm gonna show this like this. Here we go. Fuck. I don't know why the fuck they did all that goddamn talking. But either way, y'all, one more time.
Our top story tonight, new developments are being revealed in the Cason Allison murder trial. Allison is accused of fatally stabbing fellow Belton High School student Joe Ramirez. 6 News reporter Sydney Walker was back in the courthouse today. And Sydney, what happened?
There was a lot of discussion today about Allison's past actions, his overall character, and even a past threat that was made. A close friend of Allison and an ex-girlfriend of Joe Ramirez actually testified today, saying that she had heard Allison tell her directly a threat towards Joe Ramirez. Texts between Allison and a close friend were shared today. In discussing this, Allison texts "Bro, bring me a gun," and calls Joe broke, saying he'll have to walk to their fight. Allison's close friend and Ramirez's old girlfriend said in that threat that Allison planned to fight Ramirez and said, quote, "He wanted Joe on life support and wanted to stomp his head in." Belton investigator Robert Preston was on the stand for most of the day, and he shared a Snapchat audio recording in which Allison can be heard calling Ramirez names and saying he wanted to, quote, "send him to the hospital." In cross-examination, the defense tried to discredit the investigators' overall investigation, asking why he didn't review certain security videos or obtain witnesses' phones when the school was on lockdown. Lastly, another detective, Robert Gatewood, shared an audio recording from when he arrested Allison at his home. Allison can be heard asking someone to come get him and take him to Waco during this arrest when he says, quote, "I was just trying to protect myself." The defense revealed that Allison had thrown up during his questioning after he saw his knife and was later determined to have a closed head injury. More witnesses are expected to take the stand tomorrow as this trial continues at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Live in Belton, Sydney Walker, 6 News.
All right, thanks.
All right, so y'all kind of got a little gist. There were 2 kids in Texas because, you know, the Carmelo Anthony shit happened in Texas. This happened a couple years earlier. There was a white kid and a Hispanic kid that were beefing. They were beefing. They met up in a bathroom in school to fight. And the white kid pulled out a knife and stabbed the Hispanic kid 4 fucking times and deleted him. He killed him. And he was found of negligent homicide. Now think about this, y'all. I want y'all to understand this because there's not been no white outrage about who raised them. They're a thug or nothing like this. You went to a fist fight and stabbed somebody, right? Something you knew you were walking into. So carrying a knife in there would be what would you call it, Miss Jackson? Premeditated? I think that's the word that they wanted to go with. Because, you know, you said the same thing about Carmelo. Well, why would you bring a knife to a track meet? Why would you bring a knife to a fist fight? Those same people found that this kid was only guilty of negligent homicide. This kid could get probation. He stabbed the kid 4 times. Carmelo stabbed somebody once. This kid made threats on his phone that he wanted to send him to the hospital, wanted to stomp his head in. Negligent homicide. But a kid that don't even know another kid. Don't even know another kid. Never made no threat to him, never knew it was any beef or nothing. Something just happened to happen at a track meet. And y'all want to give this kid a death penalty. Where's the outrage for that Hispanic family that lost their child when this kid who threatened to put him in the grave already multiple times stabbed him 4 times? But y'all want to put this young black man, you want to throw the book at him. Somebody make it make sense to me. Because I wanted to throw that at the end. Because I'm like, it makes no sense. Your logic is not logicking. You sound like a hypocrite. You sound like a hypocrite when you defend that shit. If you have that energy and that veracity for Carmelo Anthony, you should have had that same energy for Carson Allison. You should have had it for him. But I didn't hear a fucking word. I ain't hear a word. And I saw it on the news. But keep going. Go ahead, Miss Jackson. Go ahead. I'm gonna look at some of these comments real quick. Like, see, Shicey said those twins have pictures with guns as well. Yeah, they damn sure do. Good job, Shicey, on that. They do. She also said those likely weren't gang signs. That's just how young people pose. And then Red said hunting and military pictures are a lot different than SoundCloud rapper pictures. Red, they weren't in military clothes. They were in hunting clothes. And then Shicey said red, same-ish guns. There you go. But go ahead. And then hold on real quick. Shicey said red, that's you being prejudiced. Okay. Go ahead, Jackson.
But you hit on the head. You know, pretty much why would this young fella who has made threats in a pattern in a cycle or a history of him being violent or have the potential to be violent, and it's targeted a certain person to make that person his victim, and then go
You breaking up a little bit. You breaking up a little bit. You breaking up a little bit. You going in and out.
Can you hear me a little clearer?
Say something again.
Okay, I was saying, can you hear me a little bit clearer?
Yeah, you still breaking up a little bit. Try to read. I don't know. Shit, you been there the whole. Yeah, I'm about to say you been there the whole time. You just
No. It's the phone, like I told you last night, I had to cool down and start. Like it's running hot, freeze up or something.
yeah, you going in and out. You just going in and out. But go ahead, keep going. I'll tell you if it get too bad.
Yeah, I'll probably have to jump off in a few because my phone like start running hot or something. It got cooled down.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah, but like I was saying, I'm trying to talk as clear or as close as I can. But there was a history and a pattern of this young man being violent or have the potential to be violent, and pointed out a particular victim to attack, and went to school and committed that act. All right, and pretty much that's legally determined or defined as premeditated, and deleted this person with a violent crime, a vicious crime, and had a slap on the wrist with the charge. There was no first degree M charge or no capital M charge. You know, like Jay said, that has the possibility of getting probation or definitely getting released early because of a lesser charge. So that goes to show the hypocrisy in the judicial system. Something definitely needs to be done about it.
I agree with you. Shicey said, well, here you go. When Red said the hunting and military pictures are a lot different than SoundCloud rapper pictures, Shicey responded with saying, Red, same-ish guns. She also said, Red, that's you being prejudiced. Red said, and with a question mark, like he don't care. Shicey responded to that and said, it's the racism that suggests that black people with guns are worse than white people with guns. And she also said, look at God. Red's always gonna show his prejudice when it comes to these type of topics. Like, I've grown accustomed to it. I know what side Red's on when it comes to things, and he's always gonna stay on that side. At least he's consistent, at least with that, regardless of whether it's hypocritical or not. But yes, Shicey, you are correct. People in society view black people with guns completely different than how they view black people with guns. There's been a demonization and a criminalization of black people since they've been in this country. And for the folks that don't know their own history of their own country, I understand you wouldn't understand this. But if you actually decided to look at the evil shit your ancestors did, you would understand why black people are viewed a certain way. You just woke up one day and black people just happen to be bad, huh? You don't know why? It ain't because of what they do, because black people do the same thing white people do. And the sad part, in some cases, they do it less than others. And then on top of that, they do it less than others while they have a magnifying glass on top of their head. Because think about it, police don't patrol y'all neighborhoods, they patrol ours. But we commit crimes at similar rates. Just think about it, if the police didn't patrol over here and they patrolled over there. Who do you think would be committing more crimes? See, people need to really look at their own people. And see, Shicey said, matter of fact, hold up. Let's see, Red said, look at the numbers too. Yeah, I explained the numbers. Yeah. When you only police one group of people, you only watch one group of people, yeah, you're gonna find whatever the fuck you're looking for. Everybody breaks the law. Everybody does. Everybody. Every person watching right now, every person alive right now has broken a law. The only difference is the people who got caught. But when you're watching a certain group of people, you're more likely to catch them more than the people you don't pay attention to. But even when you don't pay attention to these people, their crime is very similar to the people you watching all goddamn day long. So what do you think if you watch them all day long, what would their crime look like? People need to actually start thinking about shit for a little bit. They watch black people nonstop. They patrol our neighborhoods nonstop. You say that's where the crime is. Ain't no crime in the suburbs. Ain't no meth houses in the suburbs. The plug for the city ain't in the suburbs. Bitches ain't getting beat up. Motherfuckers ain't getting raped, deleted in the suburbs. That shit ain't happening. It ain't happening in the trailer park. That shit ain't happening, right? It's just only in the black neighborhood, right? See, you can miss me with that shit. Because when you know people, you know people. When you know people, you know people. I'll put it like that. And see how Red said, at least I'm not a hypocrite. I gave you that. Yeah, at least you're not a hypocrite. You consistently racist. You consistently racist. I'll just put it like that. You consistently on that bullshit. Shiesty said, at what numbers white men commit 68% of violent crime, I believe. And said, I'm wrong. She said white men commit 78% of crime, violent crime. And then Red said, again, per capita. And Red, you can keep saying per capita. You can keep saying per capita. And Shiesty, good job on researching that for me real quick, like, because it's a narrative that a lot of people keep trying to put out there. Red says per capita, that means, okay, white people, obviously there's more white people in America, so obviously they would commit more crimes. But per capita, black people commit more violent crimes. No, black people are looked at more for committing violent crimes. How many people have been let out of jail or have found out decades later that their family were murdered by white cops in Alabama? Never served a day in jail for the crimes they committed. But people find out about it later. When people are not looking at you, you're not going to get stopped. You're not going to get convicted. You're not going to get processed through the justice system. Like, I don't get how people don't get that. The cops ain't looking at white folks like they're looking at black folks. They're not. They're just not. Am I tripping or am I not tripping? Jackson, are they patrolling through Mountain Brook, Alabama like they patrolling through goddamn West End? Damn, you still breaking up. You might need to put that phone in the freezer. Put it in the freezer. Yeah, jump off and come back. God damn, that shit breaking up real bad. But nah, like real shit, y'all. If they're not looking at you, if you're not looking for something, it's gonna be hard to find it. But when you're looking for something, it's easy to find it. That's just how shit goes, man. White folks always want to know what black folks doing. Cause we popping around here. Y'all ain't really popping around there, man. Just be honest with you. Majority of people ain't fucking with the shit y'all be doing. Let's see, I got Red in the building. This was what's up. Oh, hold on, Red. Show me your face in the background real quick. Like, I fucked around and did something stupid. All right, I got you. Let me read your comment first real quick. Like he said, there are more murders per 100,000 black women than there are for white men. And then Shiesty said Red has old talking points. He do. But we got Red in the building. What's up, Red? Don't say nothing racist.
How you doing? Thanks for having me.
You already know it.
Yeah, I'm Red Illusion. You can find me at Red Illusion. I just dropped a freestyle on YouTube. But it's hard to find me on YouTube. You can find me on Instagram and Snapchat, Red Z Illusion, and The Red Illusion. That's where I'm selling my art.
All right, well, go ahead and give me your thoughts on it, man. I already know you've been saying stats and shit.
You know, despite what you might think, I actually don't have a dog in this fight. Even though you might think I'm Team White.
You are Team White. Why are you lying?
No, I'm actually not. You know, I agree with you in the sense that this is a tragedy for both parties involved. Honestly, like I think both of these young guys like really got in an unfortunate situation. But that being said, I think objectively you could also say that Carmelo Anthony's defense attorneys are going to have a hard time on this case. Even, you know, because word on the street is the police have surveillance footage of what went down. Now, depending on what you think, what you assume went down, whatever that surveillance footage might prove, I don't think it's enough to exonerate Carmelo.
Hey, look, I would love if they had security footage of it. I would love it because people need
it's
to
a
know what
school
happened.
ground, a track team, a track event. You would think. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, but the one thing that's gonna hurt that a little bit if they do, and people, because I'm thinking you leaning like, well, it's gonna show that he did something wrong and he's gonna get fucked up. You know, it was storming out there, raining like a motherfucker. So I don't know what security camera's gonna see some shit through
Yeah,
some
but
strong
there was
rain.
also, but see, here's the thing, Jay. There was also several tents.
There were several cell phones too that actually look. I told you I saw where people were threatening these young kids not to release the videos that they had, because you know in high school how these kids are. Something starts to pop off, some words start flying. I mean, their phones already out. It ain't nothing to hit the goddamn record
Well,
button.
you'd be surprised how quick stuff gets out on like the deep web.
Yeah. Real quick, that's what I'm saying. There's definitely going to be video of it. But what were you saying? You were about to say something else?
I think regardless of what the surveillance video shows, from what we've heard of the 3 credible witnesses so far, the first one was obviously the twin brother who we heard from the day it happened.
That's not credible.
Well, I mean, that's the initial witness testimony.
Yeah. Just get to the other two, because the brother's not
Okay,
going to be
so
credible.
the
The
other
brother's
one
going to take
was
his
a
take no matter
credible
what. Yeah.
that a local news agency interviewed, and the other one was a verified person online who saw what went down. Now, judging from
I
this,
heard a black dude talking about it. I heard a dude out there say he was out there with his kids and he saw it too. So,
okay,
but go
but
ahead. Tell me what they said. Tell me what the so-called verified people, because I don't know how you verify somebody. But go
well, you
ahead.
verify by getting like the actual name and information. You're like, oh, this person went to this high school and they were on the track team, and it's like, oh, all right, makes sense.
And guess what? A verified whistleblower.
Yeah, but all that considered, it's still going to be a pain in the ass to prove self-defense, because first of all, you have to get over the hurdle of criminal intent, because they're throwing him. They're throwing first-degree murder at him.
Yeah. They always do that with black kids.
So
They always do that with black people. Period. They try to hit us with
I
the
think
harsh
do that
charge.
with anybody who puts a knife in somebody's chest, and
They would
regardless.
have did it regardless. They would have did it regardless. If he hit him in the head with a bat, they would have charged him with first-degree attempted
Well,
murder.
I don't know about all that, because I've seen cases where that's not the case, but it's
Rare
hard
ain't
to
they? Rare ain't
self-defend
they?
a case like this because Carmelo has a lot of criminal intent.
How do you figure?
Well, first of all, he's bringing an illegal knife onto the school grounds. First of all, that's illegal. You're not allowed to have
Okay,
that.
real quick, Red. Did you ever carry a knife to school?
A pocket. Well, not an illegal knife.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Did you ever carry a pocket knife to school?
Yeah, because we used them in.
No. I don't need to know. I
Instructional
don't need to know what you use it for, because guess what? People don't care what he had a knife
It
for.
was. It was.
You
It was
carried a
clear.
knife before, right?
It was, but it was okay with the school administration because it was for.
Listen, Red. I'm pretty sure you didn't go to the principal or any of your teachers to be like, "Is it okay for me to have
Carmelo
this knife at
did
school?"
not stab
You didn't
him
do
with a fucking construction
How do you know
exact.
that? Have you seen the knife?
Because he stabbed his heart, which means that
Dude,
it
how
would
far do you
have
think
had
your heart
at
is from
least.
your goddamn fucking chest?
It's at
How
least
far do you
3
think
inches. It's at least 3 inches.
What knife do you know is smaller than 3 inches? That's a pocket knife.
An X-Acto knife.
Oh my god! So you talking about one of these? You talking about one of these? Talking about one of
Yeah,
these
yeah.
now?
That's what
No,
we
that
carried
ain't the
in
type of
high
knife they
school.
talking. So this is what you was carrying to school?
Yeah.
Man, get the fuck out of here, Rick.
What is that? What is that? I didn't get a good look
Pocket
at it.
knives. People don't call them bitches pocket knives, bro.
Well,
That's
bro,
a goddamn.
technically it was a
knife.
Technically, it was a knife, and I got into some trouble for having it on me because the hall monitor gave me shit about it, and I took it up with the school board, and they're like, "No, this is a certain length. You're allowed to have it."
And I bet money his knife was in the same. A 3-inch knife
No,
is within school
absolutely not.
policy.
Absolutely
You're
not.
not allowed to have
The
any
knife
weapons
was
at
at
school.
least. The knife was at least. 3-4 inches long, which is not permitted on school grounds because it have been because
No knife is permitted
Austin
on school
Metcalf is not a
grounds. What are
small
you talking
guy.
about?
He was a big guy. You need like a 3-4 inch blade to puncture
No, you
the
don't.
heart.
Look, red. Stop. Just stop that
But
shit.
no, you're not allowed to have a knife on the track. That's full blank
You're
stop.
not
First of all,
allowed to have a knife on school premises regardless. So when you said the
right?
school board told you that it was okay for you to have the knife you had,
Because
you know that's
it was
bullshit
the
anyways.
exact-
That's a bold-faced lie.
because it was provided for by the school and it was an X-Acto knife that was used for school purposes, so it was allowed.
Yeah, but
It
you
was
said you got in trouble.
I never got in trouble. Somebody tried to get me in trouble. I never got in trouble.
Dude, you're not allowed to have a knife at school, man. You're not allowed to have any weapons. I haven't been to any school where they
An
allow
actual knife, no. And that's the first. That's the first point of criminal intent. The second point, and this is the big one. This is the big one that's going to get Carmelo in court. Is the fact that after the fact, he fled the scene and got rid of the knife. That's not what an innocent person does.
Dude, he threw the knife in the stands where he stabbed him at.
That's not what an innocent person does.
He stabbed the kid, dropped the knife, and ran. He didn't know he was gonna get jumped. What are you talking about with an innocent person? So an innocent person gonna stand there in
Gonna
front.
get jumped. Oh, so now you're assuming. Okay, so now you're assuming his life was in danger.
You're assuming that it wasn't.
Well, no, that's a positive statement. Therefore, the burden of proof is on you.
No, you're trying to shape a narrative that you don't know is true or
No,
not.
you made a positive claim, which was that his life is in danger. You implied it, at least. So I'm asking, what's evidence for that?
He said to the police officer that he was defending himself. That's what he said. It's in the
So that's
report.
fair.
Huh?
So
obviously,
so
if
just
he
because someone says they did something,
felt the need to defend himself, and this was the level of his defense, then clearly he perceived his life to be in danger.
just because he said it.
How many times do you give the officer the benefit of the doubt when somebody's running away and they shoot him?
Okay, so now you're derailing. I'm asking you why you believe this, because he said it?
I'm just taking up the same fucking argument, the same talking points that you do. I'm taking the same
Oh,
stance.
well, I'm trying to take on the argument, actually.
I'm taking that stance. I'm taking the same position. Because you can't get into the mind of somebody in the moment when something's happening to them. You don't know what they're thinking in that split second. Things happen fast. He feared for his life. That's what he said.
No, he did not. No, he did not. Because we have from the 3 verified witness testimonies that we do have. Listen, everyone. It doesn't matter what side you're on. It does whether you're on Carmelo's side or the twin brother side. It doesn't matter. We can all agree that before any of this popped off, Carmelo was asked to leave. Right?
I want you to understand what you just said. Say it one more time. Say it one time. He was what?
Asked to leave.
How was he asked to leave?
Somebody said it wasn't one of the Metcalf brothers, but somebody. This is what we got from the 3 verified testimonies that I understand.
And I've been looking at all the videos.
All of this whole thing, this whole ordeal all started when somebody, it wasn't the Metcalf brothers, it was probably some girl, knowing how girls are. So some girl said, you're not supposed to be in this tent, can you leave? And then he was probably like, nah, fuck you. And then everyone's like, oh, you're not even from the school. And then, the Austin, the Metcalf brothers had to stand up as the alpha males and be like, yeah, get the hell out of here. And he's like, touch me, see what happens. And, maybe Austin puts his hands on him to like throw him out. And he gets, shanked in the chest. That's what I think happened.
And let's say that scenario that you just said actually happened. Let's say that is the story. You still think that kid's guilty?
Yeah, because first of all, criminal intent, and second of all, escalation of force,
Criminal
and
intent.
third,
What's the criminal intent? And let's go one by one. What's the criminal
because
intent?
he had a knife illegally, and he got rid of it and fled the
Illegally? What do you
scene.
mean? What do you mean he had a knife illegally?
Well, you're not allowed to have a knife on school grounds.
They weren't at the school. They've already covered that
The
before.
track is considered school
that was
ground.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. That's a
It
track
is.
in the city that anybody can use.
School track is school property, and it is considered school grounds. It
Okay,
is considered, all the laws of the school apply to that piece of property.
Okay. Okay. So here, you say he had an illegal knife on school grounds. Okay. Keep going. What was your next thing?
Yeah, after the fact, he fled the scene. He got rid of the knife, and there isn't,
What do you mean
because
by he
especially
fled?
in Texas,
What do you mean by he
Texas,
fled? Hold on. What do you mean by he fled?
he ran away.
He ran away from what the close
He
proximity
ran away
area
from
where
the
it
scene of the
happened.
crime.
Did he run all the way across town? Did he run out of the fucking established the
He
track
ran
field
about
area?
2 miles
He
away.
ran away from them. He ran away from them. That's not
It was
fleeing.
about 2 miles away.
No, he was not. The officer
That's
is in the
I mean,
police
that's what I
report.
heard.
The
He was
officer
on the other
talked
side of the track.
the other side of the track. So he was still on the track, right? He was still inside the track area, right?
Yeah, well, it's a big campus. I mean,
He didn't
millennial.
flee. So let's go to the next one. He didn't flee.
Yes, he
Let's
did
keep
flee.
going.
He fled, dude. He was over a mile
Got
away.
away
He was
from.
very
Got
far
away.
away.
No, he was not. In the police report, it says that the
Dude,
officer
they
caught
had to
him.
track him down. The police had to find him. So of course he was
Dude,
far away.
No, they did not. In the police report, it says they caught him on the fence line of the track field. What are you talking about? Go pull up the. You want me to pull up the police report for you?
The police, and even so, the
On
police
the
had to
fucking
find him.
fence line of the track field. Stop! Don't come in here with the lies, because I'm gonna correct that.
The track fields is in a different place than the track tents.
The track tents are inside of the track field. They're in the bleachers.
No. The track
stadium.
field
What
is
are you
on
talking
the
about?
side. He fled.
Did you not see the
He was
video?
far
Did you
away
not?
when it transpired. He wasn't right next to the Metcalf brother.
Red, he was still inside of the track area, the fence line.
But he fled the scene and he got rid of the knife.
If I stab somebody, I'm gonna get the fuck away from him too. What you talking about, Red?
But wouldn't you call the police and say, "Hey, I was just assaulted, and
So you hold on, Red. So you telling me if you stab somebody in the bleachers, because for whatever reason, I'm not even gonna give my point of view right now because I know what side of the story I've heard. But you stab somebody, you expect them to stand right there where they stabbed that person, where obviously they were aggressed on by multiple people, and it ended up with you stabbing somebody. You're gonna stand right there. You're not gonna get yourself away from them. You're just gonna
if you
stand
didn't
right
do anything wrong, yeah."
there. They fucking ran up. Did he approach them or did they approach him?
Well, he approached their tent and made a home in their tent.
Red, real quick. Did Anthony approach the Metcalfs or did the Metcalfs approach him?
Anthony approached the Metcalf's tent.
No. The Metcalfs were in an entirely different tent. You need to read the police report.
So why? How could this have ever happened if they were in two different tents?
Over to the tent. They came over there to the kid. You need to
So
read the police.
so they were in the same tent. Okay.
No, they were in different tents. Anthony was in
I
another
thought you said
tent.
it was raining.
And the Metcalfs were in both. Yes. Anthony was in a one tent that wasn't his school's. It was raining. He ran up under one tent. The Metcalfs, both the twins, came from another tent into that tent to tell him to move.
Where'd you get that from?
Read the police report.
I did. Where's that in the police report?
Oh my God. I guess I'm gonna have to pull it up. But keep going with your other arguments. What was your other argument? You said he fled. What else you had after that?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, there's escalation of force. I mean, that was all criminal intent, and criminal intent is kind of a squeezy, litigious thing. It's hard to argue in court. That's why it was so hard to argue with you about it just now, because I mean, that's how it's going to go down in the courtroom. It's very contentious and litigious. But furthermore, there's also escalation of force. And the prosecutors are going to display this as, oh, this is a high school beef, yada, yada, yada. No need to pull out a knife. His defense is going to have to come up with some sort of escalation of force to justify why any reasonable person would assume that their life is at risk when it's been stated many times by many different witnesses that Carmelo Anthony was either asked to leave.
Real quick, Red. Your life doesn't have to be at risk for you to take somebody else's life and it be legal and justified.
In this kind of scenario, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. I'm just saying, in general, it doesn't.
Okay, to give another example.
Legally, you don't have to have your life be at risk. So we can't keep trying to make it seem
So,
like that's the only.
give an example where that would be justified then.
If somebody's breaking into your house, if somebody's trying to take your daughter,
This
you
is
can
not somebody's house; it's school grounds.
I'm just saying though, if somebody, Red, I'm
But
giving you scenarios.
that's not a good example because this is school grounds.
I'm giving you examples of where your life does not have to be.
That's not a good example because this is school grounds. I'm asking you for an example that applies to this situation.
Your argument is based on that if his life was not in danger, he didn't have the right to take this other young man's life. I'm telling you that your life does not have to be in danger legally to take someone's life. And
maybe if it's in your own property, yeah. Maybe if it's in your own property, sure, I'll agree with that. But this wasn't in anybody's home. This was on the public track of the school.
It doesn't matter.
It obviously does matter because the school has knife laws. The school has a decency law. I mean, there's a whole bunch of litigious shit you get into when something happens on school grounds. Trust me, I know.
I'm listening to you. I'm pulling up the report right now.
And so all I'm saying is it's going to be a hard time for Carmelo's lawyers. And it's a good thing they started the Give, Send, Go account.
All right, here we go. Real quick, because you said he fled, and I got Miss Jackson in here too. I'm gonna get her back up in here. Give me your thoughts real quick, like while I pull up. I'm about to put this report up here online for Red, since he said this kid ran the fuck away. He was a mile away and shit. Because I'm gonna disprove that lie real quick, But Miss Jackson, what were your thoughts so far?
Well, I was trying to reiterate what I was saying from my phone froze up. That basically, I think my main concern was, why did Carmelo feel the need to bring a weapon to practice? You know what I'm saying? Or he was, whether it was school grounds or not.
Jack, it was a track meet. It was a track meet. It wasn't practice.
Okay, but same thing. A meeting.
No, it ain't same thing.
Hold on. Okay, let me finish my statement.
Why would you bring a knife regardless?
Rather, we having a meeting on for the sports or the team that I play on, whether it's at school grounds or whether it's practice for the team that I play on, being in sports, or just a meeting, whatever the case may be.
I remember bringing a knife to basketball practice.
Look, this is what we're gonna do. We're not gonna say other things than what it was. It was a fucking track meet. We don't need to throw in practice, a meeting, none of that. It was a track meet. Let's just say what it was. There's no point in throwing in other fucking variables to a situation that doesn't matter. So the concern
is, why did Carmelo feel the need to bring a weapon to the track meeting? Okay, it was just a meeting with his track team and his teammates. Why did he feel the need to bring a weapon there? That's my concern. Also, that said that you said it was reported that he jumps from one tent to another. Well, what was the purpose of that? While they was out there having the meeting, it started pouring down raining or storming, and to my understanding, he just ran into a tent. So if he ran into one tent and ran out of that one and ran into another, what was the purpose? If you already have shelter and ran into a tent, why leave that space, that area, to go run into another tent? You know, so it's just a lot of pieces missing to the
Exactly.
puzzle.
It's not like he was out in
You're
the
right.
rain.
Let's pull up. My thing is, because I agree with Red in a lot of areas. I mean, the truth is the truth. There are rules and regulations that is a part of school activity. They were students. They are minors. They are, you know, children. And so let's pull up the receipts. I'll be glad to see it because there's a lot of he say, she say in this case. And the media has not revealed a lot quite yet. So let's pull up the reports and the receipts. And I feel like I'm going to revert back to what I said from the start. We're not quite sure if it was a verbal altercation or if it was a physical altercation. Now, we do know that Carmelo made a statement to the police that it got physical. Okay, that was a statement being made, but we still have not seen the receipts. And the young lady that was in the chat, you know, it's your approach to people. You say you got some receipts from a valid source. Well, you could have made that clear up front. You know, you don't come in attacking nobody about a statement that's pretty factual.
She was on your side about the whole situation. That's why
It ain't about size, Jay. It's about truth.
She agrees with your
yes,
point.
But,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but I'm talking about her approach. She should have said that off the top. You know, eventually in the end, she was like, you don't know what you're talking about, and you weak-minded. I'm talking about attacks and how she presented herself. She should have came up and said off the top, well, hey, I've seen some receipts or a video from a valid source. And that's why I have my opinion.
Right,
see, that's the difference. I'm just saying that's the difference. You got to correct stuff when it's out of order. But, you know, I agree with Red in a lot of areas, man. My concern is, why did he feel the need to bring a weapon in the first place?
A lot of kids carry knives. No, look, a lot of people trying to do that as demonization. I carried knives to school. Red, you already admitted that you carried knives to school. We all, as young people at that age, carried knives to school. But the only difference was this wasn't at school.
But
This was
we
at
all
the track.
understand that's illegal. And if you get caught with a knife, you're going to get in trouble.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But to try to say that it's criminality, that's bullshit.
It is.
No, it's not. It's the simple fact that kids do shit like that.
No, it doesn't matter if kids do shit. It's still against the law. It's criminality.
Okay, Red. Do you wear your seatbelt every time you get in the car?
Yes.
No, you don't.
Of course I do.
No, stop lying. Red, stop lying.
I mean, yeah, I do actually.
Yeah, most of the time I do. Like, man, come on now. Everybody breaks the law every time, man.
See,
Like,
that's a bad analogy because me not wearing my seatbelt is different than me bringing a knife to school.
Red, you would say anything that is against the law is criminal activity, right?
Yeah, but there's levels of criminal activity.
I don't care. Because when you say it in this case,
of course you don't care because you don't care about nuance. Okay, me wearing my seatbelt is different than me bringing a knife to school.
No, I want you to understand how when you say things like that, you try to exaggerate it to a higher level by saying it like that.
I'm not exaggerating anything. Keeping everything where it belongs.
This guy met up with this girl and he ended up raping her. He had criminal intent. This kid brought a knife to a track meet.
What?
He had criminal intent. That's the category that you're putting it in. You're putting it in the mindset.
No. The point is, why did he have the knife?
Somebody. No.
Well, I feel like Red's point is that's going to be the prosecution's attack, of course, because they're going to try to label it premeditated. What was the need? Was there a history of threats or him feeling in fear of his life or some, being in some type of danger or something of that nature? That's going to be the prosecutor's attack.
Exactly. And that question has to be answered if you're going to argue self-defense.
Well, I'll tell you this, Red. The prosecutor's going to have an uphill battle trying to prove premeditation because he didn't know the kid.
No. The defense is going to have an uphill battle. Trust me.
Right here, I'm saying on this point. But I wanted to make sure I got this point out here real quick, because you told me that they found this kid a mile away. Well, this is Officer Allison Ricci. This is his account because this is the person that arrested not Tyree, nigga. What the fuck I'm talking about? Carmelo Anthony. Allison appears to be the officer that Cortez referred to as Richie. Statement corroborates Cortez, although it's briefer, less detailed. She claims he also heard Anthony confess, blah, 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 blah. Okay. When I arrived, this is their statement. When I arrived on scene, I approached the track/field area and saw Officer Cortez kneeling next to a black male wearing a gray hoodie sweatshirt and blue sweatpants. When I approached the track and field area, I saw Officer Cortez kneeling next to a black man wearing a gray hoodie sweatshirt and blue sweatpants. He ran a mile away, Red.
Oh my God, you're such an idiot. Do you realize how big suburban high schools are, especially with their tracks and field, let alone in Texas? This is a giant area. And this was on the other side of the tents, where the tents were, where this happened, because Carmelo fled the scene of the crime and he got rid of the knife. So,
Hey, Red, how
notice
far
in
into
this
the video?
Officer Allison's report, he never notes anything about the victim or the witnesses around the victim because he wasn't in that area.
At what point in the video did you get in here? Like, how
I've been
far into the
watching, I've been
video?
watching the whole thing, dude.
So you actually watched them actually show the video of the track?
Going in, yeah.
No, they showed the entire field and everything, the bleachers and everything from a
Yeah,
sky
yeah.
view. You saw that part, right? Right? You saw that, right?
Well, from what I'm reading on the report, it's basically saying when he arrived on the scene, he seen Officer Cortez kneeling next to basically Anthony Carmelo, the black male wearing a gray hoodie and sweatshirt and blue sweatpants. You know, and he was in handcuffs. He was already detained.
And this is an important fact. When Officer Allison Ricci says the scene, when he arrives at the scene, that's not the scene of the crime. That's the scene he showed up where he found Carmelo.
It happened at the fucking track.
Okay, but the track is a giant place, dude. A suburban high school ground.
Red, you keep saying that. A suburban, whatever the fuck, bitch. I played sports, Red. I played sports. I've been on the track field probably more times than you have. They showed a video of the goddamn track complex. We saw it.
Police,
It ain't no goddamn
arrived
mile
at the scene of the
long.
crime
It ain't
first.
no mile long. The whole shit was fenced in, nigga. Like, what are you talking about?
The first
He didn't
police
run away.
arrived
He
at
never
the scene
left
of
the
the crime.
facility. He never left the facility. Stop saying he fled. You said they found that boy a mile away. They
He
not
didn't
gonna
flee
walk
the
nobody a
He didn't
mile
flee
back.
the school grounds, but he did flee the scene.
Look, they gonna walk him a mile back after they catch him. We ain't gonna get him in the car and shit. We gonna walk him a mile
would you
back.
flee?
He
Why
kneeling
would
on
you
the
go a mile
ground.
away?
Why would you kneel on the ground after you walking somebody back from a mile away?
Because
Why wouldn't
another
you just put him in the
officer
car?
already had him kneeling on the ground.
No. Why would that officer be kneeling on the fucking ground if he had to walk a fucking mile to get him?
Because that was the scene he pulled up to. That wasn't the original scene of the crime. This is the account of an officer that pulled up.
I'm talking about the other officer. Officer Richie is the one that said they came up and saw Officer Cortez. I'm talking about Officer Cortez. Why would Officer Cortez be kneeling on the ground if he had to go a whole damn mile to get the motherfucker?
Because he had just apprehended Carmelo on the other side of the track.
From a mile away?
Well, on the track, he still fled the scene. He fled the scene, and that's going to be court. That's going to be back in court case. I'll put money on it.
He didn't run away, bro. He didn't run away, man.
He did. He definitely fled the scene, and the police even noted that in the report.
Dude, he got away from where the situation happened. Saying fleeing the scene is like somebody getting in the car and fleeing and trying to get the fuck as far away as possible. No, he got away from this where that situation happened.
Okay, he also got rid of
away.
the
He
same
didn't run
time.
away. He didn't run away. Words mean something. And when you say flee, you made it seem like he was trying to get the fuck away. No, he just got away from the situation. He wasn't trying to leave the entire area. That's why they found him inside of the track. They found him on the fence line.
Well, my
How do you
whole
know that?
perspective
How do you know he wasn't trying to leave the entire area?
Because they found him inside of it.
Well,
The
how do
cops
you know
got
they didn't
called.
catch him in time?
Red. The cops got called. They weren't on scene. They got
Yeah,
called.
but maybe they have a good response time. Maybe the police station's right there.
So how fast you think the response time was then?
It's probably better than Detroit.
Okay, I'm just saying, how long you think it was?
Well, in a suburb like Texas, local police response time probably like 2 to 5 minutes.
So 2 to 5 minutes after this kid done stabs. You can actually you say 2 to 5 minutes. Let's say
I think Carmelo actually, from the report I saw, Carmelo was apprehended about 7 minutes after it happened.
Okay, let's say so 7 minutes they apprehended him. You telling me this kid stabbed somebody, maybe 30 seconds afterwards, somebody calls the cops. Maybe 30 more seconds after that, they have a description and the cops get the call to finally come. So that's a whole minute after he done stabbed him. And you
Right.
telling me 7 minutes after that, they arrive on scene and this niggas is still inside the track and he was fleeing?
Because
That's
the
8
track is,
minutes.
dude. Look up Millennial High School. Look up the campus. Look up the school grounds. It's a very big place. Trust me. It would take you a long time to get on the other end of that, especially if you're walking around the bleachers or just eating a crime scene.
So you telling me a kid that runs track couldn't get out the track field in less than 8 minutes?
Well, maybe he was nervous. Maybe he was avoiding cameras. Who knows?
Maybe he wasn't fleeing. That sounds like the more logical.
Well, if he wasn't fleeing, why wasn't he at the scene of the crime?
Why the fuck would you stand? Red, if I shot somebody, I got into a fight with somebody, some people tried to jump me and I shot them, I'm backing the fuck up. I'm not standing right there where I shot the person.
Okay, but you're not running away, are you?
I'm getting away from the situation. Dude, the same thing this kid did.
Well,
Bro.
if the situation has been handled, you call the police and tell them what happened. That's what you're supposed to do, at least.
Well, either way the ball rolls, he was captured. Okay, just getting to the bottom of it, he was captured and he admitted it. There wasn't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He said he did it, and everybody, they know he did it. He didn't really run because by the time police arrived on the scene, he was still there and he was captured. Period. And he never denied it.
Yeah, that's true. He said, I did it from the jump.
So look at this right here. Look at this. Let's read this line. Cortez was in his office at the middle school and reportedly ran the short distance from the middle school to the stadium, where several witnesses pointed him in the direction of the suspect.
Wait, so you're telling me he ran? Why did he run?
Dude, this is the goddamn Cortez, the officer, the police officer, man. Listen what I
got you. My bad.
Like, he just wanted more than me than ran somewhere. He just wanted so bad. The suspect at this point was on the track.
Yeah, on the north end. Yeah.
Yeah, on the north end.
No way. Red, all you had to do is really read the police report. Stop saying that shit. That boy didn't flee. He was still on the track.
He was on the north end. Where were the tents?
Well, if he fled, the police wouldn't have caught him right there.
Hold on. Check this. Did I not say earlier that he was on the fence line? There was a chain link fence that separated me from the suspect. He was on the fence line.
Yeah, because because the tents are in a situation. The north end of the track extends outward, and the tents are in like the center of the track.
You just keep on.
For him to be on the north end of the track means he would have had to run from the tents.
Red, I clearly said that he got away from the situation. If he stabbed that dude right there, he already was in fear for his life. He probably made an action and just got the fuck on.
That's what I said. He fled the scene.
Red, he's still on. What is the scene to you? The bleachers? The tent? What's the scene?
The immediate area where he put a knife into somebody.
He's in the immediate area. He's still on the exact same facility that the action was committed in.
No, he's not in the tent. He's not on the bleachers. He's not even in the same area. He's on the north side of the track. What is he doing on the north side of the track? Let me ask you that, Jay.
Getting away from the people that attacked him a second ago.
Oh, so why is he on the north side of the track? Why isn't he going
Getting
home?
away from the people that just attacked him, that made him stab somebody. He's getting away from them. Putting
Oh,
distance
so you're assuming he was in fear of his life.
from his own actions.
You're
That's
assuming
what I
that.
would infer. That's what I would infer.
You're assuming that.
And you're assuming that he wasn't? Let me throw that
No,
back at you.
I'm just pointing out that you are. I never assumed that he was doing anything.
If a kid told you that the guy put his hands on him, he admitted to stabbing the guy. Clearly, he felt some type of way to put him in the position to want to stab
Just because somebody says somebody put hands on me doesn't mean that I agree with them stabbing somebody. So no.
All right, that's fine, but guess what? That's something that you prove in court. That ain't something that you try to argue with somebody on.
Exactly. And I'm saying what we have in court right now, defense team has a real hard case on their hands.
But Red, you have no evidence to prove that he didn't have fear in his heart.
That's not how it works, though. The burden of proof. In order to prove self-defense, you have the burden to prove. You have to prove that your life was in danger. It doesn't work the other way around, my friend.
No. Another thing, they have to prove that it was intent, that he had intent to do hurt or harm to this young guy. That's going to be
hypothetically, Austin Metcalf put his hands on Carmelo Anthony. That is not enough to warrant a knife in the chest, because for all we know, Austin Metcalf is putting his hands on Carmelo to get him out of the tent, to remove him, like a bouncer removes you from the club, or like how
I think the question is, did they gang jump him? Was he jumped? Was he attacked by the two brothers?
I don't even want to worry about that. I want to address that point that Red just said. Okay,
But that's a valid point.
Look, I got you. But here, Red, you said this point. Austin them try to put their hands on him and remove him out of there like a bouncer. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, in the sense that you cannot infer a threat to your life if you have been told to leave.
I got you. Real quick question. Is it legal for you to put your hands on people?
Yeah, it is actually.
Yep. It's called assault.
Well, no, people put their hands on people all the time. It's not assault.
Only if they don't report it.
What's the charge?
Only if they don't report it.
That's right.
All the time, it casually equate people. I mean, people shake hands. People put hands.
It could sum up to domestic violence. It could be harassment, but it is a charge.
If you put your hands on anybody and they do not warrant you putting their hands on them, that is assault. Unwanted touching.
Okay, well, see, here's the thing. While they might be litigiously true, if you cut in front of me at 7-Eleven and I put my hand on your shoulder, like, hey man, you just cut. What the hell's wrong with you? And you call that assault?
We ain't talking about that. We're talking about violently hitting somebody or forcefully attacking somebody.
Exactly. That's what I assume when you say put hands on somebody, right?
That's what he's saying too, and you don't believe that's what the case is. You're trying to argue against it.
You're going off Thursday.
No, Red. He told him that the boy put his hands on him. The reporter.
What does that mean?
The reporter even said the cops gave them the report saying that there was a fight, some sort of fight.
Okay, so you're gonna trust the news because they said the word fight?
The police told him.
So the police said fight, which fight could mean anything. You know what fight means in a police report?
Here we go. Look. Here we go.
Well, that brings back to my original point. I said we got to get to the bottom of to find out, was it a verbal altercation or a physical altercation? It's a big question mark because there's no valid receipts to show it was a physical fight. So that's where.
There's evidence to show that it was physical because even the person that did the stabbing said that he put his hands on him. Even the witnesses
Right,
said
that's from
What's
Carmelo's statement, but that's all we got. That's all we got.
We actually have witnesses in this police statement right here, this police report right here that I got up on screen, where they talked about they grabbed his bag first, then they grabbed him.
Okay,
Then
let's
they
pull
grabbed
that. Let's highlight that part. Let's pull that part up. Where's that stated? Where's that stated? That they grabbed his bag, his backpack?
Yes, they grabbed his backpack first, and then they grabbed it because they tried to grab his shit and move him up out of the tent.
Yeah, this is Cortez officer account.
Okay, well, let's just read that. We're trying to see what's going on. Let's read that.
Getting irritated now. Getting irritated. I'll look for it, but continue the conversation.
But again, we're trying to figure out what really happened. Was it physical or verbal?
It's fucking physical. I don't even know why to.
Because like earlier we were saying, there's so many different stories that's been told.
We only have
there's no
two
receipts.
indications. So let me answer your question. We have two indications that this was a physical altercation and not a verbal one. The first one is that Carmelo Anthony, in this case that the officer is reporting, said, quote, "He put his hands on me." The second piece of evidence is the other twin brother of Austin, who I guess he died in the arms of, saying that Austin, I think he said on the front lawn, either he grabbed or shoved him. And I mean, you could interpret a shove in many different ways. We all know this as guys. If we're getting into a confrontation, there's a bump, there's a shove, there's a grab, there's a intense grab, there's an intense shove. There's a million different, body language signatures that could have been exchanged here. Neither of whom I would argue warrant a knife in the chest.
We can all agree with that. I think we all can agree with that. But we also need to all be able to agree that a kid was touched in a violent way and he responded.
And bro, it's high school sports. Dudes get touched all the time.
Hold up, Red. Let me finish it. Regardless of if we agree or not how he responded, it was caused by something. So this whole narrative of this innocent young kid that had a bright future in front of him, that had all this he was being a bully to somebody. He was coming up trying to
He did have a bright future, and we don't know if he was being a bully. For all we know, he was standing up to people who were asking this guy to get out of their tent.
Okay, hold on. He's standing up to a guy that was trying to get out of the rain.
No, he had another tent. So it wasn't him getting out of the rain. Let's stop that first of all.
Who said he had a tent? Who said that Carmelo Anthony had a tent out there?
Because there were several.
You said earlier you said he left one tent and ran into Austin in them tent. And I was trying to figure out, why did he leave one tent and run to another? If he ran under shelter, then
I think he had a problem. I think he had a problem with Austin. If I'm keeping it a buck with you, I think he had a problem with the Metcalf brothers on the track because he had just won the final track meet, and the Metcalf brothers, or Austin, I think, came in like third or fourth, and they were beefing. And so he went into their tent, I guess, to flex on them, and they were like, "Get out of the tent." And he's like, "Touch me, see what happened."
See, I don't like when narratives get pushed like that. And first off, people need to actually listen. I never said that Carmelo Anthony left his tent and went to another fucking tent. So Jackson, I don't know what the fuck you've been listening to.
No. You said he left one tent and ran into another.
The two twins left the tent that they were in and came over to the tent that Carmelo was at.
Where's the evidence for that?
Dude, you want me to give you the dude that gave his eyewitness report of it?
So you're saying, hold on, Jay. So you're saying that Austin and his brother Hunter ran into Carmelo's tent and asked him to get the fuck out?
No, Carmelo. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This shit don't make no sense, man. I know y'all supposed to be
So this is
trying to clarify your statement, because I recalled you saying
you didn't listen to what my
I recall you saying that Carmelo ran into one tent and then left out that tent and ran into another, which is where Austin and Hunter was.
Yeah,
that's
I never
what
said that. Yeah, I never said that.
Okay, just trying to clarify.
What I said was, It started raining. So when Red said it was the last race, it was not. They were still racing out there. But it started raining. So
No, I'm talking about
everybody
the last race that you participated in.
Okay, I got you on that. It started raining out there. It started raining out there, so everybody started getting underneath tents. It was getting bad out there, bad weather, getting underneath tents. Carmelo went underneath one tent that he went underneath the tent that wasn't his. It wasn't his team's. He was just trying to get out the fucking rain. That's pretty logical. Anybody that thinks just trying to get underneath the tent. The Metcalfs were underneath another tent. They left their tent and came to the tent that Carmelo was in and told
Where'd you
him to
get
get
that
the fuck
from?
out. I'm about to pull up the eyewitness
So
account.
that's what I just said, that Austin and Hunter
No, you
told.
said Carmelo.
No.
You said
I said, so you're saying that Austin and Hunter went into the tent where Carmelo was and asked him to get the fuck out. I just said that 2 seconds ago. I asked you.
You said that I said that Carmelo went.
Let me restate it. I was asking Hunter and Austin ran into the tent where Carmelo was and asked him to get the fuck out. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So I just looked up the details, and it turns out the tent where the incident happened, that tent was designated for millennial students, which means Austin and his brother were allowed in that tent. It was designated for them, not Carmelo.
Red, I'm not arguing that. I admit, I don't have no problem saying it. It wasn't Carmelo's tent. I'm not arguing that.
But he had his own tent. Why didn't he go into his own tent?
Who knows if he had his own tent? He was trying to get out the
He
rain.
did. Because the competing school has their own tent on the track field.
Hey, listen to what I'm trying to tell you. This shit got started because a motherfucker wanted to tell them to get from underneath the tent when it was fucking raining. So first off, when people try to make it seem like these kids, these Metcalfs, were just some holy, godly, friendly kids, it's fucking storming, raining outside, and you gonna tell this black kid to get from underneath the tent for what? It's raining.
They weren't the first ones to tell him to leave. I don't think they were the first ones to leave.
Think about what you're saying. Think about what you're saying. It's
Well,
raining.
You got to keep in mind. Okay, here's my point of view. You got to keep in mind we're dealing with children. What do you expect from children? You expect for them to act like adults and have behavior like mature adults? They're fucking children, so they're gonna act childish. That was a childish behavior.
Thank you, Miss Jackson. Obviously, a bunch of high school kids are going to be like, "Oh, this is our high school. Get off! Our high schools are railing together." Right? That's a normal behavior between children. Not normal? Stabbing each other in the heart.
Having motherfucking common sense at that age is not fucking not. That's having. We all been 17 years old. You're not telling me that these motherfuckers are just stupid as fuck. 17
Well,
years old.
Unfortunately, you got some out there like that. You got some stupid ass kids.
Guess what? These ain't none of them work. They knew exactly what the fuck they were doing.
Out of ignorance, they was choosing to be ignorant and be childish. That's the point.
I don't think Austin knew what he was doing. I think Austin was a suburban-raised white Texas kid. So I was born and raised in Detroit, so I know if I see a kid reaching in a bag, I start running. Right, but yeah, I guess he saw him reaching in the bag and kept going.
Motherfucker, tell your ass don't touch him. You ain't gonna touch him again.
Well, I mean, it's just the bag reaching thing. Like as soon as you see someone reaching for a bag, you start running.
If they hand in their bag, you not running up on them again. And you touch them, and they go grab their bag and put their hand in the bag.
So that's what the media want to keep here. They want to keep dog that Austin ran up on Carmelo first.
That's what happened.
And that's what they want to keep swept under the rug. That's the issue. Because they want to make it look like it was just a verbal altercation. They just got to arguing. When, the full surface, they trying to say the Hunter jumped him. That both of them was trying to big boy him. And he warned them and said, you run up on me again, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to have to do you. So that's the underlying issue. That was my whole point from the start, to get to the bottom of what really happened. To consider it self-defense.
Exactly.
It's gonna be his argument of self-defense, and I believe that he actually has a decent chance of getting it. I know Red said he doesn't think that he has a good chance of getting it. I believe he does. For the main simple fact of he was approached. They put their hands on him. He didn't go searching them people out. So all that premeditation bullshit, just throw that shit out the fucking window. He didn't premeditate nothing. He was
Okay,
approached.
so Jay, let's say you're at the beach.
But they're
you
gonna
have
use
a-
it because they're gonna say, what do you have a weapon for in the first place? They're gonna use that against him.
Let's say there's a beach, and you have a beach umbrella, and I sit under your umbrella, right? And I say, "Oh, this is my umbrella now. If you remove me, I'm just gonna stab you in the chest," and
Not the
it's
same.
self-defense.
Like you told me earlier, not the same.
Well,
Like
tell
you
me,
said
what is
earlier,
the same? Because the father of Austin Metcalf showed up at the press conference of the Carmelo Anthony family, and they kicked him out because they said he was threatening and menacing when he was never about that.
Why would he show up? And that's the only negative that
Because
I have on that father.
maybe because he's involved. If anybody has a right to show up to a press conference for a convicted killer, it's the father of the person they killed.
Like, first off, he's not a convicted killer. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty, and he ain't no trial. Yeah, say charged. But no, dude, you don't show up to shit like that. That is disrespectful. I don't
Why
care
not?
what you talk about.
It's a public press conference.
Okay, Red. If somebody killed your brother or sister, and then y'all having a press conference, and that person shows up, or their father shows up, you gonna tell me that's all fine and dandy?
No, because that wasn't the killer's father. That was the victim's father.
It doesn't matter. It's
It
disrespectful.
does matter. It does matter.
Okay, if you say so. And the sad
That
part
was
is you
the
calling
victim's
the
father.
victim.
He wasn't
Why
being
you
threatening.
assume-
He wasn't being menacing. You've seen this father. We all agree this father is a good man. He's not making this about race. He's
Hold on.
not making this about anything political. He's being a good guy. And the fact that he showed up to this press conference and they kicked him out just shows the double standard.
No. What double fucking standard? What are you talking about?
Because it's the father. Here's the double standard. Okay, the father of the son that was murdered. Okay, he shows up to the public press conference for the accused, right? And he doesn't say anything. The media are questioning him. They're looking at him, and he still doesn't say anything. And they kick him out. And they say it was disrespectful and disingenuous. But at least he didn't stab anybody. They asked him to leave. At least he didn't stab anyone.
Look, I love this half-ass knowledge. First off, the press conference didn't even start because it got held up 45 minutes because he wouldn't leave. They asked him to leave. Just like
why?
Supposedly his sons asked Carmelo to leave. They asked him to leave. He didn't want to leave. He only left once the police got there and escorted his ass away.
His sons? No, he stood there silently the whole time.
No, he didn't. They escorted him out. The press conference didn't even start for fucking 45 minutes.
Because they tried to kick him out.
Exactly. You talking about he stood there silently. They didn't start it until he left.
Because they decided that he was intimidating.
No, it's disrespectful. Don't show up to no shit.
How was
like
that disrespectful? Their son just murdered his son. How is that disrespectful for him to show up to a public press conference?
Real quick, give me one good idea. I'm just gonna dabble on this rabbit hole real quick, like before I give you the eyewitness account and let them actually say it themselves of what they saw. But what is the point of him showing up to the press conference of the kid that?
What's the point of him saying anything to the media?
What do you mean? I'm talking about the family.
What's the point of him calling that black guy in the cowboy hat to go confront that white supremacist?
Carmelo Anthony family was having a press conference. He showed up to it. What is the point of him showing up to it?
A public press conference.
Okay. Regardless of the fact, what was the point of him showing up to it?
I think it was personal. I think he had his own personal reasons. He could have showed up to either try to want to see about the guy being prosecuted, or he could have showed up to say, "Hey, he did this to my son, and I forgive him because I'm have strong faith in God, and that's
what
my
he
belief,
did.
spiritual
See,
belief, or whatever."
that's
We
Mr.
don't really know, but he had his own
Showed
personal
up.
reasons, and if he didn't put it out there, it's just speculation.
He showed up to this event and he started praying. He invited other people to start praying with him. The media started walking up to him. They tried to kick him out. He was like, "All right, you guys want me to leave? I'll leave." He shook hands with the officers. They escorted him out, and they said it was
Stop fucking
disrespectful.
lying. Why are you lying so hard like that?
That's what happened.
No, it's not what the fuck happened. Dude, the press conference got delayed.
We already saw this father. We already saw his character. We know what he's like. He didn't go to this press conference to start beef. He went there for solidarity.
I keep having to correct y'all tonight because I'm not. Look, this channel is not going to be putting out no false information about shit. It's not. That's some bullshit that you just said. That is not the case. He did not come out there trying to pray with no fucking body. He didn't pray at all. He only left when they actually once they called the police on his ass.
Where's your evidence of that?
Just show you the fucking video.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
It's on the news. Man, here you go. Real quick, we're gonna do the eyewitness report real quick, like y'all, and then I'm gonna show Red. I'm gonna prove him wrong once again because you're just saying shit. I don't know what's up with you, Miss Jackson.
So why do you think the father showed up then, Jay?
That's what I asked you.
I think he showed up to show solidarity and to show everyone that we're all united in this tragedy.
The killer of his son. He showed up to show
Yes,
solidarity.
because he already said that he forgives him. You know
Well,
how much
I asked for the receipts, man. I asked for the receipts for you to show the police report where you were stating that the young man.
I'm about to see the eyewitness report right now.
Right. I just asked for the fact. I see it because it's just a big question mark on what the fuck really happened.
This guy looks like Goro.
Here you go. And Red, you look like a pale lizard. Okay, let's keep going.
All right, peace and blessings.
I'm skipping here.
Where? You know,
here we go.
This I'm gonna let you guys listen to him real quick. This is fair use from the page of the Amazing Jamal.
All right, hold on. Let me see. Let me go to the Amazing Jamal page real quick. Like the Amazing Jamal, because I just needed that. Amazing. Here we can do Lucas, and then we can just take that out and just put Jamal on Jamal and get this goddamn. So get the Amazing Jamal.
Why can't we just talk about the topic?
Yeah, we're actually going to talk about the topic. I'm about to let you hear the eyewitness report of what the fuck he was just talking about. Like, because you said all this shit that
One
I'm
of
saying.
many eyewitness reports at this point that is yet to be verified.
Red, how do you verify something?
Well, you get the name and the address of the person and the source that you're getting it from, and you cross-reference that with the situation that happened.
That doesn't verify anything.
Well, it's a lot better than trusting a random source on the internet.
And you're trusting a random name that you don't know, because guess what? The people that gave the account.
Because I'm asking you where you get these from.
See, I'm gonna show you why, Red, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. You ready for it? Because if you're under the age of fucking 18, the police give it. Oh no, you ready? If you're under the age of 18 and you're listed in a police report as a witness or anything, the police cannot give your name.
All right. Here's your reminder.
What are you talking about? Verified fucking witness. What witness name you know?
Yeah, but what are the statements? The question is, what are the statements? What are the statements? The names don't have to be revealed because they're minors. Where are the statements?
That's what I'm saying. We about to hear this guy that said he was there.
Out that are verified right now.
We're about to hear this guy that said he was there. Red keep trying to go off of Jane Doe this, Jim
I really don't think this guy was at a high school track meet.
Look, we're gonna hear it. We're gonna hear it.
But this eyewitness is going to give you another version of events. Just take a listen to this.
They got rained out like crazy bad. Everybody trying to get back to their cars or get in, you know, places where they, you know, wouldn't get all extra wet. Dude, Dude was sitting up on the tent, right? He was on his phone, right? My daughter was up under the same goddamn tent. Yeah. So I'm paying attention to my kids, but at the same time, they're in the same vicinity. So
Do we need to stop real quick, Red? You need to say
So,
something?
this is some black guy in a hotel room holding his phone up to another phone, and this is a credible evidence why.
That ain't no valid receipt. That's just somebody talking. We need to see something in writing. Something stated by the police. That ain't valid.
Right. This is like, who the fuck is this?
I'm gonna keep playing the video because Ms. Jackson, that statement you just made was stupid as fuck. Because you always sit over here and talk about the police lie, but you talking about we need a statement from the police.
No,
That's right.
why this is
I'm like,
credible
Red, who the
evidence.
fuck is that? That could be Joe Blow. We don't know who that is.
Okay, well, guess
You
what?
just don't believe.
This is somebody giving their account of being there and telling what
But what
happened.
accountability do they have?
What accountability? Okay, name one person that gave you some information about the situation.
I don't have to name that to ask what the fuck this has to do with anything.
Because you can't. This guy's giving his account of what happened that day.
Just like you can't explain why you're giving this. Like, this is not credible evidence.
You can
That's
believe
not
him or not.
credible. It ain't credible, Jay.
Regardless of whether you believe him or not, I'm still gonna play it.
So this guy in his hotel room with his WWE cut-off T-shirt is gonna tell us the facts.
No, the guy that's in the tank top or whatever is not the one talking. He told you which channel you can go to get the actual interview.
He's holding his phone up to the other phone.
It's off of goddamn YouTube for you. Somebody gave. Look, I'm not explaining shit to dumb motherfuckers. You already know what the fuck you're doing. He already told you to go to the channel if you want to hear the full interview of the guy giving his eyewitness account. He's playing the audio off his fucking phone. Like, stop playing.
Get all that, but I'm just saying it got to be some credibility, man. Legally speaking, it got to be some credibility. That could be anybody.
Guess what? Anybody's about to talk. Anybody's about to talk.
I'm watching everything going on around it because I'm there for my children. So, dude walks up, McKellen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent and walked over there. They intentionally went over there to this kid, man. Dude was sitting there on his phone just trying to get dry. You feel me? One thing went from another. They grabbed this man and they tried to punch on dude. Dude went in his bag and they went to try to jump his dude and punch on his dude, man. And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened. Yeah. It wasn't just one. It was both of them, bro. Austin, the dude that's got unalive, and his brother physically went over there to intentionally. It's not to the point that he brought a knife. For one, it wasn't on school property. The school is at least 5 to 10 miles away. It was community track meet, bro. It wasn't a school track meet. So he had the right to have a knife on his person, bro. It's always gonna be.
All right, so that's old buddy's account. Whether y'all want to listen to it or not, that's neither here nor there. It don't really matter to me.
So do you think that's true? Do you think, because it wasn't school in session that he was allowed to have the knife?
Well, my whole point is this. It could be true, but legally it's not credible until, it's documented. Until the police job is to enforce the law. That's what I advocate for it to be properly forced and for people to rights to be properly exercised or protected. But what I'm saying, legally, that's no credibility. It could be the truth, but that's hearsay in the court of law until it's legal credibility. If it ain't in writing, it don't fucking exist. He has to be a valid witness to the state right now because Carmelo is being charged with a serious crime. That's the law. That's the law.
Like, I don't even understand how y'all don't understand that was dumb to say. Because when we sat here and listened to the father
I never thought I'd agree with Miss Jackson. That's fine.
I bet you do. I bet you do because it was stupid.
No, it's intelligent.
Okay, here go real quick. When we listened to the father, talk about recounting the events that happened. Did we say he's not credible?
I
He
said
wasn't
that's what
there.
his son told him, and you
Don't
said out
matter.
your own.
Hey, hold
You
on.
said out your own mouth. Yeah,
He
that's
wasn't
he believed what his son told him. What
I
Hunter said
said
happened.
I agree. But
That's
guess what?
that's
But guess
and that.
what?
I said
But
the
guess
same.
what?
He's
But
going
guess
to
what?
believe what his son told him. That was it. That don't
But
make it credible in the court of law.
exactly, it's not credible.
Exactly. No one said
Yeah,
it was.
but we but
So why
guess
the
No
what?
one said it
Nobody.
was.
Yeah, but you didn't say it wasn't credible either.
Well, why are you
What's the
bringing
point?
it
Hey,
up?
now one of it credible until hey
What
now
is
one
our-
of it credible.
So
The only thing I
again,
said is questions, question marks, and puzzled people.
man, god damn, I can't keep dealing with that shit, Jackson. Like, fuck, god damn. Like, for real, not tonight. Look, your argument is you being hypocritical. You're being hypocritical right now. Red loving it because you on his you still talking. Can't nobody hear you right now. Like, I'm just saying, like, look, if we're gonna take the father's account into play, we also have to take this person said they were an eyewitness to the situation. The father said he got his information from his son. If we're gonna take the father at his word, we don't need to be sitting over here because somebody
why are
else
we taking
is giving a
secondhand sources? Why
contrary.
don't we just go straight for the son?
The son has an incentive to lie too.
Okay, so why are we taking secondhand sources from that?
I'm giving all the information. What the son said, what the
Well, no,
father
you're
said, the
being
son told him.
because the son
No,
had
I'm
first
not.
because his brother literally died in his arms. There's a second
Dude,
witness
I'm showing everything. I'm
that the
showing
police
everything.
interviewed, that the news interviewed, and there's this third witness description that was verified on social media. None of which you have brought up, by the way.
I have given every account that we have on video right now. Every side, all
On
of it.
video.
But you know what the funny thing is? The only pushback came when somebody said that nah, them kids ran up on that boy. That's the only time some pushback doesn't happen. You notice that? Interesting. It seems like people done formed a goddamn an idea already in their head. This case is already open and
But
shut.
see, this isn't the bigger problem here. Listen, I don't care. Like I said before, I don't have a dog in the fight. Listen, there could be surveillance footage that comes out that shows Austin Metcalf punching this guy in the face and holding him down. And if that's the case, yeah, I think Carmelo was justified in
Well,
self-defense.
Well, Red,
But
I'm gonna
until
say what I'm gonna say because I'm finna jump off my phone, finna die out. But the only thing I asked for when he made a statement that he was jumped or whatnot, then we had just asked, let's see it in the report when he pulled up the police report. I asked, well, let's just read that because it's a lot of question marks and pieces to the puzzles missing in this entire case. You know, it's just a lot of he say, she say, which is inadmissible in the court of law if you know the law. And the only thing I asked was, hey, let's just read that together in the report, and it was never read. So again, it's hearsay. There's no valid or credible witnesses been brought forth yet. None. Not from.
I want both of y'all to understand something because we keep talking about police reports and all this shit. You know what police reports are? Hearsay.
Well, that's true. So that's why we really have to wait to the trial.
So what are we stressing a police report about?
That's a part. Well, that's a part of it. Once you have police, once you have testimony, it's called testimonies. Testimonies.
Before
and things of that nature that builds a case.
A police report is hearsay, even though what other people say on camera and what other people say other words is hearsay. The difference between a police report and what other people say is that a police report is on record with somebody's first and last name behind it.
Okay, but guess what? No. Actually, no, because there are a lot of people that file police reports and their name is never disclosed. So let's not say that lie.
It can be. It is still filed on record, even if it is.
No, it's actually not because there are people. Go and look up all the names of the women that filed a suit against Jeffrey Epstein. I bet you can't. I bet you fucking can't.
Just because
so
you can't find their names doesn't mean their names
you can't
filed.
go find them. Look, we need to stop making dumbass statements like that. Look, I understand that y'all don't want to take what the guy said in the video as credible because obviously Red was looking at the guy who was hosting the video and just playing the audio for you from this guy's interview with somebody else on another fucking channel. So that automatically disqualified it.
No, I'm
Jackson,
looking
I
at
don't
all the
know.
evidence objectively.
What evidence do you have?
The evidence that we have from all the credible witnesses, which suggests that there was some sort of altercation.
Okay, Red. I want to know what, because we got to keep beating this dead horse, and I got
It
time
looks
tonight.
like it ain't no evidence. The only evidence we got is Carmelo admitting he stabbed that boy in his heart. That's the only evidence I see. And out the
We
whole entire
also
fucking
have
case.
first moment testimony
Ain't no fucking
from
evidence.
from Austin's brother, Austin's twin brother.
But he has an both of the two people that you're naming, Carmelo and Austin's brother, they both have an incentive to lie, right?
Yeah, and there's also another witness.
We're gonna take both of those accounts as okay. He's saying this side. He's saying this side. There's two different sides. There's two different sides of the story.
I haven't heard a statement from Hunter, but Carmelo just admitted to doing the dude, but he never said why he did it, or I hadn't heard what really led up to it.
He did say it. You didn't.
Well, maybe so. Well, maybe so. I just haven't read it. Maybe so, but I do know he admitted it.
No, he said.
Hunter said there was an altercation, and he said Austin, put hands on him.
Whatever
Well,
Hunter said, he said it to his dad. I ain't seen shit in the legal documents.
Look,
right.
When it came to the Carmelo side, even from the videos that I showed, Carmelo said that he stabbed him because he put his hands on him. It showed it in the video. We listened to it.
Okay, but that's not good reason to stab somebody.
Dude, shut up. I'm just talking about what she just said. I'm trying to address the point where she said she didn't hear that. That was in the video. It was stated that he told the officer that he touched me and I stabbed him. Well, I can go into greater detail on that, but I'm trying to be quick about it. And to your point, Red, Hunter gave his brother gave his account. Well, Hunter is actually the one that's still alive. Austin's the one that's gone. Hunter gave an account, and his father reiterated what Hunter told him.
That's what I just said. That's exactly what I just said, Jay.
We just heard that.
That's exactly what I just said.
I don't think it was. But either way, though, outside
well,
of that.
You hear what you want to hear. But that's what I just said. Right?
Outside of that.
Yeah, that's what both of us were alluding to, actually.
You're discrediting. Look, I played with the guy, the eyewitness. He said he was an eyewitness to the situation and what happened.
Right.
That's where all this turmoil.
Well, then guess what? The prosecutor will subpoena him in court. We'll find out. We'll when it all boils down to it, he'll be subpoenaed as an eyewitness. Him and whoever else was around to solve the case. That's how that goes legally.
Exactly. Yeah. So when we hear people speaking on what they heard or what they saw at the situation, we don't need to just jump out and say, "Oh, that's not credible," because eventually it's going to go.
But we would know if once they're subpoenaed to court and the trial is going on, then it'll all come out. But as of now, everything is hearsay. He say, she say, hearsay. That's my point. Yeah. If you know the law, then you will understand that.
Jackson, I think I know the law better than you do.
That is impossible. That's impossible. That would never happen. I grew up in the system. I learned something growing up in the system. So I'm trying to share that.
I know the law. You might know the system, but I know the law.
No. Evidently, it's clearly not. But once he's subpoenaed to court again, then that makes it credible. We will know all the eyewitnesses will be subpoenaed.
Because it seems like
that's how that goes. That's the process.
Me and Ms. Jackson are just saying there isn't a substantial enough amount of evidence to prove a self-defense case. What you're saying is you're adding all these unverifiable witness testimonies. You're the one that's not actually,
The only thing I'm saying is,
I'm about to say she ain't on the side of that. Bro.
I ain't saying that. The only thing I'm saying is it's just a lot of hearsay going on, which is not admissible in the court of law. What fact we do have is Carmelo has admitted to committing the crime. That's really all that we have, to be honest with you, as of now. But that will change once they have the trial.
Yeah, we're not gonna say he committed a crime because he's innocent until proven guilty. And if you're doing something,
well, he took a life. Period.
It's still not a crime It's not illegal.
Yes,
to
it
take
is.
somebody's life.
So taking
It's
a
not
life is
illegal.
not a crime? Are you serious? But you know the law? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Taking somebody's life is not illegal.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay. Okay, murder is all right. Is okay. And you go
Murder
back
is a
home like ain't
crime.
shit happened.
Hold on, real quick, Miss Jackson. I want you to understand what you're saying because I don't think you're thinking.
I know exactly what I'm saying. He took
Let
a life.
me explain it. Let me explain it to you. If somebody had a gun to your head and you shot them first, is that a crime?
No, listen, I'm not going through all that. Taking a life is taking a life. Self-defense is different. Self-defense is different, but taking a life is the same result.
Yeah, but you're still taking
So
a life.
you don't make no sense. Do you know what you sound like? You're saying taking a life is not committing a crime? It is a crime. You can get off on self-defense. That's different.
It's not a crime then if you get off on it.
He took a life and he admitted that to committing the crime, like I said.
But that doesn't
Somebody
mean that
lost their life. Period.
That doesn't mean
Well,
it's a
they'll
crime.
decide in trial. When the case is solved, they'll decide what his punishment would be or if he'll be punished at all. Period.
Okay, so
That's in the judicial system.
So you do agree that taking a life is not
Look,
a crime?
I'm done with that. We can move along. I'm done with that. He took a life and he admitted it.
Yeah,
Period.
but is that a crime?
Well, what you think? What you think? Is it like going? What you think? It's like going to get a haircut? I mean, what you saying? How stupid! Oh wow!
Look, you told me you know the law better than me.
Oh wow! Oh wow! I sure do.
Okay, here, go check this. Taking a life is a crime because that's what you said. So all these cops that kill black folks running away, they ain't get committed. They ain't get convicted of a crime.
That just whether they got convicted or not, whether they got convicted or not, that ain't got shit to do with it. That ain't got shit to do with it. Taking a life is taking a life. Why you justifying it?
Topic.
Wow. Wow. But you know the law.
Yeah, I do. You can actually you can legally delete somebody.
If somebody come to, for example, somebody come to your house and you defend yourself, you still take a life. That don't mean you're not just. It's called being justified. Let me teach you something. It's called being justified. If somebody come break in your house and you take their life to hurt you or harm you and your family, you can be justified in court by taking their life. It's just that's all. That's the only difference. Or you can be excused, but you still took a life. That don't change. That's common sense. Damn.
Because you can prove to them
That's
that
common
your
sense. Damn, what planet you was born on?
family's like in danger.
You commit a crime. That's why you got to quit it, right?
It's called justification. It's called justification.
Okay, so that means you didn't commit a crime.
Well, you still took a life, and my whole point was Carmelo admitted to taking the young man's life. Period. Period. It is a crime. It is a crime. If that's the case, what the fuck he charged? What is he charged for? You tell me why he was in jail charged with a $1 million bond if it's not a crime.
And your client
Make
said,
sense.
"I did it."
I can't show me your face in the back, bro. This is bad.
You're right. It's horrible.
It's bad.
That's horrible, dude. No.
What's up, my kitty, man? What's going on, man?
Y'all
hear
can
me? Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Oh, okay. What's going on, man? I see you over here saying that deletion isn't a crime. It is.
It's not.
What?
Well, go take a life to find out what happened. Go take somebody's life and see what happened.
Yeah,
It sounds like you're in the back of a cartel human smuggling van.
Look.
Yeah, you can't do
This is
nothing
what
like
I'm
that,
arguing.
Jay.
I want y'all to understand what I'm arguing because what Miss Jackson, what she said, her statement was taking somebody's life is a crime. There are a lot of context matters. Hold up, real quick. Context matters, and people need to understand what context is.
No, she didn't just say that taking a life was a crime. She said that taking it without justifiable cause was a crime.
She didn't. She never fucking said that.
I said you can be justified. You heard what the fuck you wanted to hear. I said a motherfucker come up in my door and I defend myself, I can be justified. But guess what? I'm still going to be charged with the crime in order to be justified. So you heard what the fuck you wanted to hear.
Exactly. Even if you are legally within your right to self-defense, you are going to be held in court of law. You will be found justified.
Look, I gotta mute everybody, man, because I ain't finna keep doing this. Like, I'm not. I'm trying to explain what the hell just happened, and y'all motherfuckers just keep lashing out. Like, stop, man. Y'all being a little too. I don't want to say the word, but just stop. Look, I said
Say the word.
taking somebody's life. I'm not gonna say it, but taking somebody's life is not a crime because you tried to brush it. There's context to the shit. Self-defense comes in the hand all the time. But you're not taking that into account. You're saying, well, he took that kid's life, it's a crime. He can be justified in court that it was self-defense. If he gets justified as self-defense, it's not a crime. But he
So
still
why
took a life.
Right now with a $1 million bond?
But he still took
Answer that question for me.
That's just the process. OJ killed his. Look, OJ deleted his girl.
Yeah, OJ killed
her
Nicole,
little
too.
toy.
He was guilty.
OJ is such a great example because I think OJ is where all this comes from.
And that means he did not commit a crime.
He was acquitted.
He didn't get.
But then he
Exactly.
Did
OJ
OJ have?
acquitted.
Hold up. Does OJ have a criminal record for that case?
Yes.
Allegedly.
No, he doesn't.
No, but he did go to jail.
He was guilty.
He did go to jail
That
later.
means he didn't commit no crime.
Wrote the book now.
Listen, OJ was never convicted like Jeffrey Epstein.
That means he didn't commit no crime.
OJ
No, he
committed a
wasn't
crime, but he
convicted.
just wasn't.
That means he didn't commit no crime.
No, that just means he wasn't convicted of a crime. Jeffrey Epstein. Listen,
Hold on, Red. Say that one
Jeffrey
more
Epstein
time.
was never convicted of a crime because he also came from jail.
Say it one more time. Red, say it one more time. He wasn't convicted of what?
Just because you're not convicted doesn't mean you're not guilty.
Red, just say it. He wasn't convicted of what?
Who?
He paid millions of dollars to walk. You know that.
OJ wasn't convicted of what?
OJ wasn't convicted of the N word.
And he wrote a book now. You're like admitting he did his wife.
Come on, obviously OJ is guilty.
Yeah, he was guilty.
Not according to a court of law.
Yeah,
he ain't commit no crime.
I thought I got 5%.
There's a lot of things. It's true.
This shit crazy, man. I don't understand. I
don't understand it either.
this.
And what's your take on, because I believe, because Carmelo Anthony raised a lot of money, which was conveniently lowered to his bail amount, which I believe is an example of black privilege. But why do you think that is the case? That it was, well, I think it's an example of black privilege because Daniel Penny didn't get a bail. Well, Daniel Penny didn't get a bail. Kyle Rittenhouse had bail raised.
No. We're not going to skip past that. What the fuck is black privilege? Please explain that to me. Is that like your counterattack?
I'll explain it to you. I'll explain it to you right now. So like I said, I just said, calm down. I'm explaining it to you. All right, settle down. Okay, so Kyle Rittenhouse had his bail raised by the local judge. Daniel Penny didn't even get a bail. Carmelo Anthony had his bail lowered conveniently under the amount that was raised for him on Give, Send, Go, in which black people were donating to his Give, Send, Go with comments like, "Oh, I'm glad you killed that white boy and kill whitey," etc.
That's a lie.
No, it's very true. You can look it up.
No. Actually, I've looked at the actual comments underneath that Give and Go, and ain't nobody ever said that. So keep going.
There's
But they're having comments like
there's
that
several
for George
documented
Zimmerman,
accounts last week.
for every
one up.
Yeah, pull one up. And what the fuck is Black
Okay, I
Privilege?
will. And which they're saying, "I'm glad you killed that white boy. Kill Whitey." There's
Pull it up.
vitriol on both
Pull it up.
sides.
Pull it up.
All right, you want me to go on Gibson going pull the shit up? All right.
Yeah, I do. But go ahead now, Kenny. What you had?
So Jay, honestly, I don't know what happened, but from what I heard, and this might not be true, but they said that he was with friends when he was under the tent. So it's not like he just went in the tent and just was chilling there. He was actually talking to friends, and that's when the twins approached him and said, "Get out." And I guess he was like, he felt like, what the fuck, like, you know, I don't need to go. And then they were like, we're gonna force you, you know, because I heard they were bullied. That's the story that's going around. The twins were bullied. They're like 6'2", they're football players. Bro, these dudes are they're not fucking little. They're not like some,
Hey, some big dudes. Some big dudes, yeah.
Yeah, they're not some scrawny white boys now. And supposedly the kid, you know, I think I don't know, until the video evidence comes out, you know, it's kind of like the brick lady. The brick lady fucking was telling people she got hit by a brick, and I told a friend of mine, I was like, I ain't gonna say nothing until I see the evidence, you know, like I need more to the story, because I'm not gonna just fight for this woman, and she could be lying. So I need more evidence to come out for this story before I start going all out for the kid. But right now, from what I see, it sounds like the kid defended himself. He didn't think he was gonna kill the kid. You know what I'm saying? Like Red said,
why would you? Yeah, why would you stab somebody in the chest with the intention of taking their life, and then turn around and ask the officer, "Is he okay?" after you told him you did it?
Well, because he got caught, and we got caught handed. I just sent you a picture in the background, Jay, of what we were just
Red, you said he got caught. I got you though. I got that. You sent it in the private chat because I don't see it yet. But when I see it, I'll pull it up. But you saying that he got caught? We already defeated that argument earlier where you said he tried to flee. So he
How did
didn't
you
get
beat
caught.
that argument?
He never
was
left
caught.
the area. He didn't leave the area.
He did leave the crime scene, though.
He didn't leave the area.
He didn't leave the premises because the premises is a very large area. This is suburban Texas. We're
Dude,
talking about.
Red, stop saying that shit, dude. You keep saying it's a suburban. Dude, I play fucking soccer, dude. There's 3 soccer fields side by side.
Yeah,
That
well,
area was
suburban
smaller than
Texas,
goddamn
they
what the
have
fuck he was
pretty
on.
big school campuses, right?
So Red, what you're saying is that he ran off campus, like he ran off the schoolyard?
He tried to run
No,
away. That's
he
what I'm
didn't. He
saying.
didn't run off the schoolyard. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he fled the scene and he got rid of the knife.
He threw the knife in the bleachers where he
They got
stabbed
the
his
knife
motherfucker at.
though. They have
He
the
threw it in
evidence.
the bleachers.
I know they got the knife, but what I'm saying is he
Where
threw the weapon away and fled the scene, which is not going to hold up good in the court.
Actually, it really would hold up good in court if you asked me, Red, to be honest with you. And you can ask me why, but I'll tell you.
Well, I'm not interested because it doesn't sound like it's very convincing.
But it's going to be very convincing. Why would a black man run up to a police officer and have a weapon in his hand after he just...
Well, why would a black man defend himself legally and then toss the weapon and run away?
He knows that the police are coming.
Oh,
He didn't
okay.
leave, so
Now we're bringing this whole other thing in.
So he fled the crime scene, but he didn't flee the area. So clearly he was waiting for the police to come.
Because the area, well, listen, Uncanny, the area is large, okay? The crime scene is small.
Uncanny, don't listen to him. This motherfucker said it took the police about 5 to 7 minutes to get there, and this kid was on a fucking track field, and he was somehow still at the track field.
No,
when the
it didn't take police 5 to 10 minutes to get to Austin Metcalf and his dying body. It took them 5 to 10 minutes to apprehend Carmelo Anthony, who was on the north side of the track.
What does that mean? Have you ever been to a goddamn a track field is no bigger
I
than a
looked
football?
at it, dude. Look at the school on Google Maps and look at the police report. The north side of the tracks is, you'd have to run away from the tents.
Red, I've already showed the video of the
Yeah,
field. You
it's
saw
pretty
the
big, but
field
it's
too.
not like that big, like you're trying to make it seem.
He
Yeah, I
said he
know. I'm
ran a
not
mile
did
away.
like a Michael
He
Schofield prison break run. All I'm saying is that he fled the scene and got rid of the knife, which establishes criminal contempt in the court of law.
Red said this motherfucker ran a mile away. A mile
Okay,
You did
away.
say that. I heard the show. You said
I
he
was
was a mile away from premises. But back
Like
to
that
this
boy
black
was on the
privilege.
Yeah,
field.
What was that about?
maybe he could have ran a mile. I mean, he was a track runner.
Oh yeah, he Uncanny got a question
What
for you.
what the fuck is black privilege? What was that? You mentioned that earlier.
Oh, the black privilege is simply this. If you remember the Kyle Rittenhouse case, he had his bail raised. Daniel Penny didn't receive a bail, if I remember correctly. And yet Carmelo Anthony had his bail lowered to an amount that was conveniently under what he received on Give, Send, Go by other black people who donated to Carmelo Anthony's fund just because he was black, and they thought, oh yeah, I support this black person, even if it was the case that he just put a knife into somebody.
You ready for me to disprove why that shit don't even make no damn sense? You ready?
Please.
Okay, Daniel Penny. We saw him execute that CEO on camera, right?
Yep.
That's for you, Red. We did see
That
him do that
who?
on camera, right? We saw Daniel Penny, whatever the fuck how you say his name. We saw him shoot that CEO on camera, right?
He didn't shoot anybody. No, Daniel Penny is the guy who choked that black kid out on the subway.
Who the fuck? Oh, I'm thinking about Pedrage or whatever. Okay, well,
Thinking
we
about,
saw that
yeah.
guy. Yeah, we saw that video too. We saw him choke. We saw that dude choke him in the subway, right?
Right.
We saw Kyle Rittenhouse shoot those people that were chasing after him, right?
Right, that were posing a legitimate threat to his life. Yeah,
I'm just saying, we saw those, right? We saw both of those, right?
correct.
Did you see this Carmelo Anthony shit?
No, but I think we will.
A little bit of difference right there, right? A little bit of.
No, what white?
Go ahead, Uncanny.
What white privilege is a white chick saying the N-word to a black kid with autism, and they raising money for her because she's in fear of her life. That is fucking white privilege.
Please. Oh, no,
You just said, what
if
the
you
fuck
don't
is black
understand by now,
privilege?
this is obviously a response to the
outta
money
here.
that Carmelo Anthony raised.
All right, hold on, real quick. Like
almost $1 million.
Real quick, Red. That actually is a good point, and you can't even try to just dismiss that because white folks actually really do got an answer for that. Your community gave literally almost $1 million to a woman for calling a black kid a nigga that
But
has
no,
autism.
that's not why we
Hold
voted him out.
up.
With video evidence.
Y'all gave almost $1 million to a white woman that called a 5-year-old autistic black kid a nigga.
No, she didn't.
But y'all mad.
She did. What the fuck?
Where's the video evidence?
She admitted to it. She said she did it. What are you talking about?
But we don't know the context in which she said it.
No, fuck that. She said she did it. She said if they acting like one, I'm gonna call them like one. So we're not finna
Okay,
sit here and act
but do you know who is taking the video?
but hold up, Red. I gotta finish my point. And then I'll let you run because I gotta grab another beer anyways. But she admitted to doing it. And your response to that is a complete comparison of saying, well, Carmelo Anthony stabbed this white kid under your assumption that he did it in cold blood. When we're under the assumption that he did it.
Here's the thing. My assumption, it doesn't matter what I are.
Red, hold the fuck up, man. I'm gonna let you get the flow. I'm gonna let you say whatever you gotta say. I told you I gotta go get her bidder ticket. So our assumption, the people that donated money and raised money for him, they're doing it for his defense. This lady, they raised money for her just to prove a fucking point to say, fuck that. We'll say racist shit and we'll still support our own. So go ahead, give me your little rundown.
No, it's not. It's not about just saying, "Oh, she called the little boy the N-word." First of all, there's no video evidence of that. All we have is the video evidence of some guy who is an alleged PDF file who's randomly taking videos at the playground for some reason, and there's been a substantial amount of money raised for the parents of this child that was called this horrible word by this white woman, right? Where are the parents? They're nowhere to be found. So is this just some random 5-year-old, some autistic black 5-year-old? Where are the parents? Where is the family? Why is this 5-year-old stealing things out of somebody else's bag?
Hold on, red. Hold on, red. First off, you just said that you possibly don't believe that she actually called the 5-year-old the N-word, right? That's a possibility, right?
There's no video recording of that.
Okay. Is there a video recording of the 5-year-old taking anything from her?
Nope.
Got your bitch ass. Shut the fuck up. Why you arguing a point
No,
that you can't even
it's
prove?
equivalent.
You can't
No,
even
didn't.
you can't have one without the other.
No, it's equivalent.
You can't you can't have one
The
without
person
the other.
recording her, the alleged pedophile recording her, says she called the
No,
5-year-old.
pedophile.
He says that
You talking about
5-year-old
the person that
stole
wasn't
something
convicted?
from her.
You
Both are
talking about the
baseless
person that wasn't convicted?
accusations because they're both backed up without any proof. So just like I
hold
can't
up,
say this black kid was stealing from her, you can't say that she called her the N-word.
Look. But once again, and shout out to Goat. That's how I gotta say it, JC Goat. He said, but the thing is,
She
she
did.
admitted to saying it. Yeah, so
She did.
there's no questioning that.
But see, how would you think? Because, like, imagine, put yourself in the shoes of a blonde white lady at the park with her kid. All right.
Go ahead,
Now,
yeah.
let's say, for example, a black child comes up and steals a toy out of your child's bag, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say for some reason the N-word just comes out of your mouth. Now it can come out of your mouth.
I'm not finna say that because that's not something that comes out of my mouth.
But see, there's a difference between screaming the N-word in a child's face and, taking a toy back and saying it under your breath.
Hey nigger, give me my shit back.
Right. There's a difference between like slap. No, there's a clear difference, right?
Whatever fucking fantasies you want to make in your head to try to justify this shit, look, keep going, bro. But that shit
No, but
is
what I'm
fucking
saying is
hilarious.
it doesn't really matter because if what they say is true and this black child is autistic and he's 5 years old, he's not even going to remember this word. And if he's a black child, chances are
shit.
He's heard the N-word 1,000 times in his own household.
Okay, so now we're justifying bad behavior.
No, I'm not justifying anything. I'm just
literally what you're
explaining
doing.
the ridiculosity and the outrage.
Look, I'm really saying, like, you know how we talk about people that have like transgender people. Like you hear people that say that's a mental disorder, right? Like they have a mental illness.
Yeah, I mean,
That they
it
like.
is.
Yeah, I think it's a mental disorder for white people to justify evil.
Wait, trans people?
Now I'm saying I think it's evil. I think it's a mental disorder for white people like you yourself to justify evil.
Trans people?
White people. Who are majority of the trans community too.
Oh,
But no,
you're saying
mainly white people.
white people have this disorder.
Yeah, you got a mental disorder. You're justifying evil.
And what's the evil?
Yelling racial slurs at a 5-year-old autistic kid. That's not evil?
Dude, have you ever been in a major city? That happens every day.
Does that make it right?
Of course not. But that's not the reason why Shiloh
It's still
Hendricks is
evil,
getting
right?
money.
It's still evil. It's still evil.
Okay, but you're missing the nuance here. Okay, the reason why Shiloh Hendricks got all this money is not because she called somebody the N-word.
Why'd she get it?
She got it because, first of all, it's a response to all the black people sending money to Carmelo Anthony because they're black. Second of all, is a response to this Somalian accused pedophile who was taking videos at the playground after being caught picking up 16-year-old foster students.
Rick,
This guy,
can I stop you real
and this
quick?
is a
Can I stop you real quick? Rick, can I please stop you real quick? You said
Okay.
this accused Somalian pedo, right? That's what you said,
Yeah.
right? Accused Somalian pedo. So you believe all women now?
No, I don't believe. No, this isn't women. This is the federal government.
And he was acquitted of that.
Yes,
They
he
dropped
was
the
acquitted of that under the
So why are you saying
under the
it?
state.
So why are you
But
saying it? What?
however, I also did my due diligence, and it turns out under court records, he was still picking up 16-year-olds from foster homes.
No, it
Why was he
sounds
doing
like it sounds
Sounds
like
kind of
somebody
weird.
made Red. Okay, Red. I hope somebody says that about you one day, and you just got to carry that shit to the cows come home,
Well, I
even though
don't
it's
pick
not
up
true.
16-year-old
Nah,
kids from foster homes, so I don't have to worry about
if I'm
that.
a bus, if you turn into being a bus driver, you might. What are you talking about? Like, dude, y'all gotta stop
This
saying
guy,
shit like that.
regardless of
Y'all
what this
gotta
guy
stop
is
saying shit
doing,
like that. Oh my god. Goat said, but how do you know the 5-year-old hears the N-word in his household? Yeah, how do you know that, Red?
because every black child hears the N-word in their own household.
That's a lie. That is a lie. Just so you know. You know the first time I heard the N-word in my household? You wanna know how old I was?
I don't know. Whenever you saw the Dave Chappelle show,
No, I'm saying heard the N-word from because I'm pretty sure you're talking about family members inside of my household saying the word. How old do you think I was when I first heard a family member say the N-word in my household?
well, you're from the South, and that word isn't that common, so I wouldn't be surprised if you were pretty old.
From the South, and that word is not that common?
As a derogatory term.
Okay, so I would have heard it a lot of times in my household, right? What age do you think I heard it at first?
I mean, you grew up in Alabama. I would say about, I don't know, 9, 10.
Never heard it.
Interesting. You know, Jesse Lee Peterson says the same thing, and he grew up in Alabama
Y'all
too.
don't know because y'all don't know black people. You know the ones you hang around, and the fucked up shit is you hang around the ones that are like you.
Oh
Birds
yeah,
of a feather
my
flock
problem.
together. Hey, look, I'm just saying, birds of a feather flock together. So if you run around these badass black people, you must be a badass white person. But you try to associate that shit with everybody else. I grew up in a household where my dad had $1 million business. I grew up around nice, good folks. We carried ourselves. My dad's a pastor. I come from a long line of pastors. That N-word wasn't mentioned in our motherfucking house. What the fuck you talking about? But you talking about every black person. That shows
Well,
me
that's a
how
good
much
thing.
you know
That's a
black
good
people.
thing. But see, here's what I'm saying. That's a good thing that you didn't hear the N-word.
No, Red. Don't switch it. It disproves your point. Don't say stupid shit like that no more.
I don't think your anecdotal example disproves my point that most black children nowadays.
Red. You said all.
First of all, hold on, Jay. Hold on,
You
Jay.
said
Hold on.
all.
No, I'm saying
You
most.
did. No, you said
Okay, well,
all. You
I'm
said
saying most.
all. Now
You
you
know
saying
damn
most.
well. there's a giant proportion, if not the majority, of black children growing up under their mothers without their fathers even
There's a shit
involved.
ton of white kids growing up underneath their mothers.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't
What
matter.
next? So
Doesn't
what are
matter.
you talking about the black folks for then?
Well,
got the same
what are you talking about? What are you talking about them for?
You just brought it up.
Well, I'm bringing
You
it up
brought it up.
to explain why Shiloh Hendrix got her money.
Shiloh Hendrix got her money because majority of Americans are racist. And
Well, if
white
that
people
was the
feel like
case,
their
listen,
country's getting taken from them.
I wish you were right, but that's not true. Listen, if white people just gave money to
Oh
other
my
white
God,
people,
Red,
they said
we gotta pause.
I would
Red, we
be
gotta pause.
a
Red, we gotta
billionaire.
pause. Red, we gotta pause. You said you wish I was right.
I wish you were, but you're not, because
Why are you telling on
the
yourself like that?
well, I'm just keeping it a buck. I'm not a hypocrite.
Hey, look. You swore up and down you wasn't racist before, but now you just you feeling froggy now. You just gonna admit it now, huh?
Well, I'm not racist.
Yeah, you
Just,
is, man. Go, but
I'm
keep going, man.
objective.
Look, I like you, man. I got a lot of racist friends. Go, keep going. Say what you were saying.
Well, I forgot what I was saying with all these accusations.
There ain't no accusations. This is a good assumption, a good observation.
Yeah,
God
the
damn.
reason that white people are donating to the Shiloh Hendrix is because it's a response to black people donating to Carmelo Anthony. And
That's
it's
not a
because,
response, man.
a black kid can stab another white kid and get a bunch of money and get his bond conveniently lowered to that amount. But if a white woman says a word, her life is threatened. Black people on TikTok threaten her address. They post it, and she raised money to protect her and her family, and that is the cold hard truth. And when you, I guess, criticize aspects of the black community intellectually, right? I don't call 5-year-old autistic black kids the N-word, but I do criticize the black community. And when
Yeah,
I
you
do
do.
that,
I know you do. But look. I know you don't. I know you ain't. You don't stoop down to that level because you see that there's
right,
something wrong with that, right?
obviously, right?
Yeah,
This
but
woman,
she didn't. But hey, Red. At least you got enough conscience, enough moral compass outside of your racism to understand that you don't do that to a 5-year-old child. But guess what? A
but you
lot
know
of
how
people in
we
your
are,
community.
dude. Another child steals from, and where is this
How
child's
do you
parent?
know it's true? How do you know that that's true? She could have just said that to justify
Well,
what she did.
how do you know she even called that child anything?
Because she told us that she did.
Did she? Or did she
Yes.
just like see whatever?
She admitted. No, she admitted it in the video that I did it. She said if he acts like one, I'ma call him like one. Like she said it.
Well, where's the video evidence in the flash
You
that
want me
shows
to show it to you?
it looks
You want me
like
to
a
show it to
5-year-old
you?
child? There's
I'll
over
pull it up for you.
$400,000 raised for the family online. Where is the family? Why is
No,
this
hold on,
child
hold on,
at the playground?
no. The
And why
family
is this
actually has.
Somalian pedo recording it?
They actually have the video up, and the family actually does have a GoFundMe. And you keep calling this guy a pedo when he was never convicted of a
But who's the
crime. So I
family?
don't.
The family hasn't been identified. The child hasn't been identified.
I can show you a video of the child and the father. What are you talking about?
Who are
And
they?
I don't even be on the internet like that. And I've seen the face of the child and the father. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So I don't think you be doing no type of research into nothing, Red. I think you just be liking to talk. You see shit and you
Well,
jump on
and,
it.
I mean, the past few days, I haven't seen anything.
And then on top of it, you talking about all these kids in the black community that grew up in single family households. this meth head bitch, you think she got a husband? She a baby mama, man. What are you talking about?
I mean, come on. If you don't think single parent households
Baby
are spreading the black
mama,
community,
bro.
you're just a clown.
No, it's pretty much about the same, bro. It ain't separated by no more than it's less than 10% separation between the white women and the black women when it comes to raising kids in a single family household. Yeah, because 80% of all kids in America grow up in a single family household. Of all
80% of all kids?
Yeah. You want me to pull up that stat for you too?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to see that.
Let's see this shit,
I
man.
think it might mean 80% of all black kids.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up for you. Let's see, American. You need to stop making these bold claims. Like, you really need to start doing that, bro. That's why I say, like, when motherfuckers grow up, like when motherfuckers come on this channel and say something to you, you be getting real pissed off. Like, you be saying some shit that be real, like, racist. And then you be like, I'm not racist. Where do you get that from? It's like, goddamn, did you hear what you just said? I be like, damn, look, I'm okay with it. I grew up in Alabama. I know what the fuck it is. I think it's fucking funny. Here. Off on the stats. Off on the stats a little bit, y'all. Hold up. The sad part is I need all Americans. I don't know why they put black people in here. I need all Americans. I need all Americans. It's less than 50% right now for black Americans, though. 25% for all Americans. 25% of kids. Well, damn, that's just gonna hurt the fucking feminist movement and all that shit, man. Only 25% as of 2025. 25% of kids grow up in a single family household. I'm gonna show it to y'all. Let me share the screen real
And
quick.
that's total Americans, right?
Yeah, total all Americans. All Americans.
Now let's try black Americans.
Ours is like 47%. I just got done looking at that.
Exactly.
47%.
And that's why it's a problem.
Look, white people was at 57.
Hold on. My phone's dying, so let me make this point. The black mothers in the community are bestowing this anger, this hatred, this entitlement onto the sons, and they're acting irrationally. They're taking knives to the track meets. They're acting irrationally, and what could have been settled in fistfights back in the day. They gotta Mom got some cold fries from McDonald's, so I gotta crash out.
All right, Red, you said all that. Okay, so what's happening with the white kids that go and shoot up schools?
Well, they're mentally deranged, and it happens every once in a while. But the majority, the majority of school shootings,
Y'all heard it, y'all. Oh, Red, hell no. Y'all heard it here first. Red said that the black kids that do crimes or whatever the fuck is because of their mama. But the white kids, when they go out and shoot up everybody, it's just because they got mental problems.
Yeah, because they have a mama, and the distribution isn't the same. The majority of school shootings are non-white. No, they're black kids, because any shooting that happens on a school ground is considered a school shooting, and by that, is way more.
That ain't what we talking about. You already know what the fuck we talking about. Mass shootings on school campuses is white boys. That's y'all thing.
Well, technically, a mass shooting is 2+ people shot. If that's the metric, that happens every weekend here in Detroit.
Hey, look, you better stay out the way. Stay out the way.
Well, what I'm saying is that doesn't happen in the white suburbs.
Yeah, but it happened in the trailer parks.
Okay, but who cares about the trailer parks?
Exactly. Y'all don't even care about your own people, bruh. That's why y'all don't talk about them. Y'all just talk about black people all day.
That's the difference. That's the difference, Jay.
Man,
We
it's
don't.
not no
But see,
difference.
that's the difference. We don't defend the trailer park trash. You guys defend the ghetto trash.
No, we don't. Y'all put that shit on all of us. That's your problem, whether you
We
fail
don't,
to
we don't
realize.
put anything on anybody. And I speak as a person that has no dog in any fight. I'm just telling you like it is.
You telling me like you crazy. Look, you would put me in the same category with any other black person if you didn't know who I was.
No, I put black people in very specific categories.
Look, you hesitated. You hesitated for a second. If that motherfucker saw me in a lineup, you'd be like,
No,
I'll prove
because I know you are. So you have firearms training, you have weapons experience. You're a good one.
Nah, y'all heard that, right? He said I'm a good one. He know what he's saying. He know what he said.
No, you would be valuable. You're not just some, you're not
Hey, look,
property.
I got something for you, Red. I got something for you.
Don't let the liberal media tell you how to think and feel. If you have hate in your heart, let it out.
Just let it out, man. Just let it all out, man. Let the world see it. This shit hilarious to me. This shit funny to me. Because I've been telling folks for the longest, I'm like, man, these white folks got some real deep-seated hatred in their heart. And people keep trying to act like, no, y'all black people just keep making things up. It's
Bro,
like,
I don't have hatred.
yeah, you do. You can never come to the conclusion that you came to without
It's not
hatred.
hatred. It's just I'm kind of annoyed.
You annoyed with what? Hey, and actually, I need you to talk for a second because I got to take a piss. Go ahead, talk.
I'm annoyed with like the state of our infrastructure, like the buses, the public transport, the welfare system, the state of our public discourse. It kind of just gets annoying. And I walk down the street and there's these black Hebrew Israelites who say like, "Oh, we're the original Egyptians, but we're also the original Native Americans, and we're also the original Jews." It's like they pick an origin story, and they're criticizing people like me just because of my skin color. And I just want to say, like, what gives you that right? Like, it seems like they're adopting the ideologies.
What all you said you was annoyed with? I ain't get to hear.
I'm annoyed with the obnoxiousness and the.
Oh, you talking about the confidence of black people?
No. I'm okay with confidence, but just don't like. If you're on the public bus, don't have a conversation on your Bluetooth speaker, on loudspeaker, or on your phone.
Oh no, look, so you just don't like inappropriate things, like rude things in your sense. But keep going. Give me the whole list of things first. I'm sorry, I don't need to nitpick each one of them.
That type of stuff mainly, and also like the tribalistic aspects, like donating to Carmelo's whatever, or the
Kind of like the tribalistic shit of donating to a woman that called a 5-year-old autistic kid a nigga. But keep going. I'm listening to you.
That was a reaction.
Keep going. Yeah, keep going.
And just the obnoxiousness and the complaining. We see these videos every day on TikTok and Instagram. Oh, black women are tired. We're tired as black. It's like, what are you tired of? Tired of what?
Tired of y'all white folks. That's what they tired of. Tired of y'all white folks.
No. Listen, we're tired. All right, we're tired.
Y'all ain't. What y'all tired of? What are white people tired of? Like for real? What?
Paying for you guys.
What do you mean? What? Hold on.
We pay for your welfare. We pay for your subsidization. We pay for DEI. We pay for you to get into positions that you aren't even in. We pay for your existence. If it wasn't for good-spirited white people, you would have never escaped slavery.
You want to know something funny, Red? That lets me know that you do not know the history of this country at all. Not one little bit. Because first off, there's a narrative that's been pushed to a lot of children growing up in this country that white Americans created democracy. You know that's a lie, right?
Well, I guess the Greeks created democracy, right?
No, the Greeks didn't create nothing. They didn't create shit. But you believe shit like that. You know who created democracy?
Oh, let me guess. The Africans.
No, Black Americans created democracy because when y'all decided y'all wanted to found a country after y'all spent pretty much about what 10, 15, 20 years eating each other because y'all couldn't survive over here.
Eating
Hold
each
on,
other.
Red.
You mean
Hold
like
on.
what
Yeah.
Haitians do right now?
I don't give a fuck what Haitians doing. I'm talking about y'all right now.
Well, how did black people create democracy if democracy was a
I'm about to
concept that
explain it
was
to you. I'm
created
about
years before?
to explain it to you. Because in America, democracy was created by black people. You can talk about the rest of the world all you want. But when y'all decided to found this country, y'all didn't give everybody rights. Every white man didn't even have rights. Only white men that had rights were the ones who actually owned property, aka slaves or land or something like that. They had to own something to even have the right to fucking vote. It wasn't no democracy.
Yeah, that was a feudal system.
Exactly. You didn't create democracy. Democracy only got created when black folks advocated for it. And they just didn't advocate it for themselves. They advocated it
No, that's
for
not true.
everybody.
That's not
Okay.
true because
Go ahead. And tell me why.
Before the American Revolution, the French
Mhm.
Revolution, they were advocating for democracy.
Yeah, they can advocate for whatever they want. Did they get it accomplished?
Yes, they did actually.
Oh,
French
so black people
Revolution.
had the right to vote with the French?
No, because there wasn't black people in France.
That wasn't democracy.
Of course it was democracy because most of the people in France didn't have black people at the time. It was 300 years ago.
I'm talking about in America, Red. In America. In America. Not no other country. Black people, they created democracy. White people didn't do that. Because if it was up to y'all, your ass
How
would be
could
goddamn
black people create democracy when they couldn't even read and write?
because we fought for it. That's how.
But you didn't even know democracy. Democracy is a Greek word.
It doesn't, dude. Do you not know what the English language is, dude? You talking about we couldn't read and write, bitch? You don't think we learned how to read and write, dude? You know how many self-taught motherfuckers see? That's letting me know you need to learn American history. See, that's why they try.
At what point did black people ever establish democracy?
When we fought for rights for everybody and made y'all motherfuckers goddamn do somewhat a form of democracy.
When?
What we have right now is because of black people. What are you talking about? The Civil Rights Movement? You talking about the Civil Rights Movement?
Oh, the Civil Rights Movement? No, everybody had the right to vote before that.
No, they didn't.
What are you talking about? They did.
Okay, hell. So white men, black men and white women and black women all got the right to vote at the same time?
Yeah, and that was much before
the
Civil Rights
No,
Movement.
they didn't. No, they didn't. Black men got the right to vote before white women.
No,
and then
they
women
did
as a whole got the right to
They
vote.
all
What are you
got the
talking about?
right to vote at different times, but that was much
Yeah, but you just
before
said the
Civil
opposite.
Rights Movement. The Civil Rights Movement was in the fucking 1960s.
The Civil Rights Movement actually brought in democracy.
Black men. There was black men voting in American government in the 1890s.
Oh my God. This is terrible. Look, you need to go do some history lessons. I'm actually gonna do a history lesson video tomorrow. Y'all make sure y'all tune in for y'all that don't know. We're gonna do a history lesson and go through American history because a lot of white folks don't know their history. They don't know the past. They have this taught history that talking about black folks need them. Bitch, we was living without y'all and y'all came and burned the cities down. Like, what are you talking about? We had a whole township, multiple townships established by black people, ran by black people, didn't deal with y'all. And y'all came in there and burned them bitches down. Y'all need us.
Well,
we don't
I think
need
you should
y'all.
keep that
We don't
same
need
energy
y'all,
and you should stop
motherfuckers.
asking for a handout.
It ain't no handout, bitch. You got a debt to pay. What are you talking about? Y'all got a debt to pay. Y'all got a debt to pay, man. Y'all got a debt to pay. No matter what you want to say, you got a debt to pay.
This white debt currency, this white
You got a
guilt,
debt.
and
It's accumulating more. You might want to pay it.
No, it's running out, especially with Shiloh Hendricks.
Hey, guess what?
If
Guess what?
anything,
Guess
that
what?
shows that your moral currency is.
Hey, well, guess what? Guess what? Right now, by the time I turn 60, I bet that debt'll be paid. I bet that
What
debt'll be
debt?
paid by the time I turn 60.
What debt? Reparations?
Oh, that debt gonna be paid. It's gonna be paid. Cause y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna be the majority no more. Y'all, that debt gonna be paid. Y'all ain't gonna look. Y'all beat y'all bitches up so much. Y'all fucking treated them so bad that they don't even want to have babies for y'all motherfuckers no more. They fucking with black folks, so y'all population gonna be a minority. Or y'all at least will not be the majority anymore. Because
We're
Hispanics have
already
probably
not the
had the highest
majority.
not y'all, not by 2040. That's why I said when I turn 60. By the time I turn 60, y'all gonna be a minority.
Well, that assumes
And we gonna
everything
get them
happens
reps.
between
And
then and
guess what,
now.
y'all? I'm be in Cancun, Barbados, and coconuts. I'll be out there bitch
Exactly.
chilling, bruh.
Exactly. And that's a
I'll
good
be
thing, Gray.
gone.
Because you're going to be in the Barbados, you're going to be in the tropical lands, and you know where the white people are going to be? Alaska, Maine.
You look, you should just go there right now.
But
Man,
see, what
look,
I'm
be ahead
saying
of the
is, as
curve,
long as
bruh.
there's cold places, I don't think white people are ever going to go extinct.
Man, look, white people, it's not about y'all going extinct. It's just some fact that you're not gonna have as many people because people die and then people like your birth rate's not
So
keeping up with the people
you
that's
think
dying.
America is going to be majority non-white?
Yeah, look, the economics, the economists and the scientists have already predicted it anyways. You can
Do you
look it
think
up.
that's a good thing?
Yeah, I think it's a great thing. Y'all need to be running that no more, man. Y'all be running shit into the ground. Look at
Oh,
who you got
really?
in
Like
office right now.
NASA, like the space administration, like colonization all across the globe, like
Y'all not the
UAA?
only motherfuckers that have a space program. You know that, right? That's why it's
Well,
called the
we created the
International Space
space
Station.
program,
No, you
though.
didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You did not
Well, the
create
Germans
shit.
did.
No, you didn't create shit. You just
The
got there.
Germans
You got
created the space
supposedly.
program.
Hell,
Yes, they did.
supposedly got to space first. We know the
Oh, well,
motherfuckers
I'm
was in the
sorry.
swimming pool.
Maybe the ancient Wakandans made it to Mars.
Oh, no, I ain't saying. I'm not saying black people had anything to do. Well, actually, when it comes to NASA, it was those black women. They did a movie on that a little while ago.
Oh
They,
yeah, those.
that actually, that was based on a
They
true
were.
story, right? Why you
Yeah, and
trying to laugh?
the true story is they were fucking numbers checkers. They were chicken scratch writers. They were
Okay,
checking math
check this,
problems.
check this. You're sending people on a rocket into space, and these people could blow up if every calculation is not correct. And you just
It
chalk
wasn't
them women
dependent
up
on
to
their
numbers
calculations.
checkers.
They were doing
You
chicken
know, you
scratch
check them.
double checks for math problems that were
You chalk.
regarding space
Okay, so they
interfaces
fix white
coming
folks'
back into
mistakes.
orbit. It wasn't
So
even
they
the
fix
whole
white. They
comprehension of the
fix
mission.
white. This is crazy. They fix the white person's mistake, and they ain't
Because
nothing.
you saw that
You
in the
would have
movie.
got
That isn't
somebody
actually what
killed.
happened. Where's
You
the
would have
evidence
got
that
somebody
happened?
deleted, bro. And y'all done got a couple people deleted doing that shit.
This is why movies ruin people's brains.
No, that actually was based on a true
Yeah, based
historical.
upon a true story. That doesn't mean everything you saw in the movie actually happened.
It doesn't. I didn't watch that fucking
Those
movie. What the
women
fuck you
weren't
talking about? I didn't
responsible for
watch
the
that
fucking
movie.
movie.
I read about the women. That's what see, that's where you're confused. I don't watch movies like that. I read about those women. I know
Yeah,
about
and
the
it's still
Tuskegee
fucking
Airmen.
propaganda.
I know about these people. I know about my history. You don't know about yours.
Your history. Oh yeah, a bunch of black women tattling off numbers that got us into space. Even though the Germans were in the same amount of space, 70 years ago. Well, whatever. Yeah,
So
sure.
you saying some
Good
other?
for
So you
you.
saying some other? So you saying some other white dudes beat y'all to the point? To the point, y'all ain't the smartest.
They beat all of us to the point. The Americans, the British,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm glad you admitting defeat.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I mean, the Germans were the first ones to create anti-gravitational technology, and they have the
And guess
patents
what?
for
And
it.
guess what? And guess what? Think about this. The Germans beat y'all with an all-white society to space. And y'all can
Yeah.
only get there with the help of black women.
I know, and it's crazy. And you know what's even crazier?
Look. I
It's
want people to know
crazy.
this.
I know.
We have a pandemic
And
in
here's the thing:
America.
we had the help of German scientists
Y'all had to
And
help a black
you know what's
women
even
too,
crazier? The
and
Germans
black
made it to the
men.
moon. The Germans made it to Antarctica, and they created several satellites. And the Germans never had any black women. How did they do that?
Oh, Africans. We had already been there. I know you like to keep denying it, but it's historical evidence to prove that we had already been there. Everywhere
Where, the
you think
moon?
y'all got there first, y'all ain't never got nowhere first. The only
Oh, so you
problem is
think
y'all the
black
ones
people
who
went
wrote
to
the
the moon
books.
first?
Well, you said the Germans beat y'all there. Since
Well, it
y'all like
sounds
to
like you're
distinguish
saying
y'all,
it sounds like you're
y'all
saying
like to
black people
distinguish.
went
Look,
there.
look, that's the crazy shit. Y'all like to distinguish yourselves between different continents you grew up in when
Yeah,
y'all
because we
all
can,
white.
because we actually have solidified cultures.
So you tell me I can't say Nigeria or Ghana or nothing like that?
Well, no, of course you can. Nigeria has a space force. Ethiopia has a space force, but they're not really doing anything.
It's amazing to me. And I want people in the chat to realize this. White folks love to have black people in a bad position so they can talk down on them. But the one thing that a lot of
No, I
their
don't.
average
I don't want you in a
no,
bad
no, hold
position.
on, Red. Stop. Let me finish this. And I ain't talking about you, I'm talking about the powers that be. The powers that be, white folks, love to have black people in a bad position, and they go out of their way to make sure they stay in that bad position just so they can always talk about black people being in that bad position. Because everything that has happened to black people in this country, think about this crazy shit. You got a group of people that will say, well, this guy did this black guy did this black guy did that. In a country where there was over 400 years and still to this day of oppression to keep black people down, and black people right there with them. Think about that. They over police our neighborhoods. They put drugs into our neighborhoods. They won't loan us they won't give us loans so we can get homes. But we're still right there. And this is coming from a group of people that have never had any roadblock put in front of them. I can understand why you would be fearful. I can understand why you would be fearful. Look, they kept us out of their baseball league. They kept us out of their NFL league. They kept us out of their basketball league. Are any of those leagues majority white anymore? And I know in baseball, we ain't gonna say it's majority black. I know we got a lot of Hispanics doing that. So hey, good job to y'all. Good job to y'all on that one. But basketball, majority black. NFL, majority black. When we're put on the same playing field to compete, they know they can't compete. We got a lot of mediocre white boys running this shit. And they've gone out of their way to keep people down so they can keep their power. That's why Africa is so poor right now. That's why they keep trying to assassinate the leader of Burkina Faso right now. Like, I keep my eyes open. I be looking around the world and seeing what these motherfuckers doing, bro. I'll watch what the fuck they doing. I know a lot of y'all might be like, oh, here we go. We got another black crazy motherfucker. Yeah, suck dick and die tomorrow. I don't care about none of that. I pay attention to what people are doing. I pay attention and I keep my eyes open. They keep trying to project their insecurities on us. In this situation with the stabbing, man, look. Every time there was a cop, and I know y'all have heard this before, y'all, and I'm gonna say it. Every time there's a shooting where a white cop or a cop period kills a black kid, and black people get outraged because they see the video and stuff. What's the number one thing the white community says? Don't be quick to judgment. Just be patient. Just wait. Y'all just so quick to try to just condemn this cop. Every fucking time is a black person involved with anything involving a white person, condemn them, hang them, lynch them, throw them in jail, death penalty. They jump out the boat. Projection, y'all. Projection. A lot of these folks sit around here and talk about, like when we bring up the people that used to go to a lynching party, you know, when they used to lynch and hang black people in the town square and stuff, they say, oh, I would never be a part of that. That was just a different time and shit. Well, guess what? In this time, if you transported it back to that time, you would be the same fucking people. The same people that sit here and argue against us getting what's rightfully due to us, they're the same people that would have hung you from a fucking tree back then. And honestly, a lot of them wish they could. That's why that bitch that called that little black kid a nigga raised almost $1 million. And she's still raising money. She's still raising money right now, y'all. That's crazy. Still, somebody probably donated tonight. I know Red didn't because he need that dollar. But some other people probably donated to her tonight. She's trying to get to $1 million. For calling somebody of another race a derogatory term. Think about that. A 5-year-old autistic kid. And they talk about we evil. They talk about we evil. A lot of people don't understand why they keep funding the war in Israel and Palestine. They keep funding that, you know, the occupation. A lot of Black Americans need to wake up and understand, like, we've been living in occupation since the inception of this country. We've been living in occupation. When you don't have true control, Bill Cosby built himself up, played the game, did what they wanted him to do, tried to buy a TV network. What they did? Oh yeah, you been over here drugging our women, giving them drugs and shit. Knowing he ain't nothing but a bunch of groupies. Put him in prison. Even after making an agreement that you couldn't put him in prison. That's why he had to let him out. People need to understand the game and understand what it is. They need to understand the game and what it actually is, man. I ain't trying to sit over here on no soapbox, man. But I ain't finna sit over here and pretend and fucking lie and act like something ain't what it is. Like, look, if it looked like a dog and it barked like a dog and that bitch got fleas like a dog and I got a dog, bitch, that's a fucking dog. It's a fucking dog. Got a cat too. Wherever that bitch at. Well, that bitch over here licking himself. Y'all see that motherfucker over here? He licking his fuck out of himself. But yeah, man, I'm not finna sit here and sugarcoat shit to make people feel some type of way, man. We ain't on that type of time no more, man. This Tyree Nichols situation, look, if it comes out that that kid just stabbed that kid in the chest and nothing was done to him ahead of time, besides them just asking him to leave, if it's just like how all the white people try to portray it, they just asked him to leave and he just stabbed the kid, obviously he needs to go to prison for that. Not finna sit here, because, you know, Black people, we the moral compass of this country. I'm not going to sit here and say that that kid should be out on the loose. He's a murderer. He's a killer. No. If he just stabbed that kid for no damn reason, but we need to actually get to the bottom of the situation and figure out, because any normal human being wouldn't naturally just do that. So what transpired to make this kid do that? We can either find out that something did happen, and if something did happen, we can judge whether that's right or wrong, or justify for him to do what he did, or it can be what the people on the other side have been promoting from the get-go, that he's just a thug stabbing people. We'll find out. But how about we wait for it? They'll tell us to wait till the cows come home. They won't wait for it, though. As soon as they get the chance to pounce on it. I done seen videos from motherfucking Bill Walsh and all these motherfuckers. I think I said his name right. I don't know if it's Bill, but Matt Walsh, yeah. Justifying a lady calling a 5-year-old autistic kid the N-word, justifying it, and saying freedom of speech. Y'all, I want y'all to see how funny this is. We're going to get out of here in a second. They justifying this woman calling a 5-year-old N-word, the ER one, nigger type shit. is saying she has freedom of speech. Regardless of whether she's wrong or right, she has the freedom of speech. All the while, their president, Donald Trump, because he ain't mine. I ain't vote for that motherfucker. I don't vote for people that's orange. But all the while, their president is kicking people out of the country that are legally here. College students that are on visas, green cards, whatever fuck, legally here because they criticize Israel and support Palestine, aka freedom of speech. And I had to explain this to somebody the other day. Just because you're not a citizen of the United States, whether you're illegal or on a visa or green card or whatever, the Constitution still applies to you. You still have those rights also. It says person. It doesn't say American-born citizen. But a lot of these dumbass motherfuckers that live in America that think they're patriots who've never served this country, never put their body and their blood, their sweat on the line for this country, call themselves that. They want to tell people what the fuck it is. You need to read your own fucking shit. These people have rights. You talk about freedom of speech. These people are speaking about the genocide that's happening in over there in Israel, Gaza, Palestine, Israel, whatever area you want to call it. And they get kicked out of the country. But we're going to keep the woman that calls a 5-year-old autistic kid a nigger. That's where we are in America. I want a lot of people to look in the fucking mirror. And they talking about Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony. I showed y'all a video about that Carson Allison. He stabbed a kid 4 fucking times in a fight that he knew he was going to fight. And he brought the knife because he knew he was going to fight him. They gave him involuntary manslaughter. But they want the death penalty for Carmelo Anthony. And he don't even know this kid. He just probably had that knife on him because kids have knives. I had a knife when I was goddamn 15, 16, 17 in high school. I never used it on nobody, but I had it on me. And if somebody would have jumped me like that, as they claim, I probably would have used it on a motherfucker. But you know, rules for thee, but not for me. But not for me. We got Seagold in the building. Hey man, I need to see your face in the back real quick, like. Let me see your face in the back real quick. Like. All right, bet. I got you. And get you up in here before we get up out of here, man. What you got, man? What's your thoughts, man?
Yes, sir, man. I just agree with everything you were saying. I wish Red was still in here, man, because when you broke it down and told him he need to learn his history, he do. He trying to learn ours, but you know, they rewrote everything. First off, they stole everything, then turned around and rewrote everything and trying to cover it up. And see, for the new generation that's coming up, our new generation, let's say they get success and rewrite everything. They're just trying to rewrite history. They're trying to erase it all. They don't want us to know who he is. But see, motherfuckers like us, we ain't gonna let that happen.
Not one bit. Man, look, if you know where you come from, you know where you can go. And they've always tried to make it seem like we came from nothing. Like our existence started as slavery. That's what they keep teaching. These kids they don't know.
It's
Go ahead.
It's modern day slavery. That's all it is. Like you just said before I hopped on. You was like, if you look at it from what they was doing back then and fast forward to now, they'll still be the same motherfuckers.
Right. Exact same. Like, you can flip the times all you want. Like a lot of these folks, and that's why I said I put people in categories. And I know some people don't agree with this, but this is how I truly feel about it. For the people that are openly racist, you're in a group.
Yeah.
For the people that don't say nothing about the people that are racist, you're in the same group.
You is surely, and like that Red, he in that group. I don't care what nobody say. Now I like the fact that he came in here and talked, but Red was going off. I'm like, hold up, Red. Like who is he to say the children, you know, head in the household? Bro, I got children, and I make hip hop music. I say it, but my boys don't hear it, and that's real talk. That's real
They
talk.
don't. He doesn't know. Look, people know the people at their level.
Right.
So if that's his view of black people, that lets me know the level of black people he's around. That lets me know the level that he's at, because I don't hang around. We both know niggas that do ignorant shit. We call them niggas, because I tell people all the time, I'm a black man. I ain't no nigga. I'm a black man. There's some people that like to refer to themselves as niggas. We know them. Just like there's some people in a trailer park in a hillbilly town, they call themselves rednecks. We know those people. Certain white folks don't associate themselves with that, and they need to understand there are black people that don't associate themselves with that either.
Right. And they don't see
But
that shit.
no, they don't. Look here, they don't want to see it.
I don't think they want to. There you go. I don't think they want to see it.
They want us all to be categorized in one group, and it's real easy, especially when you keep pushing a narrative. They grew up on the same education that we grew up on.
Mm-hmm.
They never told us how great and what we did. Like, look, they taught us about people like Rosa Parks. What Rosa Parks do? She sat down on a bus. Look, black guy, you can be so great. Look, black girl, you can be so great. You just sit your ass down on a bus.
You see, they
like,
put out with. No, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
I'm saying that we've done way greater things than that. That's why I brought up the whole shit about the numbers, the number counters for the women, for them to even get to the moon.
Right. Like I was in the comments telling him, like, bro, you know, we was righteous here first. This our land. And that's what you was telling him, that they gonna pay that back by the time you get 60. They posted. Yeah, they is, but they supposed to been paid that back. Like, tell me something, they discovered this. No, y'all didn't. Y'all came and took it. Y'all came and took it. That's what y'all did.
Yeah.
And that's what they doing now.
You can't discover nothing with somebody already at.
Come on now. They came over there, like you said, they burnt that thing down, and I put in the comments, they drowned the towns out too. You remember them black folks over there late and little? There was a whole black town,
hell yeah.
bro. They had everything together.
Flow.
And then you'll come in, like, come on, cuz.
Like, if they truly, and that's why I always say this, and like, I'm not trying to say this to make the descendants of these people feel bad, because they always say, like, there's an old saying I heard ever since I was growing up. I'm from the South, so I get all them good old sayings. Man, if you don't know your past, you're doomed to repeat it. I know people all around everywhere in America probably haven't heard that, but down here in the South, they say that a lot.
That's what we hear that, yeah. I'm down here with you too. I'm down here in the South with you.
If motherfuckers don't know their past, they will keep repeating the same mistakes.
Exactly.
A wise person learns from other people's mistakes. A fool learns from his own. And a lot of these people are fools. They fools. They gonna keep repeating the same mistake over and over and over.
And then,
I'm like, look,
be sitting there like, and be sitting there wondering, like, damn, why this and that happening, or why this going on? Pay attention, man. Open them eyes. It's right there in front of you.
And you know what the funniest thing about it is to me? And this shit always gets me every time. They keep talking about us. They keep talking about Hispanics. They keep talking about the Arabs.
I ain't saying shit about them.
They problems come from look. Who the fuck runs this motherfucker? Who has always run this motherfucker?
Think about that.
It's your people.
Think about that.
Your own people are the ones who they're the root cause. If you feel like government is a problem in your life, it's your people doing it. If you feel like business policy is a problem in your life, it's your people. We don't run and own nothing. Y'all tell us every day that we don't own and run nothing. But you can't click in your head that your people do. That's your folks. They the ones who put you down. That's why I said it to them in the beginning. When they first established this bitch, they didn't even give every white man the right to vote to make a decision. You had to own something to have the right.
Like you said, AKA slave owners. Like, come on.
You have some land or something. Fucking, you better have some type of property. You can't even participate in this society. But I'm like, they keep turning around. Look, it's the greatest scheme. Like, they always talk about, I think it's Lyndon B. Johnson or somebody talking about, I had them niggas voting Democrat.
Yeah.
They don't understand the other part of what he said before he even said the shit about black folks. He said if he could teach a white man, a poor white man, that he's better than a black man, that white man will give him his fucking wallet. Like, take my money, nigga. Just take it. I'm better than a nigga. You can have everything I got. And that's the mindset that they in. They
Exactly.
always tell us that we stuck in the mindset. You don't even understand the mindset, the mind trap you're stuck in right now.
Yourself, exactly. You don't.
They got you fucked. They fucking you over, and you thinking that it's all cool because you think it's hurting somebody else. Bitch, you cutting off your nose to spite your face.
And then, like, bro, Red was just like you said, he was just talking himself in the hole. You kept doing it. You kept putting him right there. Every time he say something, you say, "Now, how this makes sense?" Like, yeah.
I love to let him talk though. I like the sad part. I actually like Red, man. I like Red.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I like the fact that it was still have a conversation with him without it going left field. You feel me? I like that too.
I grew up in Alabama, man. One of the dudes after I got out the service, one of my best friends was a white dude, and I'm trying to tell you, this dude is racist as fuck. I'm talking about this dude racist as hell. He like me, but he was racist as hell. But he was cool peoples. It was like I just every day I tried to work on him. Like, hey, bro, the way you feel about me, the way you look out for me, the way we do things together, like you can do that with other black people, bro. You have this mindset that's been put into you, and I know it came from your daddy. I know it came from your mama, your granddaddy. It's just been passed down because racism is taught, hatred is
I
taught.
was about to say you weren't born like that.
You weren't born like that,
It's
man. That
taught.
shit
You
had to
weren't
be
born
taught,
like
man.
that.
So it's like you got to just get out of that shit, man. So like when I run across dudes, it's like that, man. I try to have a conversation with them to try to figure out where did it come from. And in
What
Red,
that steam up?
yeah, in Red case, I don't know where the fuck his shit came from because he want to be a rapper. he dressed like a black dude. He tries his best to talk like a black dude on the regular. I'm like, look, you hate what you want to be like, and
Exactly. I
that
wish you would have
shows.
read my comments because I make hip hop music too. But I talk
And you know
about
what?
I talk about what we talk about though. Like what
That
we
shit,
talking
man.
about.
And like, you don't have to hit me on the email or drop your shit in here because I usually promote artist shit on the channel. You be in the 5-minute countdown on my shit for the show start.
Alright.
Fucking they just drop your email down. You can send me your shit. But it's real irritating to see a group. And honestly, it's just the demise of a people that had a power that if you don't address in my honest opinion, if you don't address your problems, eventually them chickens gonna come home to roost. And I think white America is dealing with that right now. And that's why they elected who they elected. And that's why we're having what's going on right now, man. These people are lashing out.
But it's so crazy. It's just unfolding though. It's unfolding in our face. And a lot of folks don't know what's going on. But like they hide.
Dude, this is lashing out, man. It's lashing out. A lot of people are scared. They scared, man. They really scared. And honestly, I don't feel no type of way about it for them. Like, man, be scared, man. I'll just promise you this. And this is one thing I'll say to all of white America. I can guarantee you, us as a black community, we're not gonna do what y'all did to us. We not. I can guarantee you one thing that we will do. We're gonna send y'all on y'all way. Like, man, you just get the fuck on, bro. But we're not gonna do what y'all did to us. We not. We have always been the moral compass of this country, regardless of what you think. I know you can always try to point out the twerking and all that shit. And bitch, y'all do that shit. You want to point out all the drug use? Y'all do that shit. Like, y'all do everything y'all try to criticize us about. Y'all do all of it. And it's like, look, we not trying to sit here and criticize y'all, but I'm like, don't try to be the pot and call the kettle black. Like, bitch, what the fuck is
Don't
you?
be the pot and call the kettle black. I like that.
Like, you exactly what the fuck you criticizing.
And
the
just
sad
like
part
he
is,
said when he was up there, he was like, "I'm just tired of a black woman saying they tired and this and that." Bro, you get on the internet today, you see the white girl saying the same damn thing.
they been look, the black girls got it from the white girls.
Exactly. That's who
They
tired.
adopted that shit. I be trying to tell our sisters all the time, like, bitch, your struggle ain't they struggle, man. Y'all got two different struggles. You need to stop trying to adopt the white woman struggle. It ain't the same for you. But people don't be wanting to listen, man. Like, look, if you get people corroborating your arguments, like, hey man, yeah, you right, yeah, just going along with it, you gonna keep believing the bullshit. Like,
Yeah,
you need some people around you to tell you, like, nah, man, you
that ain't
fucking
it.
up. Yeah, like real shit. That really ain't it. We need more people around here, man. We got a lot of sheep. We got a little bit of wolves, and we got a very small percentage of sheepdogs.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get more sheepdogs because the sheepdogs are the ones who herd the goddamn sheep. These wolves out here been praying like a motherfucker. And people ain't paying attention, man. We got too many. Go ahead.
No, I'm listening. I said you said I ain't paying attention. I said they ain't. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing. Because like if they do pay attention, all the shit is unfolding right in our face. All you gotta do is really look. You ain't even gotta look that hard. You ain't even gotta look that hard because it's right here. It's right here. All your answers right in front of you.
You really don't gotta look hard at all, man. Like, it bothers me. It bothers me. And a lot of people like, why you have the position or the mindset that you have. I'm like, man, I've been all around this goddamn world, man. I've been to almost every goddamn continent. I done seen how other people do things in other countries, man. I'm like, look, man, these motherfuckers tripping. Like, these motherfuckers tripping, bro. Like, it's some bullshit. Like, we need to be real about what's going on and acknowledge what's in our face.
Right.
You got a motherfucker right now that's supposedly trying to save the country while he's actively fucking the country up. We got bitches running to the goddamn abortion clinic. Why they say they don't look. This is crazy for Republicans, and I just got to say this for the Republicans. Y'all against abortion all damn day long, but y'all ain't got no problem with motherfuckers killing motherfuckers in the street. Like, come on, make that make sense. I put a short out the other day because I had a conversation with a Republican dude. And he was like, yeah, I'm against abortion. I was like, okay, well, are you against somebody pulling life support on somebody? It's like, yeah, ain't nothing wrong with pulling life support. And I'm like, but didn't you say that it's about protecting a life? So she can't get rid of her kid because you feel some type of way because it's protecting a life. But if your daddy had he was brain dead, you don't know if he might wake up at night. But because you don't want to spend the money to keep him on life support, you can just pull the plug and that's fine. You still killing somebody.
Mm-hmm.
We send people to war. We send people to war every day to die. You don't care about that life. I'm like, look, dude, I'm against abortion shit, but
they pick and choose.
Yeah, they pick and choose. I'm like, look, because I'm against it, and I told people for the longest I'm against it. I'm like, look, man, mother's life is on the line. Rape or incest. I believe those are three things where you like, look, can't nobody say nothing to you, man. Somebody took it from you and they put something in you. You go do what you got to do. And then if your life is on the line to have this baby, look, man, look, I'm sorry. Fuck that baby. You can try again.
Yeah.
But all this just willy-nilly go do it, that's where I draw the line. But these motherfuckers just don't do it whenever, like, no carte blanche, none. Y'all want this lady to die on the goddamn fucking deliverance table out here. And that's what I call it. I call it deliverance table.
I like that. Deliverance table. know
I
you
know
from the
it's
South.
delivery
That buzz, I want to die right now.
Yeah, I know they call it delivery table, but they're like, I call it the deliverance table, man. Like she die on that shit. Y'all cool with it. I'm like, nah, I'm not cool with that, man. Cause I'm like, she got more chances to goddamn try again, man. But it blew my mind with somebody having the mindset, and it just shows me that a lot of people are hypocrites, man. They'll
Yeah.
say one thing for one person, and they don't give a fuck about the next. Cause I'm like, I showed the video where they had this white kid stabbed a Hispanic kid 4 fucking times. He knew he was about to fight him. It was already set up. He already said it. He premeditated saying that he wanted to take this kid off the earth, wanted to send him to the upper room, all that shit. And then he stabbed him 4 times and sent him there.
Oh, he
They
did.
acquit. Yeah, they acquit him and give him the lowest charge. They only found him guilty of involuntary. But this kid right here with
Manslaughter?
Carmelo, they gave him involuntary manslaughter. Like he can
Wow.
just do 6 months probation
Wow.
at max. So I'm like, you got this Carmelo situation, and they want this motherfucker to get the death penalty.
We seen that Ohio situation?
Which one?
The one with the policeman killed the dude's son. And the next day,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Yep. I talked a little bit about it last night. Yeah.
I was looking at it, and I looked at the press conference or whatnot. It's just how to, like, I understand it on both sides, but more so, I understand it on this side because the body cam don't show what you're saying. They showing the body cam, and the body cam ain't showing that. We didn't see that, and they showed the body cam, and then the lady, just like you said, she was up there talking. Let's just be calm about it. She ain't say nothing about this. The little boy losing his life, but the police officer, she just upgraded this man. Now you got 2 lives lost. Why you ain't get the same sentence? That's what I'm just trying to figure out.
I'll tell you this. That I'm just gonna say it. Them motherfuckers lying. That kid didn't point no gun at that cop.
I
Like,
know.
look, they shot that kid in the
I
back.
ain't see it. That's what I'm saying. I did not see it on the body cam, bro. I did not see it. And then it looked like he, yanked the body cam down, but bro, he didn't do that. It didn't.
I don't watch it too. Yeah, I don't watch it too many times, but when it comes to them folks, I know some people might call them white devils. Some people call them folks. I like to refer to them as them folks so they don't get their feelings hurt too much.
Yeah.
You murdered. And I know YouTube, y'all gonna get mad that I said that. I don't care. You murdered that young man.
Yeah, cold blood.
You shot him in the back 4 fucking times. I don't know if all 4 bullets hit, but I know at least 3 of them did.
I think all 4 of them hit because they shot him in the back. Yep, and then because one went in his arm and came out his side. Like, yeah. Like
He wasn't that far away. He should have been able to hit. Like, he should have been able to make his shots count. Because that kid never pointed a gun at him. And this is one thing that needs to come out. Yeah, that vehicle was supposedly reported stolen. Tell the true story about that vehicle, because I done heard the stories about it. And if I'm wrong, y'all come back and get me. But supposedly that car was delinquent on payments.
Wow.
Not stolen. Delinquent on payments, and they just listed it as stolen because it was up for repo. That's just a story I heard. I don't know if it's true, but that's a story I heard.
To me.
It wouldn't be surprising if it was true. But when it comes to the father who took action the next day, I don't think a lot of people know they charged him with 2 counts of first-degree murder.
Yeah, they did. 2 counts.
Was there somebody else in that car?
I don't think so. All I know is 1 officer. That's it. 2 counts. That's crazy.
That's why I'm wondering if he was even driving that vehicle.
I'm
ready. Look. Look. This summer is going to be a very interesting summer for me because from what I heard, supposedly his sister or cousin or somebody else was in that car driving it. They dragged him out the passenger side. So I'm wondering, was somebody else driving that vehicle? Because if you gonna charge it, normally, if somebody deletes somebody and there's a bystander, you'll get charged with 2. I want the state to make it make sense. Either you just double charging this man with 2 counts of first degree, or there was somebody else in there too.
Mm-hmm. That y'all ain't saying, and see, he ain't finna tell it. You seen the footage when they was in the courtroom and his brother went to acting up in there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They try to rush up on him. Like, look, all this, and I want to tell y'all white folks, man, all that little police intimidation, bro, like, we are not our ancestors. We are not our
No, we
granddaddies
not.
and our
We
daddies.
not.
Bro, look, we with the shit, bro. Like, I don't care. Like, y'all do what y'all want to do, bro. At the end of the day, I'm going to get mine off.
Exactly.
You do what you want to do afterwards. As long as I get mine off. If I know I'm doing it for a righteous cause, because I know who the fuck I gotta account for. I know who I gotta show my head to. I'm gonna get mine off, and you can deal with it afterwards. And I think that's like, let's say it was just a father in there by himself. He was on that type of time, and that should be a big ass warning. And I know that's what they want. They want us to crash out so they can have an excuse to do what they want to do. But we on that type of time. So the question is, like, yeah, you might think you might win the war, but how many battles you gonna lose? How many of your own will be caught up in that battle?
Right, because like it's gonna be a crazy summer because you see it's happening, and I'm thinking, I don't know if they know that, but they do try to do that police intimidation, and it don't work. It ain't even like that over here because we gonna speak up.
There was no reason to have all them goddamn cops in there when he came in there for his first hearing.
Why you lying on them up in there like that? Like, what was that? And you saw what he did?
He looked him right in the face and said, It's like, look, man, he ain't scared of y'all. Look, do something to him, man. Look, he already did what he planning to do.
Exactly.
That's if he'll. And the sad part is, if I'm him, I'm pleading insanity.
Hey, that like for real, bro. I just lost a child. I'm insane right now. I just lost a child. I'm insane.
Y'all let a white kid get off from deleting, I think, like 4 people. They came up with a new term. We got a new term, affluenza team. He deleted 4 kids, and they said, well, he couldn't go to jail because he came from such a privileged background that he didn't even know consequences. We done seen this shit from y'all before. He's so rich that he didn't know what the fuck he was doing.
That's crazy.
We not like, look, we're not hearing that shit, man. And that's why my channel's over here, and it says, you can see it even on the logo, accountability, responsibility. Regardless of whether you black, white, Asian, whatever the fuck color you is, you fucking up, you doing something wrong, we're gonna hold you to account.
Yeah.
And this shit right here, man, like, look, this shit ain't it, man. When it come down to this situation with these 2 kids, the black kid Anthony and the goddamn white kid Metcalf, like, look, it shouldn't have happened.
It shouldn't have, but like I said, man, I think he went over there, was probably talking to a girl or something, bro. And bro, like they said, them boy was bullies. That's what I've been hearing. And then, okay, if you listen to the brother change up his story 3-4 times. First, his brother was like, yeah, then my brother walked up to him. He was the aggressor. He said it out his own mouth, his brother. He was the aggressor, for one. And he said he walked up to him and put his hands on his shirt and stuff. He was trying to remove them. Like, bro, for what? For what? I'm over here chilling, talking to them.
And you pouring that raining out here. You want to get me up from underneath the tent. Like, see, that's the problem, man. We got too many, and they need to actually check that in their own community, because the problem is situations like this happen and they lose their mind. But the sad part, these situations should have happened more so they know not to do it. Exactly. You are not the fucking police.
You're not. They always do that, bro. Always. Like, bro, sit your ass down.
Mind your goddamn business.
Cause like this between us. But see, now you didn't jumped in there. You definitely finna be the first one, cause you could have just sat over there.
Mind your own goddamn business, man. I'm like, look, you are not the fucking police, and that's the America's problem. America think they the world police. I talk to these motherfuckers all the time, and I'm like, dude, I served in the Marines. I fucking goddamn went to war twice for these motherfuckers, and these bitches sit around here and tell me how great America is. I'm like, you must not know your country.
They don't.
Ain't nothing great about a goddamn America. If you want to count shit on the bad end, on the negative side as being great, yeah, then America be great. They the greatest evil motherfucker you ever done seen. But when it comes to doing good, America is not great.
No.
They tell me,
No.
oh, you hate your country. Bitch, I don't hate shit. I just call it, look, I call balls, and I call strikes.
And
I
that's
ain't finna
that.
call no other shit. I ain't finna call it no other shit, man. I know what the fuck this bitch do. I know what it do. I know how they get down. We can look at it right now. Look, we sending billions of dollars to Israel right now.
The fund that war.
The fund that war. The fucking look. They just treating the Palestinians like they want to treat us now.
Treat those exactly. And then this law that he passed, bro. The law that he passed. If you what he said, if you're a repeat felony for what he said, a violent crime, he's sending you to whatever he said.
Oh yeah, he wants to send you away with Guantanamo.
Yeah, and what that sound like to you?
Oh look, he already said it, man. And I put a short out about that. I'm like, these motherfuckers just glossed over the fact that he said, yeah, he's willing to deport American citizens. And they just sitting there like, he didn't mean that. That's what the fuck he said.
That's what he said. What you mean he didn't mean it? He said it out of his own mouth. Just like the lady came out and said what she said.
Yeah. I'm like, dude, look. I'll just say this like this. And I know y'all Trump supporters are gonna get mad, I know. But you're in a cult. You're in a cult. Plain and simple. You're in a fucking cult. I'm not trying to say it to be mean or nothing like that. I hope you will wake up to it. But you're in a cult. Because no matter what this man does, you're okay with it. You're cool with it. You'll go along with it. Even if it contradicts what he said just 3 days before. You just keep rolling with the punches. You're in a cult. That's not loyalty.
At all.
That's stupidity. And it's fucking the country up. But it is what it is, man. They put a fucking felon in the White House. So, they always talk about our criminal record, but they don't give a fuck about his.
And no, they don't. It's shit. I didn't tell how much shit they covering up. It's a lot of stuff that's hid. Well, I ain't even gonna say it's hid. It's righteous in plain sight. It's just on you to pay attention to catch it.
Yeah, shit. Look, even if they saw it, they don't give a fuck.
Nope.
I've seen motherfucking Trump supporters say, look, they were presented with this question. At a Trump rally, if Jesus came back today and he tried to come to the United States, how do you think he would be received? The lady said he wouldn't be received unless he came here legally.
What? Bruh. That's some crazy shit.
I said, okay now. You 10 toes down. You 10 toes down. And they keep trying to act like them folks over there in goddamn Israel are the chosen folks of God. He told you that they told you in the Bible that y'all believe. The Bible that you 10 toes down on.
Yeah,
that,
the one
Jesus
wrote. Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus gonna come back when his people are returned to his land. They claim that they're his people. Why he ain't came back yet?
Ain't back yet, then. Tell me that.
His people sitting right here in America, and they look like me and you.
Mm-hmm. They better know who land this is for real.
When we go back to that land, that's when he'll come back, and they just trying their best to keep pushing Armageddon back further and further.
Man, they've been talking about Armageddon since 2013. That's
But
real
scare
talk.
tactics, man. That's how they control their people. They control them with fear. And I don't get
2013.
I don't get how they don't get it. All these people in Iraq and Afghanistan have weapons of mass destruction. I'm like, really? You just said last week that the bitches didn't even have running water. But they got weapons of mass destruction, huh?
Destruction. All right. Make it make sense.
Went over there and watched so many Americans lose their lives. Watched them getting hopped the fuck off because you ran into somebody else's country trying to tell them what the fuck they supposed to do. And ain't nobody say nothing about it. Billions, trillions. And I don't even know what's above trillions. We spent trillions of dollars on that shit. We was wasting money over there for nothing.
And then you remember I had probably now too still. So we're supposed to be the richest place or whatnot, but folks borrow money from us. We borrow money from people. I'm like, bro, what is you doing?
Man, we borrowing money from Peter to pay Paul. And the sad part is Paul is goddamn China, whether people know it or not. That's why they so mad about China. China own all our debt.
Yeah.
We gotta pay China.
Yeah.
They keep trying to make it seem like they demons and shit. Like, bitch, you shipped all them jobs over there because you didn't want to pay your own people. And China got smart on you. They watched what you did, and then now they doing it back to you, and you're mad.
Back to you. They're like, all right, watch this.
They say, don't get mad. You can't rob me, and then I come back and rob you, and you mad that I robbed you. You robbed me first, bitch.
You robbed them first, like for real.
Not for an eye, man.
And then they trying to put out all the secrets. They was talking about like the people that wear all that designer. That was like, bro, it's not made in China. It's made right there in America.
Mm-hmm.
Just like with the Sheen, China put all that out there because folks was like, Sheen in China. They said no, it's not. It's in America. They just put on that.
They got warehouses all throughout this bitch. Like they were talking shit about Temu, man. Look, dude, they motherfuckers ain't gave these hoes money to come over here. They been over here. And these people keep playing, man.
They been over here.
These people, it's a game, and that's why. Look, I think the grand scheme of the show tonight the main point I want to put across is people need to actually get information and look outside of the people that you normally get your shit from. If they say something, go Google it and look into it. Go look into it.
Or go do what you told him. Go read it. Go find it and read it.
Yeah, you can go to your local library. They got the books in there. Your ass, they just know your ass ain't gonna go read them.
Go get them.
Yeah, go read that shit. Cause it's been too many people that done talked about this shit and done told you what the fuck it is. You just want to believe what the government. Look, that's why they don't want to teach our history no more in this country. And regardless of whether they know it, Black history is American history.
Yeah,
they keep trying to separate the two. The only problem is when they don't want to talk about our shit, they just don't want to talk about the stain of this country. This shit wasn't built on no great righteous ass shit, bitch. This shit was built on evil.
Mm-hmm. Blood out the slave.
There you go. That's why they don't want to talk about it. But I'm like, look, man, really, if you really want to get some information, man, look, like he said, there's many of books you can go read. Go to your local library and read up on true history, or take out that goddamn computer in your pocket and look.
They keep up with everything.
The way these folks be talking about shit, bro, they lying to you. And that's why I can understand why a lot of y'all white folks irritated and mad, man. I can understand it. I get it. I understand why y'all mad. Because you've been lied to. And now reality is starting to slowly creep in because every great society will fall. Especially when you're treating the people wrong and you at that tipping point. You can either save it or you can let this bitch crash. And a lot of y'all ready to let it crash because y'all gonna crash out with it.
Mm-hmm.
That motherfucker, like Red said that shit earlier today, talking about black people couldn't survive without white folks. I'm like, bitch,
Now, what was
you know?
Nah, he don't know.
I'm like, you ever heard of Greenwood? You ever heard of Rosewood? You ever heard of goddamn Black Wall Street? Like, nigga, have you heard of any of these places? Bitch, we was doing it good. We had it until what happened?
Like,
Tell me what happened.
Black Wall Street. That's the one for me right there.
And I'm like, man, like, they don't know their history, so they keep repeating the same shit. They will be the same people of the past. And they just don't even know it. But look, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But here, go check it, man. You got social media, anything you want them to find you at?
Oh yeah. My IG CFN Seagoat 444. That's CFN dot Seagoat 444.
All right, well, here, check this. They know where to find you at. Make sure y'all go check them out. But I want you to give me your final thoughts. And I'm gonna give you the flow for a second. Give me your final thoughts on the show tonight, like from what you heard, whatever. How do you feel about all the shit?
I actually enjoyed the show, and then I enjoyed the topics, and then for me to stumble up on it, and then I just stumble up on it. For me to stumble up on it and actually join it, that's a plus right there. And then it's just real conversations that I feel like everybody need to have. So for me overall tonight, I enjoyed it. That's you get 1,000 stars from me. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we need more of that. We need more of that. Without the confusion. Yeah. That's what we need. That was my take on it. And so, yeah, we ain't all got to go against each other, but we got to see it equal. Got to come see it eye for eye.
Ah, shit, my bad.
No, you good. You good. I spoke to him, told him what it was. But yeah.
Yeah,
You'll be back on tomorrow too?
Oh yeah. I definitely like tomorrow's gonna be a history lesson.
All right. Yeah,
tomorrow will be and shit. How did you even come across the channel, man?
It was a video you had posted. I think it was a funny one. I was just on YouTube strolling and I seen the video and I liked the video. Then I seen you was live. I was just like, well, let me see who page this is. When I hit the video, the lady was up there, man.
Are you talking about the pageant shit?
Yes, man. Y'all was going back and forth. You was like, no, you can delete somebody, and I got what you were saying. She didn't get it. She didn't get where you was coming from. I got you, but she didn't get it. She was like, no, something wrong with you.
And look, that shit, look, it irritates the fuck out of me. And I know, and I ain't trying to say this to be mean, but man, there's levels to this shit. There is times in America, there are times in this world where if you delete somebody, you take this person off this earth, where it is not a fucking crime.
Yeah.
So to say that taking a life is a crime, no, it is not.
No, it's not. It's not.
Somebody run up on you and try to do something to you, and you pop that ass, like, you not going to jail for that. You might go to jail for that, but you ain't going to prison for that.
You ain't going to prison for it. There it is.
I'm like, goddamn. Like, look, if you get acquitted of something, that don't mean you committed a crime. That mean you didn't commit no fucking crime.
I got to say, she turned around and kept saying what you said. She was like, but if you're acquitted for it, that's the key word. If you're acquitted for it, there was no crime. Because you'll still be in there.
Look, there's a lot of people in this world that want to win a fucking argument for no damn reason. And I'm like, look, I don't think you even listen to what the fuck you saying.
Mm-hmm.
I can sit over here and sip on my goddamn old English and still understand what the fuck you saying. You ain't over there doing nothing. How the fuck you don't know what the fuck you saying, man? Like, but I'm glad at least you caught it. You caught it. Because obviously
I need to get in here. I said, I ain't reading the chats. I said, I need to get in here.
Man, look, And it's always welcome, especially on the Friday night shows, man. Because I like to do these every other week, and it's gonna be more frequent now, especially since we about to wind down this basketball season.
Oh,
So I ain't
yes,
gonna be
sir.
as tired, man. What's your team? You got a team?
Basketball.
Yeah,
I'm
NBA.
I'm a Kyrie fan, man.
Okay, man. So they 1-2-3 Cancun like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I fought with the boy, man. Greatest handles ever in the league. Can't nobody take that away from him for sure.
I like where his mindset at too, though. That's another thing.
Oh yeah, he an enlightened brother. He ain't stupid.
Yeah, they think he crazy, and I like that. I like where his mind at, and bro, yeah.
They always look. They always gonna call you crazy when you saying the right shit.
Every time.
That's why I try to tell people all the time. That man that's behind me right there. I don't know if people can see him, but they call him a terrorist.
Oh yeah, they sure did.
And now the same people that called him a terrorist sit right up on the House floor, the Senate floor, and talk about. They quote him. What? Can't we all just come together? I'm like, bitch. When he was saying that shit, y'all trying to kill him.
Right. So
like, yeah, what is it? And people need to understand, man. You got a lot of wolves in sheep clothing, man.
And then, like, okay, you remember that day Trump was signing that thing because the tell who really deleted Martin Luther King, and when he signed it, he was like, America's gonna be ready for this one. First off, my boy, we already know who did it. Like the real deal. Not what y'all told us. We know what's up. And it ain't came out yet, but he sure signed it. But we know what's up. He signed it with a smirk on his face.
Yeah, I don't even understand why he even did that shit. Let dead dogs lie. Like that's what my granddaddy said. But trying to like release or unfucking classified records. I'm like, look, first off, you telling us that you got an unclassified, let me already know what the fuck it is anyway.
It's going on. Exactly. And look how long y'all been holding it, bro. We know what's up. We know what's up.
Like people don't. If it was a random Joe Blow, why the fuck y'all classified?
Exactly.
Bitch, it was you.
It was you, Kennedy. It was you.
Man, shit.
It was you. We know.
Some people just like I'm gonna be honest, man. Look, I say it all the time. I think a lot of Americans are dumb, and critical thinking is not taught in schools anymore.
Nope.
I think a lot of the folks
schools too.
Yeah, I think a lot of the folks that you see as adults that actually did bad in school, but they doing good for themselves, like they caught on to it. Like, bro, that's just nothing but an indoctrination for these kids, man.
That's it.
They indoctrinate them, and it's like, nah, man, you need to be teaching these kids how to be productive in the future. Like everybody, I said this earlier today at my job. I'm like, look, man, they need to change curriculum because like everybody ain't going to goddamn college, bro. Everybody ain't going to college, man. You claim you need plumbers. You claim you need electricians. You claim you need engineers. Like, look, y'all need to start teaching trades to help these kids.
They took it out. You remember they took the trades out the school.
Yeah, because I know when I was coming through high school, when I graduated in 08, I'm like,
I graduated in 09.
Yeah, I'm like, man, we had trade schools.
Exactly. We had
That's
all
how
that.
I learned. That's how I learned how to cut hair.
We had all that welding and all that, but they took all
welding, carpentry, wiring, all that shit, man. I'm like,
they don't see this, man. They took all the stuff that you basically can do to be productive and work with your hands. They like, nope.
They took it away, man. Look, and I try to tell people all the time, man. Look, for there to be rich people in this world, and a lot of people always talk about, oh, we going after the rich. Well, guess what? They rich because your ass is poor.
Exactly.
You can't have the rich and not have the poor.
Think about that.
You can't have the rich without having the poor. And that's why they push back on people like my guy. And I'll say it to the cows go home. People get mad at me. My guy Bernie, bro. That was my dude, bro. I supported that dude. I felt like he was somebody that actually gave a fuck about the average day person. It's like, nah, bitch, we gonna do this all together. They was like, nah, fuck that. Hell nah, I ain't giving up my goddamn yacht, bitch. It's like, bitch, you already got the yacht, nigga. You ain't gonna give it up, motherfucker. You just gonna give up a little money so motherfucker else can come up a little bit, man.
That's
Try
it.
to reach your level, man. But they fight that, man. Like, look, and I can't hold them. I can't hold them in the grand scheme of things when I understand the concept of capitalism and how this country works. If you have power, you're gonna protect it.
Exactly.
If you have wealth, you're gonna protect it. My issue really is with the dummies at the bottom that don't got shit, and they'll turn around and try to blame me and you for them not having shit, as if we got any power to keep them from having
You
shit.
feel me? Like I can't control that.
I ain't got nothing to do with your ass being broke, bitch.
I ain't got a dog in that fight.
I tell you every day, I'm broke too, bitch. I'm broke. I ain't controlling that. You talk about DEI, bitch. I ain't the one who created that shit. You talking about affirmative action? I ain't create that shit. Your folks did that shit. How about you talk to your folks and stop looking over here? And here, one thing I do want to hit before we leave up out of here, man. Look, for how y'all treating these Hispanics, because I give a fuck about folks. I already said I care about the Palestinians and I don't like what the fuck they doing over there. That's a straight up genocide.
You said the
For my
Hispanic. I like them. I feel as me personally, I feel like they are brothers too, because they treat them how they treat us.
Yeah, they look, they treat them a little
same
bit.
way.
And look, I'm gonna say it. Like, for my Palestinian folks, I know what they doing to y'all. It's a genocide. And for a lot of y'all dummies in America that don't know what the definition of genocide is, doesn't mean that you just wiping everybody the fuck out. I want you to, like, if you think I'm bullshitting, go Google the definition of genocide and you'll see why I say they are genocidal. Go look at the definition. But for my Hispanic brothers and sisters, and I would hope that y'all my brothers and sisters, because I know how some of y'all think. I ain't gonna bullshit. I know how some of y'all think, but I'm being an advocate for you right now. They need to stop coming after y'all.
Yeah, for real.
If they got a problem with y'all coming to this country, I tell America the easiest way to fix that problem right now. And it's not building a wall. It's not getting tougher on the immigration system. It's a very simple problem to fix. Lock up the motherfuckers that's hiring them. Your problem be done. Because would you move to another state without no job opportunity?
No.
So why the fuck would they cross 7 goddamn countries from South America to come here for just to commit crimes? Makes fucking sense.
It don't.
There's people that are offering jobs to these people. And it's illegal for them to hire them. But they do it every day.
They do it every day, yeah.
I live down here in Alabama. There's a big chicken company that produces a lot of chicken that everybody eats. Purdue Farms. And Purdue Farms hires 98% of goddamn fucking illegals. 98%. But I promise you, every time they raid Purdue Farm chicken plants, they ain't arresting no CEO, no HR motherfucker, no goddamn hiring boss. They not. Any exec never gets arrested. They just grab all them Hispanics up and put them on a goddamn train or put them on a bus or plane and send their ass back. Kill the incentive. People don't come nowhere if it ain't nothing there. I'm not gonna rob a motherfucker that I know is broke. I'm gonna go rob a motherfucker that I know got some money. I'm not gonna go somewhere that ain't got no bitches. I'm gonna go somewhere that got some bitches. Like, if these motherfuckers don't have a job opportunity, they wouldn't come here, bruh. Like, damn, these bitches dragging their goddamn babies fucking 3,000 miles.
Right,
And you think
babies.
they came up here?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. You
For
think they
real
coming up here to goddamn fuck your wife and kill it? Like, no, they ain't trying to. Bitch, they just trying to get the fuck away from the cartel and goddamn fucking have some food to eat tomorrow, man. My next door.
He think they finna come down here and fuck your wife and kill her.
These folk be tripping, man. I swear, man, the hatred in
No,
some
that's how
people's
they
heart,
think
man.
though. That's how they think though. That's exactly how they be thinking. And I'm like, bro, I don't see it.
Hey, look, the sad part, they gonna get mad when I start calling their ass descendants of Satan. They gonna get mad when I start calling that descendants of Satan. Cause I'm like, look, I'm really close to really getting on that tip and saying that, referring to them folks, and y'all know who I'm talking about by that term. Cause I'm like, look, man, you can't keep demonizing folks like that. And the fucked up shit is I really want a lot of black people to understand this, and a lot of Asian folks and a lot of Hispanics folks to understand this. They are the minority in the world. We are the majority. Stop fucking acting like, man, look, I don't give. They got a nuclear weapon, bitch, use it. How about that? Because the sad part, you the only motherfuckers that done used it before, but you want to make sure everybody else don't get one. You the only motherfuckers that done use it.
Exactly. The only.
Like, let's stop playing with the shit, man. Let's stop playing with the game, man. Look, I ain't trying to be mean, man.
And if folks, bro, look deep between the war with the Palestinians, if they know the history between that, they'll know who started the damn war first.
Look.
And they'll know who went where. And that first off, back then, it wasn't even Israel. If you look at the map back then.
It wasn't. It was not.
It was not Israel. So, and I wish folks need to see that, but they don't want to see that. They don't want to hear it either, but that's what's going on.
Oh, it's going to be a part of tomorrow. Tomorrow at the same time, 9 o'clock. We covering that. We covering a part of that because
we got to, because like a lot of some folks don't know, but some folks do know and don't care. But bro, if you do your homework, do your research, look back at that map, it was not. I don't even want to tell them what it was, but I mean it's given. But we'll save it. We'll save it for them.
Man, shit, man. And separate, I will give them this one though.
Give it to them.
Everything that either side is claiming. Well, I'll just say this with what side Israel's claiming, bro. They just claiming shit out of a book.
Out of a book that was rewrote.
That's all they claiming. Yep, that's all they claim. Look, a lot of people don't even understand. Like they're like, "Oh, I'm just reading the King James version." That ain't the real Bible.
That ain't the real.
Why do you think they call it the King James version?
Exactly. Think about the name, the title they give it, the King James version. It's his version. What he's seeing. Yeah.
And look, and shout out to Kappa. He said, we the Israelites. Hey, you gotta say it right. We the Hebrew Israelites. And I said it earlier to you, man. I said it earlier to Ghost. Here, I'm supposed to say Ghost, right? Is it Ghost, right? Do I say Ghost?
Oh, you talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't even see the S. It's GOAT. I was just typing.
Goat. Okay, my bad. Yeah, you got an A on that. Hey, yo, to GOAT. The book says Jesus will come back. God will come back. There will be a reckoning when his people are returned to their land. And it says it in the Bible. And it also says it in the Quran.
In the Quran.
It says it in both of them. And guess what? Supposedly they the Israelites.
Supposedly.
So ask yourself this question. Why he ain't came back yet? According to the religion that they claim is theirs. Man, I'm like, that's why I get so pissed off. I'm like, and I think, honestly, I really think America's backing it up. I think all of them know, like, I think they actually truly believe, like the powers that be believe in the religion, and they don't want Jesus to come back. They don't want God to come back. They don't want that reckoning. So they gonna keep propping up this group of people. That's why. What the fuck does Israel do for America? But they keep propping these people up like a motherfucker. Why they keep giving it? They talking about black folks getting welfare. Bitch, you sending 10 times the welfare over to these
there.
people. For what? It's like food.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
That
you gotta you gotta get put out there.
We his people, and don't let nobody ever lie to you. We the first, and I promise you, we will be the last.
Oh yeah.
No matter how much they try. I tell people all the time, black folks like roaches. And people don't get that. They be like, y'all like roaches. It's like, yeah, you think about the nasty shit, but think about the positive things. Think about a roach. You could drop a bomb on that bitch, still gonna be there. You can do a nuclear explosion on that bitch, still gonna be there.
Still gonna be there.
You step on one, 5 of them pop out the corner. We don't quit. And Mexicans and Hispanics are like ants.
Oh yeah,
You
saying so damn.
I swear them Hispanics be working, bro. I'm like, y'all like ants, bro. I don't know what the fuck to say white people is. I'm still trying to figure they shit out. Say Asian people like snakes. They'll figure out the game. They'll be looking. They be looking.
I'm talking about quiet with it too and know it.
Snap on your ass. Get you real quick. Come here. But shit, I ain't gonna knock it though. But shit, man, look. We done grinded, man. Look, we coming up. God damn, 5 hours? We got to at least grind out these last 10 minutes, man. I gotta talk about some other shit for at least 10 minutes to make it a whole 5-hour stream. Fucking Kappa Die said let me see, hold on, let me read that one. He said them people out there don't even acknowledge Jesus Christ. They actually don't. You right about that. They don't. Say they're European brothers. And the sad part, I had an argument with a motherfucker that lived in Tel Aviv. And he told me his DNA was different from white folks. I said, bitch, you are an Ashkenazian Jew. You come from Germany, motherfucker. You are white. Right. You are not the original. It's just like me being African American in America, trying to act like I'm 100% African. I'm not. Man, we done mixed with the Indians. We done mixed with the whites. We done mixed with the Hispanics. We done mixed with everybody that done came to this country. Yep. I'm not 100% African, nigga. Like, what kind of argument is that? Do you not? Like, bitch, you don't see my goddamn features? like, this shit makes no goddamn sense, man. But look, they will sit here and argue that till the cows come home. And I don't give a fuck if you two give a problem about this. Dude, what they doing to them folks over there is fucked up and it's wrong.
Yeah. And they know that.
It's wrong. And the biggest advocates I done seen for them outside of their own people has been Black Americans. And the world need to recognize that shit. Because we know what the fuck struggle is. We know what the fuck turmoil is. We know what genocide look like.
Yeah, we know exactly what it look like all too well.
And I feel for them folks, man. I feel for them, bro. I'm like, dude, they putting y'all in the box. A lot of people don't know about the small forts that we had here in America, where they put black folks in they put them in a little fucking hillside, mountains, like a mountain high, where you can only get in. They encaged these motherfuckers.
Oh, you talking about down in the ground?
Yeah. Like here, picture being on the side of a mountain. And it's the mountain's on the back side of you, but it's a mountain that's curved. It's a curved mountain, so it's like a cave. A cave without a top. I know about the history of where Gerald Wallace and all these different motherfuckers grabbed all the enslaved motherfuckers, told them that they was gonna be free, brought them to a mountainside, put up a fence in front of them, and held them at gunpoint and said, "Y'all gonna stay here." And these people were there for you. And shit, honestly, I don't even think they lasted 5 fucking months. They gave them no food. They ended up having to eat their own. These people died from disease. They buried. Look, they didn't even bury motherfuckers. They had to bury their own. Like a lot of people don't know American history, the evil that them folks done did. So I feel for these motherfuckers over there because everybody want to keep talking about October, whatever the fuck. All y'all so-called Israelis want to keep talking about October. What the fuck y'all was doing before that? People just don't randomly wake up one day
The
and say
fuck
they
y'all
want to
was
do
doing
something to
before that?
somebody. Yeah.
Right.
Don't nobody just wake up randomly one day and decide they want to do something to somebody.
Give me that guy name again you just said. About the they grabbed the enslaved people. Give me his name again.
And shit, General, look up General Wallace. Look up trying to think of all these other different generals around here. Because I'm in Alabama. A lot of them did that. They did that shit. Yeah, like before, it actually happened during the Civil War. Yeah, look at General
Can
Wallace.
you see this? Wait, no, you can't see it.
I see his face.
That's him.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, him with the big ass, ugly ass mustache and beard and shit.
Alright. Tell what folks need to do. See, I heard that. So, just a little bit more homework I gotta do.
And look, I'm lucky that I had a grandma and a granddaddy that told me a lot of shit. Fucking Cabadon said we need to prepare our people for what's coming, JVJ. We damn sure do.
Nah, we do. We do.
And a lot of people don't know something coming.
I was about to say they don't, but see them, and I'm gonna say this: the ones that don't know it's coming, the universe or whatnot. That's gonna wipe them out. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna leave.
I got a saying. I got a saying on this channel, and I actually, once I get remonetized, probably within the next like 15, 20 days, get remonetized. I'm gonna start selling the merch, but I got a saying. Everybody's not gonna make the boat.
Nope. Oh, I like that one. Yeah, you need to. Yeah, we need to get the merch ready for that one. I like
Have it on the front. I'm just say everybody not going, and on the back say make the boat.
And get a boat.
It ain't gonna, cause I'm like, look, they like Noah. Like I swear, sometimes I wish I was Noah, man, because like they said the angels lifted up that damn fucking ship to close the goddamn door. I would have lifted it up for them. I'm sitting over here telling you what the fuck it is. When shit hit the fan, bitch, you not coming. You not coming. People put God on this earth for a reason. And I get criticized a lot over here with doing this channel. Like, it's like, oh, you sitting over here talking about this issue and doing that, talking about that issue. But what are you going out there doing? Hey, bitch, some people got to pitch. Some people got to catch. Some people got to coach. Don't tell me to go do somebody else's job. I'm doing my job.
Exactly. You got a purpose, and then that's your purpose. You know your purpose. I got one too, and I know mine.
Everybody's telling you know your lane and stay in it. And that's what I do. I know my lane. My lane is to call the shit the fuck out. It's other people's job to go out there and advocate, like, hell, go and actually implement the shit. Now, are there things that I can help out with? Yeah, because I did it before. But I'm like, look, bitch, I done been there and done that, bitch. I got bullet holes. I got bullet holes in my body from this shit. Look, somebody else need to go do this shit. You know, when you get to a certain age, man, look, I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna try to motivate. I'm trying to advocate. But like, motherfucker, hey, look, when your knees get weak, I need somebody with some strong knees to get out there and do that shit. Nah, hey, look, bro. I used to cut my own grass, bitch. I need you to go cut it now, man. Look, don't do that for me now. I'll make a way for it. But yeah, man, everybody not gonna make the boat, bro. We got a lot of people that's not gonna get there, and all the naysayers and shit. Cause I'm trying to tell you, man, look, if Jesus came back today, bro, dude, he'll be on these people claim they so Christian, they claim they so holy, they don't even know if Jesus came back today, they don't know how they would be judged, and I know what they would do to that man. I know what they would do to him, and it wouldn't be pretty. They would call him everything but a child of God.
Yep.
And it's sad to say, man, but it's true, man. It's true, but look, I ain't gonna hold it up, man. We in the last final minute. We gotta get the goddamn what you call it. Hey, tell them one more time where to find you at, man.
Yep. My IG, CFN dot Seagoat 444. Them 3 4s 444 ancestor stepping with me. That's what them 3 4s for. That's
All
where
right,
you
now
find me at.
make sure y'all go check them out, man. Look for the night, man. Look, when it comes to the Metcalf Anthony thing, man. Look, man. I think it's a fucked up situation, and I'm not gonna play the racial side on it. I know what the fuck it is when it comes to what people are doing, but outside of that, like, look, man, a young man lost his life, and a young man is gonna have to fight for his life, and we don't need to see this shit happening. Like, we don't. People always talked about we got past these things. Obviously, we haven't.
No, we haven't. We haven't.
We need to truly work on this. America needs to really just honestly, I just say it. White America, y'all just need to come to terms with the shit and just admit and just be done with it. Like, I just don't understand why you just keep it's like you know your leg rotten, bitch, but you just don't want to act like it ain't happening. Like, just admit that bitch, this shit about to fall the fuck off. Just admit it.
You
And we
know
can
your
move
leg
past
right.
it. And just move past it, but they don't want to move past it. I'm like, it's fucked up that this is happening with young kids, but I also want to throw in, look, the Allison situation. Like, we've had a situation that happened like this. Just 3 years prior to this, similar situation, but more egregious. And they let that kid walk. A lot of people don't even know when they beat Tyree Nichols up in Atlanta, in Georgia, they just acquitted them cops at the state level. Yeah, they got federally charged, but we watched them beat that man on fucking camera. Beat him to his sleep, his final sleep, his super sleep. We watched that. And we had an all-white jury say that was okay. I'm like, look, man, you need to have a come to Jesus moment. Like, look, we need to fix this shit because it's going to get out of hand.
It is. And
And if y'all
to the point where they ain't gonna be able to fix it.
There ain't gonna be no talking. And the sad part is for all y'all white folks, y'all trained a lot of black folks in the military.
Yeah.
And I already know my mindset.
Mm-hmm.
As long as I can get 20, I take an L. As long as I get 20 before I take an L, I'm cool. And a lot of y'all ain't a lot. Go ahead.
That's in the military right now, he in the army. But and he know what's what. But you know, there'll be a lot of stuff he can't talk on. But yeah. It's a lot going on down there right now that a lot of people here don't know about. But it's and like my boy said in the comments, we need to get our people ready for what's finna come, because it's coming.
Oh yeah, Trump said it the other day. He said he contemplating doing martial law in black communities. I said, nigga, what the fuck you talking about civil unrest in black communities? Nigga, that's just a national declaration. Oh, you want to make it specific. Oh, I know what you're trying to do.
Now I'm talking about just up that man be saying what the fuck he want to say. In black
He gonna keep doing it.
He definitely said that.
And look, and all them folks gonna sit around here and say that, oh, no, he didn't mean what you think he meant. No, he meant what he said. And he meant what he said.
Yeah, he definitely did.
You keep trying to sugarcoat that shit. That's on y'all. But either way, though, until it affects them, they don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem.
We got
A lot of people don't.
Some stuff to touch tomorrow. How about you believe in the UFOs and stuff, right? Because I definitely do. And I've
God didn't just make us. God didn't just make us, man. Yeah, you got to send me the sad part is I got your email. So
oh no, I need your email so I can send you.
Yeah, I'm about to send you your email.
Yeah,
so you have mine. Sad part, I don't know why every time I log in it send me to my other email. Like so I sent it. Let's see, then compose something. I'm just titled it JBJ.
Alright.
You'll be able to see it in there. Fucking oh hell yeah, man. Look, to think that we the only thing that God made, that's a little narcissistic. In my honest opinion,
It is.
you telling me he the beginning of all, creator of all, and he just said, "Yeah, we're just gonna make y'all. We good." Like, I don't believe we that goddamn special. I don't
No, we
believe we
just gonna
that
make y'all. We good.
goddamn shit. I believe we just won. We won project, and he watching what we done did. I ain't killing each other and shit. He looking down on it. He's like, man, I'm gonna let it play out.
Mm-hmm.
He gave one group of people a task, and we gonna see if we can complete it.
Yeah.
And hopefully we
I
can.
believe we will though, because it's some of us know. It's more of us that know. And
Yeah.
you know, you got the group that don't give a fuck. You got the group that don't know. You got the group that don't want to know. You got the group that don't care, like I said the first time. But I believe we're gonna get it. I truly do.
Right. Look, it's just a matter of time. And see, Cap said, why Trump told people to buy stocks yesterday so he can save his stock market that he crashed.
That's all. That's exactly why. You gotta know about that. And you know, Trump, he a money man, businessman, and you know that's what everybody else love about him. But I want y'all to think about that, man. He a businessman. He'll cut our back out like he been doing.
Yeah. And he a businessman that went bankrupt how many times? I don't trust a motherfucker like that. Like, if a motherfucker fuck my money up one time, I don't trust him. And they giving this motherfucker 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I'm like, nigga, y'all tripping, bro. This dude can't even get a loan in America. Like, they won't even give him a loan. No establishment in America, no American bank will get his bitch a loan. And like, he keep trying to talk about he a good businessman. Yeah. It's that old saying, man, you gotta crack a couple eggs to make an omelet. And he that type of kind of guy. He'll step on a whole bunch of motherfuckers to get what the fuck he want.
Yeah.
And just luckily he good at talking to folks, because these dummies fall in fucking line. But look, we're gonna do a history lesson tomorrow. Like, we're gonna do a nice little deep dive, and it might bother some folks,
It's all
but
right though. It have to. You gotta ruffle some feathers.
yeah, I tell them all the time, I don't give a fuck with it. And look, I tell them, look, just don't watch. If you got a problem with it, look,
Yeah,
don't watch.
that's what made me stay too when I first got here. I was listening, and I was listening how you was handling stuff, and I was listening to the conversations. I said, "Oh, let me tune in." I sat up in there because I was laying down, man. I sat up and I got up, went to walking through the apartment and everything. I said, "I'm finna jump in this line."
And shit, I want everybody to hop up, man.
You know what a housemate do.
Yeah,
How you
run?
feel in the running? Cause all right.
That's a real ass shit.
It is. It
Yeah,
is.
your whole job is to make money. How the fuck, man, bitch, they bringing you the money. How you lose it? Cause you don't know what the fuck you doing. But nah, I really do want people to like. I've been working at this channel for a while. Been working at it for a while, man. Look, I want people to come through and give me their opinion. And I've been battle tested enough where, like, I ain't finna lash out. The only thing I'm gonna do is like, man, I'm just not gonna let no false statements keep getting said. Like, that shit got me with that whole "taking a life is illegal." Maybe no, it's not. Bro. I'm gonna stay on that shit.
And she got so aggressive and mad. And you was there over there laughing like you was laughing. I said, "Oh, she got mad." She's the last part. She was like, "See, I ain't talking. You ignorant as hell." You was like, "All right, that's it. You had your fun."
I can't. I would love, if anybody disagree with me during the live stream, please just Google it, because I promise you, I got like 5 screens in front of me. While you talking and saying some dumb shit, I'm over here just typing on my computer. I'm looking it up to see if I'm right or wrong. If I'm wrong, look, I let it go. But if I'm not, look, I'm gonna just sit here and just keep digging that hole. Keep digging that fucking hole, man, because I ain't got time for that shit, man. Like, nah, man, we gotta be. I want this channel to be accurate about the things it talks about, especially when it's political shit or legal shit. Like, it ain't no I heard this or none of that shit. What can you prove? And that's what got me. They were cool with hearing the father say what he said and talk about his secondhand account of what his son said. But they didn't want to take the eyewitness account. Oh, that's hearsay. What the fuck was the
What you
first shit
mean
you
is
heard?
hearsay?
All that first shit you heard was hearsay too, but you took that as the gospel.
And ran
And
with
people need to understand, like, for they really need to pay attention, man. But look, man, I know I done held y'all up, man. It's goddamn 2:30 in the morning. Look, man, I appreciate everybody that tuned in, man. We're gonna be right back here tomorrow, 9 o'clock Central Time. Yeah, I'm on an Alabama schedule, so I know that's gonna suck for some of y'all. But try to slide through, man. We're gonna be doing the history lesson. I know it's gonna be some people come through to try to, oh, that's not true and all that. I'm like, all right, well, we can talk about it. We can talk about it, but
I'm gonna slide. I'm gonna bring some folks with me. I got some folks that's like minded, like
and shit, bring them up, man. They can hop on the panel, man. Cause I'm gonna have it open for the panel for everybody. I appreciate everybody that tuned in tonight. As usual, I can only ask y'all to do one thing, man. Hit that like. Well, actually, I'm about to ask you a couple things. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, share the videos, turn them notices on. Make sure you click all. And man, look, just support your boy, man. We trying to grind, man. I want to get to 100K before the end of the year, and I can only do it with y'all, man. I can only do it with y'all. So hopefully y'all fuck with your boy and check them shorts out, man. I be giving y'all some good shorts, man. Y'all know what it is. Check them shorts out. But
checking it out now.
But look, man, it's been fun, man. We're gonna get the fuck up out of here, man. We catch y'all in the next one as always, man. We do the peace sign on the way out.
Yes,
Catch y'all
sir.
in the next one. Peace.
One love.
All right.
Don't tell me about me. Stop telling 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 me about me. I don't need you to tell me about me.